All right, I'm gonna let everybody in.
Sounds great. Well, greetings, greetings. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 32nd annual MLK Day celebration. We are doing it via Zoom because the world has changed since the last time we got together to celebrate the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. But we're excited that you're here, and we're excited that you're logged on to connect in this way. Not only have we shifted the modality, but we also had to shift the date simply due to our change in schedule produced by COVID-19. And so even though we changed the date, we are still here and celebrating the ideas of justice, peace, and equality and equity in our community. And that's something that's important to us. And so we're going to do that as we go throughout our time today. We have an incredible day planned and equipped for our community. And we want to start that off with a welcome from the 19th president of Valparaiso University, President Jose Padilla.
Thank you for joining us for the 32nd MLK celebration at Valparaiso University. It's an honor to join you in celebrating the life and legacy of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This year our theme is Lessons from the Movement. I can personally tell you Dr. King's legacy and teachings had a huge impact on my life and on my family. My mother, Jesucita, and her family were migrant workers, a group that Dr. King advocated for and organized with during his life. My father, Joe, did not attend high school, but later earned his GED. His last job was being a high school principal. The value of education was central in Dr. King's teaching and in my own family. I remember when Dr. King was assassinated. That Sunday I was an altar boy, and it was a mass I will never forget. We know the movements Dr. King advocated for were not complete at the end of his life and continue to this day. I remember the dirty looks my grandfather got when he entered a Texas restaurant in the 1960s because of his Mexican heritage. I myself am a beneficiary of affirmative action. I have no doubt my ethnicity was considered when I was accepted into the University of Michigan Law School, and I'm not ashamed of that fact. In my career, I went on to lobby on behalf of the University of Michigan and its affirmative action cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. I know the values of equality and democracy that Dr. King advocated for have changed my life. They've also allowed me to help pay it forward and make an impact on the lives of others throughout my career and now as president of Valparaiso University. Valpo has long been a leader in advancing social justice and the opportunities Dr. King fought for. Under President O.P. Cressman's leadership, Valpo admitted its first black student, Inez Parker. Activists here at the university fought the sundown laws that restricted the actions of black residents and visitors to the city. Valpo has long been a hotbed for folks who fight for social justice and civil rights. I hope that in the coming years we continue to grow that passion at the university. Now let me share another piece of Valpo's history with you. More than 50 years ago, the late Reverend Carl E. Lutzy, who was a theology professor, joined dozens of Valpo students and more than 25,000 people for the end of a march from Selma, Alabama to Montgomery. Our Lutheran tradition highlights the blessing of diversity in God's creation. Social justice is an extension of God's love and work to protect and advocate for every member of the body of Christ. Students come to Valpo to be part of something bigger than themselves. I hope each of you come away from MLK Day feeling inspired to make changes in your life that will leave the world better than you found it. Today we announce Valpo's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Statement. This statement is not a Band-Aid. This is our recommitment as an institution to promoting diversity, equity, inclusion at every level within the university. It is our North Star that will guide us as we implement the action agenda. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Urban League of Northwest Indiana for their continued partnership and support of MLK Day celebrations. I would also like to thank Richard and Francelia Gozin and Professor Michael Cicalizzi, the Gozin Chair at Valpo, for supporting these virtual events. I'm also happy to virtually welcome Professor Molifi Kiti Asante as our keynote speaker. I know we will all learn from his words this evening. Before we go, I would like to especially thank Interim Assistant Provost for Inclusion and Retention, Byron Martin, for orchestrating all of our virtual events today and for his organization of the MLK Committee leading up to today's events. I think I speak for everyone I say how grateful I am for his hard work. Please enjoy today's schedule of events. I hope to speak with many of you about how you are moved to make an impact here at Valpo and in the world as you live out Dr. King's vision for peace, equality, and social justice.
We want to thank President Padilla for his words and for his leadership in making sure that this day still happens and that we still move forward in a powerful way on celebrating this day on our campus community. This day would not be possible without the work and the help of an incredible celebration committee that includes the folks that you see on your screen now. These individuals have worked over the last months putting today together and making sure that everybody is able to connect in some sort of way. And we have events planned not only from now, but all the way concluding at 10 p.m. tonight with Celebrate. That'll be led out by an incredible speaker. And so we have a full day set up for you that you're going to have an opportunity to interact with. As we move forward and get ready to go into our time today, I want to remind you of some ways that you can still connect in. A couple of ways that you can connect in is through the university's social media. So please feel free to put hashtag ValpoMLK during questions and things on the Valparaiso University social media platforms, and we'll try to connect in some really powerful ways. Another thing that we would love for you to do is to use the question and answer response button at the bottom of your Zoom to connect in if you're on the Zoom platform with us. For others that might be watching via our simulcast on YouTube, we ask that you feel free to continue to connect in the ways that work best and clearly for you. During this day, we're also going to be celebrating 10 years that the Welcome Project has been on our campus and been used in our campus community. So not only is there a session dedicated to that today, but during the day, we're going to use those stories as we are connecting through different aspects. And so we're going to make sure that we're connected in some powerful ways as we go throughout those moments. And so we're really excited for today. We're excited for the things that will be happening. And we want to thank you for joining us. But it's important to remember why we are engaging in this day. Dr. King gave his life to the ideas of justice and the ideas of peace. And he pushed back at a time that it wasn't popular. Dr. King was not a popular individual. He probably wouldn't have gotten a day in the 50s and 60s when he was fighting for equity and equality. However, we can look back and know that he was not only on the right side of the history, but that he literally gave us the blueprint for a dream that we are still working to achieve today. And so as we get ready to launch into our day, of remembrance. We want to make sure that we actually hear his words and hear his voice as we get ready to launch into our time. And so the next thing you're going to hear is a segment from a interview with Dr. King that he did about 11 months before he was assassinated on April the 4th in 1968.
Many of our citizens and many of the senators and congressmen of the North.
But isn't that part of the dilemma now? That people knew that Negroes were being denied what was guaranteed to them by the Constitution, by the fact that they were citizens of this country. Then when they were given those rights, do you feel the white community said, well, we've given them all that we have, now it's up to them?
Well, I think the dilemma is much deeper, and I think one during this period of transition has to be very honest with America. And honesty impels me to admit that America has broad racist elements still alive. Racism is still existing in American society in many areas of the society, North and South. And the other thing is that there has never been a single, solid, determined commitment of large segments of white America on the whole question of racial equality. I think we have to see that vacillation has always existed, ambivalence has always existed, and this to me is the so-called white backlash. It's merely a new name for an old phenomenon. I see the white backlash as a continuation of the same ambivalence and vacillation of white America on the whole question of racial justice that has existed since the founding of our nation. I think the other thing that we must see at this time is that many of the people who supported us in Selma, in Birmingham, were really outraged about the extremist behavior toward Negroes. But they were not at that moment, and they are not now, committed to genuine equality for Negroes. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income, for instance, to get rid of poverty for Negroes and all poor people. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to make genuine integration a reality and quality education a reality in our schools. It's much easier to integrate even a public park than it is to get rid of slums. And I think we are in a new era, a new phase of the struggle, where we have moved from a struggle for decency, which characterized our struggle for 10 or 12 years, to a struggle for genuine equality. And this is where we are getting the resistance, because there was never any intention to go this far. People were reacting to Bull Connor and to Jim Clark rather than acting in good faith for the realization of genuine equality.
Do you think white people in this country, and I'm talking about non-segregationists, people devoid or thinking they're devoid of racism, do you have any idea of what they want the Negro to be in America?
Well, it depends on the level that we are talking here, because I think you have to make a distinction between the people who are genuinely and absolutely committed in the white community on the question of racial equality. And I must confess that I think they're in a very small minority. I think the vast majority of white Americans will go but so far. It's a kind of installment plan for equality, and they are always looking for an excuse to go but so far.
Why are they looking for the excuse? What is it about the Negro? I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
That's a part of it, and that grows out of something else. You can't thingify anything without depersonalizing that something. If you use something as a means to an end, at that moment you make it a thing and you depersonalize it. The fact is that the Negro was a slave in this country for 244 years. That was a willful thing that was done. The Negro was brought here in chains, treated in very inhuman fashion, and this led to the thingification of the Negro. So he was not looked upon as a person. He was not looked upon as a human being with the same status and worth as other human beings. And the other thing is that human beings cannot continue to do wrong without eventually rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. That is one thing that other immigrant groups haven't had to face. The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma, and that can never be overlooked. So I think these things are absolutely necessary. The other thing is that America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps, but it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
Apart from wanting to live better, which all of us want to do, to raise one's children in a better way, to be better, does the Negro in America know what he wants?
Wow. Powerful words from Dr. King. Definitely moving and shaping in terms of how we are thinking about issues of justice, even today. And that's what we're going to take some time to do in our time today. We're going to take some time to not only hear important information, to study and be informed by the facts, but we're going to take time to meditate and to think deeply and critically on what is our individual role in making sure that we produce and live in a more just society. That is what today is all about. As we go through the sessions today and in between different sessions today, there are going to be opportunities for you to meditate. Not only will there be times for you to meditate, we're going to give you some specific things to meditate on and time to do so. We know that reflection is deeply and critically important in terms of developing new ways of thinking and new ways of engaging. And so we want to make sure that we give you plenty of time to reflect. Secondly, we want to also make sure that we are engaging throughout the day with each other. And so there are going to be times that we ask you to maybe talk with somebody that's around you, a roommate, someone inside of the house that you're living in, or maybe your neighbor next door in the office, and engage in these conversations. Because guess what? We don't want you to hold this information, these conversations to yourself. It's about building our entire community up together and ensuring that we're able to move forward as a collective community. And so as we take time to do that today, I want to encourage us not to do it alone. we have some time right now where you can encourage others to join our day. Our day is not only happening via Zoom, but we are simulcasting this on YouTube. And so you can send someone the YouTube link right now, and they can be involved in the conversation that we're going through today. They can find that link at valpo.edu/MLK, and it'll be right on the landing page with the YouTube link. And so we look forward to our time today. We look forward to you joining us, and we want to thank you for doing that in our time today. Now, I'm getting a lot of notes coming in. Like we said, this is Zoom. This is our first time ever doing Zoom for MLK Day, and it's typically all here in person in the chapel, in the union, with partners, 100 folks actually making the day possible. We're doing it all during Zoom today. And so there's going to be some glitches, and we're going to work through those together. I'm getting a lot of messages, people saying, I can't hear, or I can't do this. Please, if you can't hear and you're on the Zoom, log off and log back on. Okay, and let's see if that'll clear it up. The next thing that you can do is feel free to jump on to the YouTube. You should be able to hear on there very plainly and clearly. And then last but not least, if you're having any major problems, feel free to reach out to us directly at inclusion@valpo.edu, and we'll see if we can troubleshoot with you during our time today. Awesome. Well, one of the things that makes MLK Day possible is through incredible partnerships. It's through several partnerships that this day has been possible for years, not only in terms of people willing to give, but also in terms of people willing to give of their time, their energy, and their expertise. That is what has made MLK Day possible. We have some incredible partners here with us today that's making today possible. One of those partners is the Urban League of Northwest Indiana, and their president, Dr. Vanessa Allen McLeod, who you'll hear from in just a little bit, has been an incredible partner. For years, or not years, I don't want to say it's like it's been forever, but for the last few years, we've always helped host the Diversity and Inclusion Symposium in partnership with the Urban League, and they've led that out on our campus for the last couple of years. Well, because of COVID, we couldn't do that this year. And so Dr. McLeod was so gracious and so willing, along with the Urban League of Northwest Indiana, to say, Byron, we still want to commit to doing something with Valpo. We know it's important, and we want to keep this moving. And so as in place of this year, our Diversity and Inclusion Symposium, we're having them be one of our major panels. And starting us off this morning is the panel, Lessons from the Movement, What Would MLK Say? And that's sponsored by the Urban League of Northwest Indiana. And we'll get to them in a little bit, but we're excited for their partnership. We're also thankful for the Gozen Chair and the Gozen family for their continued investment in Valparaiso University. And we're definitely thankful to the Counseling Center, who also donated and sponsored the meditations and some of the panels that you're going to see today as well. This is a community effort, and we're excited to bring that to you. Without any further ado, I want to go ahead and share and pass the mic over to one of our incredible partners, Dr. Vanessa Allen McLeod, who's the president and CEO of the Urban League of Northwest Indiana. Her leadership and her grace is known throughout the region, throughout the state. I would argue and say throughout the whole country. Her work has just been incredible. And so we want to go ahead and toss it over to her for her welcome, and then we'll go ahead and jump into that panel. Dr. Allen McLeod.
Thank you, Dr. Martin. I'm so glad to be in the presence of all of the distinguished guests. On behalf of the Urban League of Northwest Indiana, I bring you greetings from our board of directors, our board chair, Yolanda Davis, and I extend a grateful welcome that all of you have joined with us today in this virtual presentation entitled Messages from the Movement. Yes, there's going to be a few detours, a few glitches but we're working through it. We've been in this virtual world now for almost a year, and we're still trying to figure out the technology. Zoom wasn't ready for us, but we're going to keep moving forward in this session. I want to thank all of the panelists who've just taken time out of their busy schedules to participate in these conversations that's going to expand and increase your awareness on messages from the movement. Isn't that powerful? Messages from the movement. And the movement we're talking about is the civil rights movement, the Dr. Martin Luther King movement. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank the Valparaiso University president for allowing us to join with you in hosting this in collaboration with you. We can't do things alone. It's important for us to work together collaboratively, and that's what we're doing throughout Lake, Porter, and LaPorte County. I'd also like to thank the Urban League board members for just allowing me to serve as the president and CEO over the past 10 years, well, 11 years. Isn't that something? Let me start counting. It's been 11 years that I have been in this position, and I still have the same excitement and passion that I had when I first started, because I'm here to serve the community and to serve the people. And of course, special thanks to board member Dr. Byron Martin. We couldn't do this without you, and definitely I can't move without the leadership of my staff. So let me just thank Stella Simpson and the co-chairs that served with me, which is Dr. Beverly Lewis and Mrs. Penelope Love. Without them, I wouldn't be sitting here. I have run around my office to about 3 different computers, just trying to get on one that will connect. So I think we're connected. Let's see what today is going to bring. So get ready. Get ready. Is everybody ready? Put up your thumb. Raise your hands. Let me know that you're ready out there. Get ready. Lights, action, camera. Let me introduce our distinguished moderator extraordinaire, my friend, my sister in the Urban League movement. She is a woman of many gifts and talents. She is the owner and chief executive officer of CWIT PR consulting firm. I present to you the savvy, seasoned sister public relations professional, Mrs. Chelsea Whittington. Chelsea, are you out there?
I am here in Zoom land. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Thumbs up. Dr. Alan McLeod, I'm just blown away by that introduction, but no pressure. I am here for you, and yes, I am your partner in the Urban League movement, having been a volunteer at the Urban League of Northwest Indiana, having worked for the Chicago Urban League, and now having both Urban Leagues as my client as we continue to push the message of diversity, inclusion, entrepreneurship, education, you name it. We know the mission of the Urban Leagues across the country. And so I am going to follow the instructions as given to me. And the first thing that I am going to do is do a brief introduction of all of our panelists. And I have snippets of their bios here that I want to share with all of you. And I want to say thank you, first and foremost, to all of our distinguished panelists for making time in your busy schedules to have this important conversation today. And please pardon me if, we know that one of our panelists was not able to join us today, but we want to acknowledge her willingness, Joey Kiki, who had a family emergency, I believe, or something that she had to take care of and was unable to join us. But I still want to acknowledge her as she was a part of the original lineup of our featured panelists for today. We do have joining us Dr. Danny Lackey, and he is the Executive Director of Student Support Services in the Maryville School Corporation. He supervises schools, social workers corporation-wide, as well as the school nursing department, and he oversees diversity and inclusion initiatives. And that is why he will be such an excellent addition to today's discussion. Welcome, Dr. Lackey. I would also like to introduce our next panelist, Pastor Kevin Miller. Pastor Miller is senior pastor of First United Methodist Church of Valparaiso, and he has been in this role since July of 2017. And he has pastored in the United Methodist Church of Indiana since 2000, serving in various roles in Northwest Indiana, which include currently serving in the Advisory Human Relations Commission for the city of Valparaiso. That role right there, again, qualifies him to be an excellent addition to today's panel. Welcome today, Pastor Kevin Miller. The next distinguished panelist is no stranger to our community. He is the U.S. representative recently elected for the 1st Congressional District of Indiana, Congressman Frank Mervan. And he's also a member of the House Committee on Education and Labor, including Health, Employment, Labor and Pension Subcommittee, and the Civil Rights and Human Services Subcommittee. Congressman Mervan is also a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, as well as serving as chairman of the Subcommittee on Technology, Modernization, and co-chairman of the Congressional Steel Caucus. And yet he still found the time to join us today as a panelist. Thank you so much and welcome, Congressman. Our next panelist, who is adding a whole separate lens to our discussion, is Nia Pullins, and she is a student at Calumet New Tech High School. And she is currently, and let us do a virtual round of applause for this, maintaining a 4.3 grade point average, which is amazing. And she is anticipating graduating as class valedictorian. Bravo, Miss Pullins. She is an accomplished musician, athlete, and you'll like this, Congressman, she's a congressional debater. And she's a member of the Lake Ridge Read to Teach program, NIPSCO's Energy Ambassadors program, which is hosted by our own Urban League of Northwest Indiana, the National Honor Society, and she volunteers at the Abundant Life Soup Kitchen and serves in the U.S. military in the Army National Guard. Wow, what a pedigree. Welcome, Miss Pullins. And last but not least, I am so glad to see on screen a friend and colleague of mine through education, Miss Lucille Upshaw. She is a retired educator, having served in the Gary Community School Corporation for 34 years. She has served as an English teacher, an assistant principal, and a central office administrator. Currently, in her next life in retirement, she is active as a member in her church, Beyond Four Walls Christian Center, and she also is an ordained minister, a member of the choir, and she works with the weekly food ministry. So we see that she is really enjoying retirement while making an amazing impact on our community. And these are all of our panelists for today. I welcome you, and I believe it is now time for us to get started with our presentations and discussions. I'm being very mindful of the time, and according to the introduction, I was supposed to start at 11:10 with the introductions, or be done by 11:10, and we are saving 5 minutes on that, so we can go right into the portion where our technical individuals can run the speech and situation scenarios for us to view. Dr. Martin?
This is everything that we do that you're looking at. Just wanted you to see where we are The opportunities to give is listed on the front, because whatever you give to the Urban League, we give back out to the community.
Oh, I just saw something new, Dr. Alan McLeod. Urban League of Northwest Indiana has a Cash App. Well, go ahead and get on it. 2020. I love it. I mean, the one thing I know about working with nonprofit organizations is the easier we make it for donors to give, the more likely they are to give. So Cash App it is, especially for our younger generation. With us having a student on the line, I know she knows well about making things immediate and at the palm of their hands to act. And so congratulations on that, Dr. Alan McLeod.
Thank you so much, Chelsea Whittington. And please, everyone, mark your calendar for the Diversity and Inclusion Awards Luncheon, October 13th. We are scheduled to have this in person. Yes, face to face. It's in October. So I need everyone to do what you need to do to be safe, which is right now, continue to wear your mask, social distance. And I encourage you to consider taking the vaccine. If you have not already taken it, please check with your health professional, your doctor. I've already taken my shots and I have seen my grandbabies this weekend. So I'm excited. So mark your calendar for October 13th. Thank you, Chelsea. I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. So as I was reading the program outline, I realized that our first discussion portion is not actually a video, but rather there were materials provided to the panel prior to this discussion, and it was regarding what happened in the State House a few weeks ago around the unrest, if you will, the disrespect, if you will, of many of our public servants while on the floor. And so I am going to start with Dr. Danny Lackey by asking the question, when you first heard about those incidents that took place at the State House, what was your reaction? And the actual date, that was around February 15, with Dr. Vernon Smith and others being at the center of this not so pleasant experience.
Well, I can tell you that I was extremely appalled by it. I could not believe what I was reading in terms of a recollection of the incidents that took place. And it made me angry. And I asked myself, are we in 2021? This could not be happening in this day and age. And I guess the overall thought processes that happened with me was, in this country, what is our priority? Do we truly embrace our democracy, or does democracy take a backseat to folks that want to do a power grab versus folks that truly want to work together as a collective and believe in the democratic process and believe in equity? It made me question that. And it was frightening, to be very blunt. It's a frightening feeling, and a sense of vulnerability was associated with reading that article. I think that we really need to take a step back and ask ourselves, who are we as a people? Who are we as a country? What are our true values? Do we really believe in taking care of our brothers and sisters, or is it every person for themselves? And if you're not included, too bad. I mean, and I know I'm being blunt, but I think blunt language is needed for these circumstances, and we need not beat around the bush. There are some forces at work that are not in the best interest of the collective, and we need voices that believe in the collective good to drown out those voices that don't. So those are my initial thoughts when I read the article and what happened in Indianapolis.
And with this being an MLK symposium, I'd like to follow up with that. But before we go to the follow-up question, originally our panelist who's unable to join us was going to be a part of that first question. I would certainly like to open the floor to other panelists if you would like to weigh in on your reactions before we talk a little bit more about our relating this to what Dr. King would possibly think about this type of behavior. Congressman or our student, Ms. Pullins, if any of you would like to weigh in on that, and even you, Dr. Alan McLeod, as we talk about the initiatives that the Urban League brings forth around diversity and inclusion and the need for the training that has to take place in government to make people more aware that this isn't okay. Your language, your tone, your lack of respect, that's not okay. I see you nodding, Congressman.
I thank you very much, Ms. Whittington, and I thank Dr. McLeod for putting this together.
For the record, I'm not muting you.
Keeps
Okay.
bouncing back and forth. Am I good to go now?
Oh,
Yes.
All right.
yes.
Ms. Whittington and Dr. McLeod, I want to thank you for putting this together. To that specific issue, you're absolutely correct, Ms. Whittington. We have to have an open government. We have to have difficult conversations, and we have to do all that we can to eliminate discriminatory behaviors. And for this question, what I will, my mentor, Congressman Visklowski, who has served our area for decades and has been a leader, not only by his deeds, but by his example, challenged all of us last year to call out racism. Prior to COVID-19, he was going to be a speaker at the Urban League lunch, and I want to follow suit. We can no longer have quietness when we identify racism, and we have to have uncomfortable conversations. And no matter how difficult they may be, that is something that will shed light on what we have going forward. So equality, the pursuit of happiness, making sure that we are providing a quality of life and economic opportunities and access to healthcare are big picture items. But on a small scale, we have to make sure incidents like this that happened in Indianapolis, we talk about, and we try to get to the root cause of it. When we get to the root cause of it, then we'll be able to develop into a harmony and eliminate that division.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman Mervan. And just mark your calendar for October 13th, because I'm going to look out for you to come on and be our speaker. You see how I put people on the spot like that?
Being recorded and all.
Even before this, my golden rule is when Dr. McLeod asks for something, the answer is yes, how can we help? So we're accustomed to that.
Man.
Thank you so much. And I just want to reiterate that the Urban League of Northwest Indiana has taken the lead in providing professional development training and facilitating those courageous conversations on race and stereotyping and implicit bias. In fact, we have a cadre of facilitators that have been trained under the leadership of Dr. Danny Lackey. We also have other professional trained facilitators such as Michael Sudds, myself, Carol Dalen, and I see my former Sunday school teacher and my mentor, even though she doesn't know, I keep a watch on her, Mrs. Lucille Upshaw. Her name is on our list too, to do some facilitating. So write that down, Dr. Lackey, Lucille Upshaw, but we stand ready to provide those conversations in a safe space. And if you need us to come and meet with your organization, just call our office at 887-9621. Thank you, Mrs. Whittington. I'll turn it back over to you.
No problem. And for those who will view this broadcast, I certainly hope they take note in recognizing that the Urban League of Northwest Indiana offers these courses, and will invite you all in to these different spaces that typically had not done these types of trainings before, that this resource is available in all 3 counties. So thank you, Doctor. Dr. Lackey, I want to come back to you with the follow-up. In your opinion, and this is strictly your opinion, if Dr. King were still alive, what do you think he would say and or do around this? You know, I hear all the time when things erupt in our country, they say things like Dr. King will be turning over in his grave. But beyond that, that's just a statement, but in reality, in your thoughts, how active and would he and his colleagues be around something like this issue?
I think Dr. King would have mixed feelings about what's happening today. And what I mean by that is I think that he would be very disappointed in the surge of blatant racist activities that are happening in our country. But then I think he'd also be inspired, especially with Black Lives Movement and looking at who's participating. And as you well know, one of the biggest surprises and welcomed involvement has been the fact that a lot of the people involved in this movement are not Black people. There are a lot of other people of color that are involved. I think it was the George Floyd incident, unfortunately, that really brought it to light for folks that were not aware of how problematic policing has been for people of color. And they get it, and they're speaking up. So I think he would be very encouraged by that. So I think it would be a mixed bag. And I think it's important as we look at moving forward that we not only focus on those things that are happening that are of concern for us, but we also acknowledge those things that are going on that are inspirational as well. So I think that Dr. King would have mixed feelings about where we are today. Have we, I won't say lost ground because that ground was never gained, it was just covered up. But I think that he would be inspired by some of the things that are happening that are moving us forward. But I also think that he would be concerned about those things that are happening that are holding us back. But here's the reality of it. In this country, we have never moved forward without there being tension and upheaval. I mean, that's just a part of how we have worked. When we've had a fallout and upheaval, then it has been followed by substantive change. So even though it's uncomfortable right now, that uncomfortable situation that we're in, I believe, can lead to some really substantive and true and genuine change for us as a country.
Excellent insight, Doctor. I think that just adding on my 2 cents as far as Dr. King, what his feelings would be, I think that he would be very impressed by our younger generation and how they have inserted themselves, not only inserted, but have been innovative in their ways of getting the messaging out. They do have the tool and the luxury of social media, which allows us to get more instant information and getting people involved. And I wanted to pull in Ms. Pullins to talk a little bit from your perspective as one of the rising leaders who obviously has her finger on the pulse of the community by being involved in her community. Your thoughts about your generation being directly involved in the erasing, if you will, of racism.
Absolutely. So coming from my perspective, still being a high school student, I have actually noticed that the majority of people joining these protests, which may or may not be dangerous to some aspect, people my age are more likely to go to these protests. And my most recent protest that I actually went to with my mother and a few other members of my family, there were snipers of security on the roof of the building when we were at the protest, which can be intimidating to some. But when the crowd started to disperse, I noticed that it was the youth that was not afraid. I believe that I am coming up in a different generation where we are willing to take the risk that comes with standing up for what we believe in. This is a generation that is fearless and a generation that is willing to sacrifice. And I feel that this is something that has changed throughout generations because, you know, my mother's generation and my grandparents' generation, they were taught, you know, the necessary tools that they needed just to survive. They were taught, you know, lower your tone, keep your hands on the dashboard when you're pulled over, those types of things. And now my generation is saying, no, we don't need to do that. Our hands shouldn't have to go on the dashboard. I'm not going to do that. And the consequences afterwards, I'll deal with that. And I will continue to resist until there's a change. So I see that from my community, and I see that from my generation. And honestly, it makes me proud.
Well, thank you so much. And we are certainly proud of you as well, and all of your accomplishments. And I will be pulling you into the conversation with more questions. Ms. Upshaw, I thought I saw you raise your hand earlier. Was there something that you wanted to add? Please join us. You're still on mute. It should be in your bottom left corner where you're able to. As you are looking, I'm not sure if Dr. Martin is able to unmute you.
I had touched something. I had touched something and it went totally to another screen. So I was trying to get back to the screen.
Okay.
When I first heard of what had taken place in Indianapolis, the first thought that came to my mind, because I read it much earlier when it first happened, was what happened when President Obama in 2009 was making an address on live TV, and one of the persons there from called him a lie, showing no respect whatsoever for the President of the United States on live TV, making an address to the Congress, and he calls him a lie. And from that, I never did see a repercussion or a reprimand that was given to him. And from that time on, I could see gradually increasing of disrespect, not only on the state level and the local level, municipal level, but also at the Washington, D.C. level. And it has continued all through. And it all, when I say it all started, not started, but it was more emboldened when the Black president, and I'm not saying this to, just say he was a Black man, but when the Black president got into the White House, people were challenged as to how it would affect them. So therefore, as Dr. Lackey said, that power grab started, because if the Black man is elected president, what's going to happen next? So you see all of this stuff as a tumbleweed going into what we have right today.
Thank you, Ms. Upshaw. In light of what you have shared, I had a tendency to think, or my personal feelings is that when President Obama served his 2 terms and there was a sense of a more of a united feeling, if you will, we were kind of making strides to come together on some things. And then we spent the last 4 years unraveling a lot of that. And in addition to unraveling, I would say unearthing and making it to be okay to just overtly show your racist values. I mean, the for lack of better words, or maybe exact words, the sheets, white sheets, were pulled back to really say, I'm perfectly fine. You see it on the internet all the time with disrespecting and having racial slurs said in regular commonplace store interactions and things of that nature. And it's very concerning. And it's also making many to be fearful as far as being able to go in public places for fear of being attacked. And I feel like that takes us back to an era of where Dr. King was preaching and talking about nonviolence. And here we are again, having to grapple with this, whether it be with law enforcement or just individuals who have radical views. Mr. Miller, Pastor Miller, I wanted to bring you in if you have anything to add, because I know that certain questions were assigned to certain panelists, but this is too juicy for us not all to get in on this.
Yeah,
How are you?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to learning today. You know, the emotion that I had when I first heard that news and saw the news, I guess the word is disappointment in our leaders. And as I read through that, I'm struck by how, and this is something we talk about as pastors. I talk about it with our kids and our youth, and it's actually something that people above me talk about. We have a policy on using social media, their expectations, and I am very often surprised and disappointed how people in the public misuse their social media accounts in very bad ways. And I don't have an answer for this, but I would be, if Dr. King were alive today, I would be interested in knowing how he would use the media outlets that we have available to us today, how he would use those with his message.
That's a really, really in-depth insight. Like, would Dr. King have a Twitter? And he would probably have millions of followers, and he could enact us or instruct us or lead us with actions of positivity, inclusion. Wow. I had never really thought about that. And now it leads me to think about other leaders who have passed on and how they lived in an era where we didn't have that immediacy and how they could capitalize on it. But the things that Ms. Pullins has said to us this morning makes me know that we are in good hands moving forward as leaders start to emerge and use these tools to enact change. I'm going to, Dr. Alan McLeod, if it's okay, move on to the next question, but this is some engaging dialogue. I know there are lots of individuals tuned in on Valparaiso University's YouTube page, and I'm just so excited to be able to participate in this dialogue. And it's hard to believe that it was April 4th, 1968, the passing of Dr. King, the assassination of Dr. King. And here we are in 2021, still grappling with the type of issues that he fought so hard for us to get ahead of. And so I am going to talk about our scenario 2, January 6th, 2021. I kept just trying to look at my TV screen to say, it kind of made me think about how I felt with 9/11. Did any of you kind of look at your screen like, is this for real? I did the same thing with the Capitol. Like, is this really happening? Is this for real? Is this a joke? And unfortunately, it was not. And we had many individuals, again, whose identities, thanks to our FBI and those who were zooming in the cameras, people that we least expect, those who were hired to serve and protect in police departments across countries, even elected officials, congressmen, were found to be on the wrong side of the law as the storming of the Capitol took place on January 6th of this year. And I want to direct this question to you, Congressman. Do you think this incident in any way paralleled what took place at our Capitol on January 6th? So we talk about state here in Indiana, and then we move to a federal level. And then again, Dr. King's reactions to this 2021, and they are storming some of the most sacred government grounds in the world. Congressman?
Ms. Whittington, I thank you. So first, I kind of want to set the table very quickly. I was on the House floor when that happened as your member of Congress. I did have fear. I wasn't panicked. And the sounds and the uncertainty of the anger and the hate is what I'll remember. The pounding on the doors. Obviously, we were relocated. And what I took away from that is a great divide. And so, an anger and a lot of hate that went into that movement. And where I am now, your direct question is if I see a parallel between the two, what I see is a common thread. And I think Ms. Upshaw kind of alluded to it. And how I believe they're all directly related is for the last 4 years, 5 years really, we had division. We had the previous administration had a megaphone that focused on division and hate. And that empowered and emboldened people. And Ms. Upshaw, it may have been empowered and beholden upon him because of what you talked about a Black African-American male in the White House. So then you tie those two things together where people feel emboldened because we have seen on Twitter how a leader used a medium to divide. And we just used positivity and unification to bring people together. That's what we envision that Martin Luther King would do if he was alive today and had the access to Twitter, Instagram, and social media. So what do we do going forward? I do believe that they're related when it comes to that organic message of what has emboldened us and how that has empowered people of hate to come forward and to use social media and to find like-minded niches where they feel comfortable talking about that. And as I mentioned earlier, light is the greatest disinfectant. And so all hateful rhetoric towards someone's religion or ethnicity or orientation or age, as I like to say, the isms, they're all, the other discriminatory actions must be addressed head on. We have to figure out ways and I just mentioned this. So I go to a lot of the churches, and one of the main themes throughout Northwest Indiana is I am my brothers and sisters' keeper. So when we talk about unification and positivity, we have to be the powerful voice. We have to outshine that, and we have to point out, as I mentioned earlier in my first statement, we have to point out where we see discrimination. And I'm inspired by Ms. Pullens. She used one phrase that will live with me or make me a better Congress member. I will resist until there's change. She said that. She said, I will resist until there's change. Everyone got the goosebumps if you really focus on that. And that doesn't have to be a bad thing. That the resistance doesn't have to be a bad thing. To resist the common belief or the common direction in which we are going towards, we all have to take steps to resist until there will be change. I voted for the George Floyd Policing Act. I voted for a hate crimes bill. I co-sponsored a hate crimes bill. I am trying to use the power of the 1st Congressional District to make sure that that voice, and we are turning the corner. In every action that we have in bringing to the table opportunity. And I've consistently said this also, and I believe this wholeheartedly. Workers and people, as the economies change and evolve and have different conversations, we can unify this nation if we feel that workers aren't left behind, that ethnicities aren't left behind. So when I have the ability to vote for example, an apprenticeship program that focuses specific public dollars towards minorities having access to apprenticeship programs, that is making sure we're making the public investments to make sure that there is an opportunity for all workers and access to all jobs to close that divide. So Ms. Whittington, to directly answer your question, I don't know how directly related January 6th was to February 15th, but what I do know is probably the feelings were the same. The feelings were, as Pastor Miller said, the feeling of disappointment and the feeling of, I can't believe this is going on. So now collectively, beyond these conversations, through actions and through deeds, we have to close that gap. And when we close that gap and we talk about discriminatory actions and we talk about opportunity, we have to do it with intention and purpose.
Thank you, Congressman. And I want to thank you for calling attention to the various bills that you have either co-authored or support it, because we all know that impact and change happens with the law. And Ms. Pullins, we're nudging you. You never know. There may be an avenue of public service in your future as being one of our leaders that we're counting on to enact change. But it's very important that we as everyday citizens stay connected, stay aware. There's too many ways for us to be informed now that we should not be in the know on legislation, what bills need to be passed, reaching out to our public servants who represent us to let them know what our feelings are. I mean, when they run on platforms, hold them accountable for the things that they say that they are going to do for their constituency. So thank you, Congressman. Keep us in the know and letting us know what bills are coming up and things that directly impact people of color so that we can voice yay or nay, or this is what we want you to support as you represent us. Ms. Upshaw, you are also listed on this question to give reaction, and I would ask that you weigh in regarding, and you have already set the tone with your prior comments around the January 6th coalition to February in our State House.
Yes, I won't repeat because our representative Mervin has already pretty much said about emboldening, and that's exactly what it did, emboldening. And as he said, the behavior and the actions were the same. And the feel that you got from looking and listening to what was being said was the same. However, we do have to recognize that even in the midst of all the disrespect that is being shown, we who know better and we who stand for better cannot allow other people to define who we are just because of what they do. In other words, our commitment really comes when we show who we are under pressure. So you can act the fool, or you can act the one who is disrespectful, or you can be that one that people say, what is going on? But you can't make me come down to your level. And as Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. So I can't let you get me out of my character simply because you want to get out of character, or you may be in your character, but you're not going to make me get out of my character. So that's something we have to be very careful about, because the trick of the enemy is, and when I say the enemy, I simply mean the one who's behind all of it, because we know there's a good force and there's a bad force, and Satan is behind it all. And I'm sure Pastor Miller would agree with that. Satan is behind it all. So we cannot disengage our goal where we look at what other people are doing. If you do it to me, I'm going to do it back to you. I still believe in what Dr. Martin Luther King says, that peace is the way to go. Love is the way to go. And it does not mean that I'm being complacent. It does not mean that I'm being a footstool. It simply means that I am who I am, and I do what I am because of the love of Christ that is in me. And because of that, there's just some levels I can't go to. And then if I happen to go to that level of that person who is acting the disrespectful in Congress or wherever they may be, then as loudly as I was when I was disrespectful will be the same way I be when I apologize. Because when you apologize in secret and you've done all this mess out in the open over and over again, but then when you apologize, you said one time behind closed doors, or even maybe in front of a microphone one time, but it's done only once. So whatever you've done wrong, correct that wrong just as loudly as you did when the wrong was taking place. And that way people will say, we make mistakes, but however, we do apologize and admit when we made the mistake. And because this doesn't happen in the government at all, and when it comes to hurting people it doesn't happen at all, then you just have to take for face value what the person says. For example, in the riot on Washington, D.C., there was no threat to anybody. When I have eyes to see that a noose was hanging out there and the people were shouting, "Hang Mike Pence," but yet there was no threat to anybody. So when you have people that are silent and knowing that what people are saying is a total blatant untruth, then that person who is silent is more dangerous than the person who is loud at the pulpit. And when I say the pulpit, I don't mean the church pulpit. I mean that got the bullhorn. The one that is loud, the one that is silent is just as dangerous, because as Dr. Lackey said, that they will go so far, and Dr. King said that they will go so far, but they will not go past that uncomfort zone where people will look at them differently in their neighborhood. So we have to get aside, forget about, or take the focus off what people think and tell the truth, even when it hurts other people. Truth is what needs to go forth. And now the truth has been called a lie, and a lie has been called the truth. And as long as those two are mixed up, we're going to have a mixed up society.
Ms. Whittington, I'd like to.
Go right ahead, Dr. Lack.
I would like to piggyback off of what's been said so far. And I want to talk about January 6th in terms of getting to the root of it and how that led to what we saw in February. I think at least influenced what we saw in February, that I believe needs to be said. First of all, I believe that when you look at what happened on January 6th and who showed up and what was happening, that happened because of a disenfranchised group of people. Okay. And what I mean by that is when you look at what's happening in this country economically, the gap has widened. And the folks that feel neglected are the people who have been struggling, that have not been getting ahead, who happen to be of a lighter hue. They feel invisible. They feel like their needs are not being met. Okay. So what has happened in the last 4 years, as things continue to separate economically, and you have more have-nots than you do have, which includes that sector of folks that went to the Capitol. They did that out of frustration and out of anger and out of being fed misinformation that made them feel like their needs, desires, wants, and interests were not being met. It all raveled into what happened, in my opinion, on January 6th. And here's the game that, in my opinion, that's been played. Rather than really talking about the root cause of that disenfranchisement, which has to do with opportunities, economic opportunities for folks that have been cut out for a while. Rather than really getting to the core of that, instead, those in power said, you know, it's not you, it's those other people that don't look like you, and turned it into an issue of race and blaming other groups that I think someone mentioned earlier, that divisiveness. So that divisiveness took place as a way to keep the focus off of the fact that the real issue is the economic inequities that have been going on in this country for a long time. And rather than address that, let's go blame these other people for our frustration. And I believe that played a role in what we saw on January 6th. It continues to play a role in what's happening in our politics today. And the best example of that is the recent bill that was passed for COVID, and the fact that when you look at who supports it, both Republican and Democrats supported that bill. But the Republicans in Congress, not one voted for it. So here we have an example of those in power not truly representing their constituency based upon that vote, and there being a focus on, you know, separating rather than bringing people together as a collective as we try to resolve the ills of our society. So there's a game being played, and I'm not sure if folks are aware of it, but in my opinion, that's a real serious and dangerous game that's being played out that is not for the betterment of the collective in this country.
Brilliant insight, Dr. Lackey. And it circles me back to, I'm just, looking at Dr. Alan McLeod, looking at the Urban League logo over her shoulder. And it takes us back to a place of what the Urban League movement was born in, as far as voter registration, voter education, because we have to accept our role in this game that you talked about that's being played. Because if we are not doing the research on the candidates, if we are not following once they are elected what they are voting for and really holding them accountable for representing our interests, then we too share some of the blame. Putting these incumbents in over and over and over, knowing that they are not voting for or representing our interests, makes it our fault. So Ms. Pullins, as a new voter, if you are 18, I believe that you are eligible to vote or soon will be as a high school senior. I just want to step outside of the question briefly to pull you back in to talk about your generation and some who feel like their vote doesn't matter. And then there are others that say we really need to rock the vote and ramp up and get involved in the process. Can you give us a little insight from your purview around that?
I can actually, as being part of or being captain of the congressional debate team, it has really opened my eyes to what is the purpose and development behind legislation. And it's also encouraged me to inform myself before making a decision on who I'm going to vote for. Obviously, I just turned 18 last week, so I haven't actually registered myself yet. But with that being said, I have had some instances where people have told me that they actively have chosen not to vote because their vote doesn't matter. But the issue with that is within our voting system, I guess people don't understand that there's a difference between the electoral college and the popular vote. So the popular vote actually does still matter. It doesn't determine our president. It doesn't determine our president, but it still matters because you're still casting your vote to alert your legislators and to alert the people that are voting in your state as your voice to what you want. And so I definitely agree with the previous panelist when they say that if you don't make an informed decision when you're voting, then it is your fault, because the decisions that they make are backed by who they want in office. So if you don't do your research and you decide to just opt out of it, you are now in the hands of whoever everyone else around you makes the decision to elect. So that's just a part of being an active citizen as well as an informed constituent. And I believe that personally, I won't be making that decision. I will vote because I feel my voice does need to be heard. It just is a matter of heard by whom.
I love it. Well, before we move on to our next question, I certainly want to invite Pastor Miller, if you wanted to weigh in or give any thoughts. And if not, if you feel like everything has been said, I certainly have more dialogue for us to dive into. Pastor?
Well, I was thinking about my first bishop, Woody White. Every anniversary of Dr. King's birthday, he would write a letter addressed to Martin. He would say, "Dear Martin," and it's a reflection on his letter from a Birmingham jail, which I think I read it in college, and when he started writing these, it encouraged me to go back and read it again, and then read it in preparation for today. And every time I read it, I'm just amazed at the breadth and the depth. It is a pastoral letter for our time. But that same influence, I think, is he was very much influenced by the Apostle Paul. There's a lot of similarities in sitting in jail and writing this deep pastoral letter, but something stuck out at Dr. King's speech to the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. He said, "You can't murder hate through violence." And then he paraphrased from 1 Corinthians 13. He said, "You may be able to speak with the tongues of angels and men. You may have the eloquence of articulate speech, but if you have not love, it means nothing." And I find that profound.
Profound indeed. And I just really feel like this dialogue is so important as we connect our past with what lies ahead of us. Still just reeling from your comments around what our responsibilities are as citizens. And I can't help but to acknowledge how hard our ancestors fought for us to vote and for us to be able to freely engage in dialogue and to be civil to one another and to be able to come to the table with different opinions and not be berated or disrespected as a result of feeling the way that we feel. There's a way to disagree. There is a way to pull a movement together without there being violence, as you stated. You can't murder. What was it again, Pastor? You can't murder hate with violence. Very profound. I am going to move on as we are still on time. We are going to talk about our third scenario, and we're going to refer to Dr. King's I Have a Dream speech. And in this I Have a Dream speech, Dr. King said, "We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism." I'm going to start and come back to you, Pastor Miller, to ask you, do you feel racial inequality has been accepted? I mean, have people become apathetic, ambivalent? Have we given up? What are your thoughts?
Well, that tranquilizing drug of gradualism, I interpret that as a call to be on guard against apathy and ambivalence, because I have found that tranquilizing drug of gradualism to be very real. On that day of the I Have a Dream sermon, I'm going to call it a sermon because I'm a pastor and I can do that. But Dr. King was introduced as the moral leader of our nation. And it's not any stretch of the mind today to say that our nation lacks a common moral leader. And many would say that we don't even need a moral leader. But at the same time, it's just obvious that our nation lacks that moral center. I think the closest that we may have today to a moral leader, T.D. Jakes comes to mind, or Rick Warren. But I have found we've been, as a nation, I think we've been fed this tranquilizing drug for decades, and it's easy to see where it's gotten us today. Hardcore pornography is readily available on the internet under the auspices of free speech. In Illinois, the two largest, or not the largest, but the two fastest growing industries in Illinois right now are recreational marijuana and casino gambling. We already have casino gambling in Indiana, and there's a lot of pressure to legalize pot. So not long ago, and Ms. Pullins, forgive me, not long ago for me is about 20 years ago, but it wasn't that long ago that we would have thought about any of this stuff as absolutely preposterous. But because of this tranquilizing drug, today these things are accepted, they're promoted, they're celebrated. And so the question is, get back to your question, has racial inequality been accepted? And my deep, considered pastoral response is, I sure hope not, because we're better than this. Two quotes that jumped out at me from And again, reading King's letter from a Birmingham jail, he said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And then near the end of that, he says, abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up with Americans' destiny. And so, in other words, and this is something I tell my congregation every week, we're all in this together. And that's been a theme. I've read that into Dr. King's life and his ministry. So this tranquilizing drug of gradualism, I believe, as I said, it's real. And if we're not guarded, if we're not vigilant, where it leads is to apathy and ambivalence. And those are breeding grounds for injustice. So that's my response.
And a great response it was. This question has also, it will be directed to all of you, but first to Ms. Pullins. And I pride myself in being very open to various generations. I sit at the feet of my elders to learn about my past, and then I engage millennials and exennials to find out what their views are, because I feel like having that well-rounded perspective makes me a better interactor, if you will, when it comes to issues of diversity, inclusion, and I never disregard the input and the thoughts of those who are younger than I, and certainly have reverence and respect for those who have come before me. Ms. Pullins, I view your generation of one that is on the cusp of inclusion, that you all embrace and uphold individuality. Let me be me. Let me be myself. Let me have the friends I want to have. Let me love who I want to love. But I want you to speak from your perspective about what you have witnessed in your time on this earth, short it may be, around racial inequality. And are we accepting of this culture? And if not, your generation, what are we doing and plan to do to make sure that inequality no longer exists?
You know, this quote is so powerful, and Pastor Miller kind of touched on this, but if I may go back and take out a fragment of this specific quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech for a moment, I like to highlight the very last 5 words, the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. This actually stood out to me because it emphasizes on and warns of an agenda that has no immediate urgency. I feel the heed has not properly been regulated into society. The African American community has been halted by the very same systemic injustices that were being combated within the years of Dr. King's life. The only difference is now it's recorded, shared, hashtagged, uploaded. So the awareness is there, but the action and the change become slightly obstructed and even distracted from. However, we have to look at the fact that the African American community has been taught survival. It's the same survival cycle that teaches young women and men of color how to survive in everyday life. We've marched, we've petitioned, we've protested, and our efforts have not been alone or in vain. But we've also been allied by different races and cultures and religions, unified on the issues concerning, the African American community. We've reached milestones gradually. For example, the disbandment of the Minneapolis City Police preceding the march of George Floyd's death, but I believe we were supposed to delve deeper into that later in the program. But to answer the question fully, racial injustice has been accepted by those it does not affect, which is what I've found. And it looks good and feels good to stand with the oppressed group of people and proclaim that you're an ally. But when we begin to disband the very advantages that set them apart from us, then we begin to understand who is really allied, who is really apathetic, and who is actually ambivalent. And let me just touch on the fact that ambivalence restricts the capacity of a person's involvement in the issue, and it should not be mistaken for an ally under any circumstances.
I'm sorry, I was just so enthralled and engrossed in what she was saying. I was like, where's my unmute button? Excellent insight. Our conversation has been so engaging, and I have been given the direction by my bosses my virtual boss is here to say that we are going to pause here. I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Alan McLeod because we have a musical interlude to enjoy. Dr. Alan McLeod, what have we?
Thank you, Mrs. Whittington. I have just been impressed and excited and just really, really welcome all of the panelists and their views and their comments. This is just absolutely outstanding. Nia, I know you may be going to college next year, but somewhere around October 13th, I may need you to come back to be a part of the Diversity and Inclusion Awards luncheon along with Congressman Frank Mervan. So just mark your calendar just in case Mom can get you back here, because the youth that is displayed here is just an example of the youth that we have throughout our communities. And I just want to say that many of us on this panel are over 40, 50, well, let me take that back. I'm going to stay down under here. I just want to acknowledge that we have youth that are up and coming behind us that's going to take the torch. We're going to pass that torch to students like Nia, and then we're going to walk with them and support them as they continue to take this movement further. So as we go into our musical interlude, this interlude is going to come before you from Books, Brushes, and Bands for Education. Don't say that too fast. Books, Brushes, and Bands for Education, under the direction of the President, Michelle Golden. Many of the students have been locked in like all of us. They couldn't come together and rehearse, but they decided to continue rehearsing their music at home. So under the direction of Ravelli Gribb and Dave Ali, who Michelle accredits with being extraordinary performers themselves, these students perform at different levels. So what you are about to see is the students at home. Now watch this. You may see a dog run through in front of the camera. You may see a little brother that's trying to distract his sister, but she is laser focused on playing that violin. You may see some other things all around, but what I want you to focus on is their dedication to music. So without any further ado, we're going to watch this brief interlude. Just hold on, get a drink of water. Here we go, get ready. Let's give them a hand clap, a virtual snap, a jump up and down. Wasn't that wonderful? Now, prior to the pandemic, these students represented 30 different zip codes and 25 different schools. They played their solos, and we just got a little sneak peek into what they are still continuing to do at home. Did you see the dog run through? And did you see the little brother just jumping, trying to distract his sister from playing? Did you notice the parent peeping around the corner and then jump back? It was just so exciting. So I just want to send a shout out to Michelle Golden of the Golden Studio. It's books, brushes, and bands for education. Congratulations to all of them. And let me just thank the parents that also allow their children to make music. As we know, music is the art that best displays diversity and inclusion, whether in harmony or unison, from soprano to bass, whether playing the piano or an accordion, the bagpipes or the bass, the clarinet or the tuba, the cymbals or the drums. All of those parts together strike beautiful chords for our lives. And as Dr. King said, next to the word of God, the noble art of music is the greatest treasure in the world. Amen. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen.
I'm wondering, you're talking all this musical talk, Doc, and I don't know how many people who are watching or our panelists know, they should know that Dr. Alan McLeod is an accomplished songstress with her own CD, shameless plug. I didn't know if you were going to burst out into song or what was going to happen, you know, just like the dog runs through the video, you just never know what happens here in Zoom world.
Come see us
I'll
October
stay on
13th.
October 13th.
Come see us. All kinds of things are going to happen on October 13th. Thank you, Mrs. Whittington. I want to turn it back over to you.
Thank you. And thank you again to our young musicians. Took me back to my good old days at Westside High School. First chair clarinet, by the way, and pianist for the jazz band. And just always happy when we're able to uphold the arts, something that I feel we don't have enough of in our school districts across the country. And certainly I am a proponent to push to get those programs. And Congressman Mervan will be showing you what we have to offer at Dear Westside in the upcoming days next week. Before we left to go to our musical interlude, we were talking to Ms. Pullins, Dr. McLeod, Alan McLeod, you were saying to have her to mark her calendar of coming home from college. And so, you know, I have to ask, what's on the horizon for you, Ms. Pullins, before we go to our last question, to make sure that I capitalize on any opportunity to advocate for my alma mater, Howard University. Ms. Pullins, where are you headed or thinking about heading? And certainly we have amazing schools here in the state of Indiana, but I can't not throw mine out there. We're interested, though. We always know.
Okay, so for me personally, I will be I have a ship date for August 8th, so I unfortunately will not be able to attend the event in October. I'm so sorry. Hopefully I'll be able to attend something at a later date and be able to help out. I always want to be able to, you know, be available for the Urban League. Since I've been chosen for the Energy Ambassador program, I've just been so excited to be a part of it. But next month, actually May 17th, I will be starting college in the summer, and then I will be in college at Indiana State University until my ship date in August. So in August, I will ship out to Fort Jackson, and that's where I'll start my basic training, and I'll be there for a total of 16 to 17 weeks. For training, for my MOS training, which is job training, as well as basic training, and then I will come back and resume school. And from then on, I will be able to participate as well as finish my 4 years. And then after that, I will be using my degree in the military with my job as commanding officer through the ROTC program.
Can we give her a round of applause? Excellent choice.
Excellent choice.
You got close to my house as my husband is a Sycamore graduate of Indiana State. So I'll take it. Good job. We are pulling for you. We will be praying for you as you go off to serve us. We recognize that service is for us. You putting yourself on the front lines while dually actively seeking your degree. We are so proud of you. And I am going to move into our final question, which will be directed to all of you. And I'd love for the congressman to start. And the question is as follows. In his address, where do we go from here? Chaos or community? To the annual Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King suggested that we all have our moral convictions and concerns, and so often we have problems with power. But there is nothing wrong with power if power is used correctly. How do you see the efficacy of power being utilized in education, government, culture, religion, etc.? And I think all those different areas are represented on this panel. So I will start with you, Congressman, and then we will move throughout the panel and wrap up promptly at 12:28. Congressman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Again, Nia, thank you for your service and for your dedication, and we appreciate you serving our nation very much. Please stay in contact with my office as you go through that journey. So the question is, how is the power? First of all, chaos versus community. Chaos versus community. We have heard that very often. And as we referenced before, the chaos of the last 5 years versus choosing community. That is something that I think we are shifting towards. We have a long journey to go. But when we close the divide, when we focus on education, when we focus on using the power of the presidential power, the administration, government power to enhance opportunity in education. I sit on the Education Labor Committee, and we focus on every day trying to make sure that there's equal opportunity and access to opportunity to those who want to thrive and utilize. And the power in government, the power of government of including diversification and realizing it is our strength. Just recently, we have all seen the Biden-Harris administration show a picture of his cabinet, and people had great pride in the inclusion of what strides we have made. And the people who are sitting at the table to put policy together for our nation are reflective of our nation, and that's important. And I believe, as I talked about, not leaving anyone behind economically is important, educationally is important, but using the power to make sure that all ethnicities, all genders, all individuals have a seat at the table in policy making processes. And culture and religion, I feel the same way. And I just want to close. Representative Clybourne used this speech very early on because we are going to be faced with, you can say chaos or you can say distractions, right? Chaos is a distraction from the reality of what we have going on. And what resonated with me when I was lucky enough to hear that speech by Representative Clybourne, he talked about what community means. Community means making sure we are all proud of Nia having an education, making sure that Calumet High School has the resources possible to make sure that she's thriving and she's reaching her full potential, making sure while we're on the education committee that we have access to education for all individuals and access to an opportunity to apprenticeship programs. These are all things that we use our power for. And we've covered all bases, and I don't want to go on too long, but if we get to away from division and hate, and we get to, Miss Whittington, you used it, positivity and unification, then we will use our power and our light inside of us, the light inside of us, to make a better world, a better nation, a better congressional first district, and a better community. And that in whole is what I believe when I hear that.
Excellent. Thank you so much for all of your insight, your commitment to serving the 1st Congressional District. And as I've said throughout this Zoom, that it's our role to hold you accountable and to educate ourselves on what issues impact the communities that you serve. Thank you, Congressman. I am going to move to Dr. Lackey to address the same question and give his closing remarks. I know you're chomping at the bit, so I'm going to mute myself. Dr. Lackey.
I'd just like to start out by saying that what happens nationally resonates locally. And as a kid educator, one of the things that I am most invested in is what's happening on the ground floor of our educational institutions, especially when it comes to the institution in which I work for. I think that NIA is a good example of what's happening with young folk. And I really do believe that that's where our investment needs to be, because here's the bottom line. We need to make sure that our education systems are servicing our children well. So it's not just about resources. It's also about looking at the content. What are we teaching our kids? Is the curriculum we're using reflecting the students that are sitting in that classroom, and do the students see themselves in that curriculum? And as that curriculum really teaching them how to be involved in a democratic process, is it focusing on civics and helping them tap into the power that they have as young people to begin or to continue to dismantle the systems that perpetuate all the isms? I mean, there's so much going on, but if we're not making sure that our kids have the quality education that they need to be able to authentically participate in the democratic process, then as educators, we're not doing our job. What happens nationally resonates locally, and it starts with making sure that we give our young people the tools that they need to do the job that's coming their way. And here's the bottom line. I believe that the perception of inequity in race is continuing to diminish as time goes on. Why? Because our demographics are changing. And so what we're seeing happening right now is, kind of like Custer's last stand. Folks that have the most difficulty with looking at the world through equitable lenses, they see what's happening or what's been happening, including the election of Barack Obama, as a threat to that. So we see these bubbles. But here's the bottom line. Change is coming, whether we want it to or not. So we have a choice of whether we want to go kicking or screaming, or whether or not we want to embrace that change and make sure that we empower the folks that are going to be a part of that with the tools that they need to make that change in a way that benefits everyone. And so that's what I want to add to the conversation. I am very hopeful, and it's because of young people like Nia that I am, and it's just so inspiring to hear her. And I think as long as we continue to provide the fertile ground to continue to sow the seeds and to educate young people the way that she's been educated, then I have a tremendous amount of hope for our future, because I believe that they are the ones that are going to take us to that next level.
Indeed, Dr. Lackey, I echo your sentiments. We have all just been blown away by her intelligence, her ambition, her next steps. I will be watching, and Dr. Alan McLeod will tell you, I follow up. I ask, I'm like, what happened to the young lady that was in our program, and how can we help her to achieve all of her goals? Ms. Upshaw, so delighted to have you on this panel. So happy to see you again. You know, we go back a long way, back to Tolliston days as you were an administrator for my nieces and nephews who are grown and thriving now, thankfully, and out of our pockets. Would you please give us your closing remarks, Ms. Upshaw?
When we look at the chaos that is taking place now and the technology that we have now, whereas Dr. King was one person along with his committees and others that had to go from state to state. Now with technology, we can combine the chaos and teach the community that which is right from that which is wrong, because there's so much misinformation out there, intentionally, not unintentionally. It's done intentionally, propaganda that people who put it out there know that it's wrong. So with the chaos, we can educate our community so that they will not be misinformed when they go to the ballot box, because the whole reality is who is in office when it comes to justice being served as it for all people. And as Common, the actor and rapper Common, says that justice for all just isn't specific enough. And if it were specific enough, then we wouldn't be going through the things that we're going through now in the United States. We wouldn't have to have a separate this and a separate that in order for people to have their equal rights. So we know that justice for all is not justice enough. We wouldn't have to go through the voters' right bill if, and I hope, the Supreme Court in 2013, when they gutted that voters' right bill and took out the portions that said that those states that were not following the guidelines of the federal government would no longer have to report to the federal government their change in their election laws before they instituted them. That was taken out in 2013. And at that time, it was stated by President Obama that he believed that the Supreme Court was making a mistake. So now that 5-member group of the Supreme Court who eliminated that because they say there's no need for it, because everybody's able to vote and there's no inequality in voting. And yet we know that on today, whoever those 5 members were, and some of them are living now, but Judge Roberts wrote the consent. But I'm wondering if he is thinking right now that may very well have been one of the worst mistakes that he has made in making a decision, because now what Congress is trying to do, and especially in the Senate, where they are trying to pass a voting rights bill to so that the states will not have that right to intervene on elections, such as in Georgia, where the governor says that they only deal with the part of ID. That's what they deal with. But when you get to the one that we as voters, even after we vote, will have no means of having anything control over it, is when the legislations in charge can overrule the Secretary of State, who is normally the one who says, count the ballots and make sure they're all correct, and make sure that the electorals go to the person that they're supposed to go to. Since that was gutted from the Voters' Rights Bill in 2013, now we're right back at that same point. So hopefully, with all the information out there, we can make the wise decisions of who we should vote for to make sure they are voting the way that shows equal justice for all people. So it all comes down with who you vote for at the ballot box is the most important thing that we can do. And yes, your vote, as our young lady Pullen says, the vote does count. And my confidence now is in young people, because they are carrying the torch and they are carrying it well. So I'm so proud of that. So that gives me hope, like Dr. King said. It gives me hope. And they're doing it in a way that Dr. King would be proud of.
Thank you so much. And I agree. We are coming to a close, and I'm going to ask that Pastor Miller give his closing remarks, and then we might as well close it with our young rock star, with Ms. Pullens. Pastor Miller?
Well, I'll be brief. Thank you for including me in this. When we talk about power in the area of religion, those tend to be diametrically opposed to one another. Our role model, who is Jesus, taught us that our power is found in our weakness, in our humility, in our service to one another. And for me, as a pastor, it's always been about relationships. We don't have to agree on everything. We don't have to vote for the same person. But I've got lots of people that we don't always agree politically. But the relationship is primary. So I would take out of this that to continue to focus on our relationships and again, don't be apathetic. Don't fall for the ambivalence, but pay attention and be ready to serve. So thank you for having me. And I just resonate and say amen to everything that's been said.
Amen. Thank you for your participation, Pastor. And last but not least, Nia Pullins.
It's important to understand that power and leadership go hand in hand. I automatically refer to the early articles of the Confederation of which this country was founded on. I mean, granted, we're not, subjected to live under some version of a 500 BC triumvirate. However, we still model it in some aspects, right? We have the House, the Senate, and the president. Although the president is the face of leadership in this case and holds the most power individually, the president, as well as the other branches of government, remain balanced. I believe that the efficacy of power is dependent on its balance. This does not only apply to education, government, culture, and religion, it also applies to the business world as well. From the entry-level positions all the way up to corporate, there is balance in power, and it makes the company run flawlessly. I've seen it from the inside out. So yes, it is clear that the efficacy of power has been utilized successfully in a variety of areas when done correctly. So absolutely, Reverend Dr. King, his statement was completely valid and has been shown throughout several varieties of culture.
And there you have Dr. Alan McLeod. Let me be the first to say what an amazing concept you and your team developed to have this dialogue. I am inspired. I'm ready to act. Do I need to go outside and march? I don't know what I need to do. No, I'm not going to march. Not today, at least. But I want to turn it over to you. Thanks again to the panelists. And I know you have some closing comments. And everyone stay safe and mask up and all those things that keep us safe. Govern yourselves accordingly. Dr. Alan McLeod.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Whittington, and thank you to all of you who participated. Last but not least, let's remember some of the quotes that Dr. Martin Luther King said. In the end, we will remember not the words of our enemies, but the silence of our friends. He also said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. And the last quote is, the greatest tragedy is not the strident clamor of the bad people, but the appalling silence of the good people. Let's speak up, let's speak out, let's continue to pursue and bring people together. Thank you so much. I am the president and CEO of the Urban League of Northwest Indiana. We've been serving this community for over 75 years in the areas of college readiness, career, diversity and inclusion, money, food cards, diversity. We are the Epic Center Resource Center that serves Lake, Porter, and LaPorte counties. It has been an amazing opportunity to share this time with you. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. And again, reach out to us. If you would like to make a donation to support the causes that we do, you can see on the screen, there's several ways to do it. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon. I can't thank you enough. Thank you to my staff. Stella, I better thank my staff and my co-chairs, Dr. Beverly Lewis, Mrs. Penelope Love, I couldn't do any of this without a great team. So let's continue working together. Dr. Byron, thank you. President of Valpo, thank you. And all of those IT people, really thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. McLeod. Thank you for this incredible panel. So many nuggets of truth that were put out there. We are just so elated and thankful for the time you spent putting this together. And we appreciate the partnership and the connections that we've had over the years and so many years to come of doing positive work in Northwest Indiana to support our community, a community that is built on differences that we have, but understanding that difference is actually our strength. It's what makes us a viable region. And even why we can call ourselves the region, because we can work together in some incredible ways. Thank you all for that incredible panel. As we continue to move forward, one of the things that we said that we would definitely give you enough time to do is enough time to meditate and to actually think about what you just heard. We don't want you to just run away from it and go on to the next thing. We want to take some time to allow that to really sink in. And so what you see on your screen are meditations that have been provided by our counseling center is a great way to kind of think about what you just heard. And these meditations ask you to think about the phrase or the statement that's underlined. So uncover your hidden prejudices. Just think about that. And then if you want to, as a mantra to yourself, say the words that are in the quote. I am sorry. I can do better. May you be happy and may you be free. May we both find peace. Think about that, meditate on that. We're going to actually give you about 3 minutes to really meditate on that information. And then we're going to keep moving with some additional announcements as we gear up for our next panel that'll start here shortly. So take a few minutes and meditate. Awesome. Thank you for taking the time to meditate on these words. As we move forward, we want to definitely take time and highlight what's going to be happening next. The next panel that will start at 12:45 is lessons on building a lasting moment versus a powerful moment. Lessons on building a lasting movement versus a powerful moment. Moderator will be Deaconess Kristen Lewis, and we have panelists Maggie Parker, and then two alums, David Rojas Martinez and Pam Saylor. So we look forward to that starting here shortly in about 5 minutes. We also want to make sure that you're ready and tune in for our convocation that'll start at 5:30. 5:30 will be our convocation, and that's featuring Dr. Malefi Kenti Asante, who is the chair of the African American Studies Department at Temple University. And so we're excited to have him and his incredible wisdom at 5:30. You don't want to miss that, and you want to make sure your friends are there as well. We also want to give a shout out to Pathways to Purpose. Tomorrow, they will be hosting Ekameni Uwan, who's a public theologian, talking on the topic, I Didn't Choose This Life. Her work is excellent. If you haven't seen her on YouTube, I don't know where you have been, but the Institute for Leadership and Service will be hosting Ekameni Uwan tomorrow, and that's starting at 7:30. Please look for the live stream on Zoom. As we mentioned, we are celebrating 10 years of the Welcome Project being in our campus community and shaping our lives through those incredible narratives and stories. And so we're going to be highlighting a couple of those videos as we gear up and lead to their session, which will be starting here after this next one. And so we want to actually take in a couple of these videos as we get ready for our next panel discussion.
As a history major, I know that we learn from the past to build a future, and to not acknowledge our history, whether it be family, just strictly family, whether it be social, whether it be business or economics, coming together for a common good and a common goal could make a huge difference in this area. The city of Valparaiso, the city of Crown Point, the towns of Munster and Maryville all have a responsibility to Gary. So many of these communities have grown as a result of what happened in Gary some years ago. And there should be an allegiance to Gary to build it up and make it prosper once again. Every community, South Bend supports the Michiana area. Fort Wayne supports Northeast Indiana. Lafayette, Elkhart, Evansville, many others. They all have a city recognition. I'm not all that in favor of Northwest Indiana. I think it should be the Gary area. I'm disappointed that the newspapers no longer carry the tag Gary Times or Gary Post-Tribune. What's a Northwest Indiana? Well, it's just a huge conglomeration of people and businesses that are trying to survive. Whereas if they had a Gary perspective, they would have a relationship to something beyond themselves. I think we're still too much focused on race and segregation. I really believe that. I think the Black economic culture is perceived to be poverty. It's perceived to be indigent, and that's not really totally true. There are successful Black people, and rightly so. The economics of the African American culture is not the same as the economics of the white culture, and yet there's a need, and it could be a real appreciation if the two economic societies would come together and support and learn from one another. And in doing so, I really believe that once Gary starts prospering again, the whole area will just come alive and be a major economic and social force in Indiana and the nation.
We are really excited for this next panel, and I look forward to handing off to the moderator, but really embodying the work of, or the title of this year's theme, Lessons from the Movement. This next panel is really going to take some time and dive in to really understanding what does it mean not only to have a powerful moment, which we've seen a lot of powerful moments in the past few years, but what does it mean to actually have a powerful movement, to have something that can last, that can keep moving and keep shaping the world that we exist in? We're so excited to have this great group of panelists with us, and they will be moderated by none other than Deaconess Kristen Lewis. And so without any further ado, I'll hand it off to you, Deaconess Lewis.
Thank you, Byron. And I truly am grateful that as we are figuring out how we honor the Reverend Martin Luther King Jr., that we think about what lessons we can learn. And so this whole day is truly engaging in this present moment. And I'm deeply grateful for our panelists for this as we think about what's the difference, right? How can we have those powerful moments, but if it just stays there, then what's the point? And so what have they each learned from the ways that they have been engaging in this kind of work from various different perspectives, and what it takes to create a movement that actually continues to build on that dream that Martin Luther King Jr. had. So I am grateful for their willingness and their enthusiastic yes to be with us today. We have Pam Saylor, who has a history of working with individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, individuals with HIV and AIDS facing housing challenges, those in the hospice setting, and she's an educator at Purdue University Northwest as the social work program director. Pam serves on the healthcare task group with the Northwest Indiana Anti-Trafficking Coalition in developing ethical standards and best practice guidelines for victim assistance programs, and provides to promote a strategic, coordinated approach to the provision of service for victims of human trafficking. Pam has her BS in business from San Francisco State University, her BSW from Valpo, and MSW from Indiana University Northwest. So thank you, Pam, for bringing all of yourself and experiences and expertise to our time today. We also welcome Maggie Parker, who is the managing partner and the founder of Innovin Neighborhoods, a community-oriented real estate development and consulting firm in Dallas, Texas. From joint ventures for affordable single-family homes to leading phased master planning development strategies in transitioning neighborhoods, she works to build and strengthen neighborhoods in connection with community stakeholders. Maggie completed her graduate studies at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill with dual master's degree in city and regional planning and public administration. While at UNC at Chapel Hill, she supported local governments and nonprofit organizations in assessing how to leverage public and private financing for real estate development in disadvantaged communities. She also attended Washington University, earning a BA in urban studies. And last but certainly not least, we welcome Deacon David Rojas Martinez, originally from Central Mexico, and is currently living and working in the Longfellow neighborhood of South Minneapolis, Minnesota. He serves as the Community Engagement and Education Coordinator for Holy Trinity Lutheran Church, an ELCA congregation, and he is a consecrated deacon of the Lutheran Diaconal Association. His faith community and he have been at the forefront of responding to the needs in light of George Floyd's murder last year, the social unrest which followed, and the current climate of uncertainty. He is a graduate of Valparaiso University and of Luther Seminary. So welcome, David. As we begin our time today thinking about how something goes from a moment into a lasting movement, I wonder if each of you would share a little bit about your experiences you've had, the work you've done, and what you have learned in that work of what it takes to create that lasting movement. So Pam, I'm going to invite you and welcome you to kick us off.
Okay, thank you, Deacon Lewis. As I was listening to President Padilla's welcoming address this morning, I thought, yes, Valparaiso students, they really advance social justice. So for me, I was a Valpo social work major and intern, and I developed a community-based AIDS Memorial Quilt Project for Northwest Indiana, recognizing those we lost to AIDS and celebrating their lives, but also increasing awareness of HIV and AIDS in the region. And so I knew at that time as a student that this project embodied everything that we as social workers do, our ethical principles of service and social justice, dignity and worth of the person, integrity and competence. So that was like my start, maybe my moment that I knew that, oh my gosh, this is the field that I want to get into. This is what I want to do. Going fast forward, I have a great opportunity to teach at Valpo in 2014. And that was pretty amazing because I got to be with students in their first years of the social work major, and then also see them as interns blossoming into those social workers that they would become, working in the communities that we serve here at Valpo. Moving a little bit fast forward, I am now the program director of social work at Purdue University Northwest. And so I love what I do, but I teach many first generation and students of color in our program. And so as faculty of color, it's just like making that connection. And as we were talking about community and collaborating together, I thought that is so important for me as a faculty member to engage our students, create that safe space for dialogue and growth, especially as we face those racial, social, economic, and environmental justices of 2020. So that was, as I was thinking about it, yes, that is really, really important. And then even thinking a little bit further, thinking about with the pandemic, how social workers that, we will continue to grow and we're needed because of the pandemic, and how that's changed employment for social workers. And I think even too, we're seeing, as we're thinking about policy change, we're thinking about those social workers being a part of that solution. So I think COVID brought about many of the, excuse me, I get very excited about this. COVID brought about many of the injustices that our vulnerable populations are serving right now. So that need for us to address that. So I think, as I was thinking about that, there is that national conversation on criminal justice, policy change, social workers being an integral component. I thought, my role in this moment to movement is to be that person to guide my program, educate our young people, because I see them as guiding us in the future. And as our previous panel talked about, our youth we're having those hard discussions in class. I know not just in my program, but institution-wide. And I know that Valpo is very very in tune to social justice and what can we do as a community. So I see that as my role in guiding our program, guiding our students to be those individuals that will make a difference for the future and will also be our leaders. So as I was listening to our previous panel, like, yes, this is exactly what I do. And so, as I was listening to Dr. Danny Lackey, he was my professor here at Valpo. And so it was just wonderful to hear what he was saying and just to say, yes, he works with the high school kids, and I get to work with our college kids. And so I love that idea that we can engage them. They can dive deep. We can make them competent so that they can go out in the world and do good things. So that's a little bit about me.
I love how those things come full circle, right? And
yes, they do. It's like, oh my God.
I think we'll be, I'm guessing if I, were to look in my crystal ball of our time together, that idea of those connections and community and the role that plays in this work that is so important.
Yes.
And as you said, as the pandemic, it truly revealed a lot of the injustices in our world, and but also highlighted the work of social workers and many others that are critical to how we move things forward.
Yeah.
So thank you
Yes.
for highlighting that. And
thank you.
All right. Next, I would like Maggie Parker to take the reins, and we can hear about some of your work.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. So you gave a little bit about my bio, but I want to re-emphasize kind of the work that I do within that context, right? So through my company, Innovon Neighborhoods, I work with a lot of nonprofits, faith-based organizations, neighborhood groups to implement their real estate projects. So what that looks like is, a church or a neighborhood organization may have property. They want to build affordable housing or some sort of amenity for their community, but need someone to help move that deal forward. On the development side, it may be joint venturing with them to provide financial capacity or just the expertise to move the deal along. And so prior to that, and some of the context I bring to that is, previously, I was managing a loan fund, so I was financing similar real estate deals that serve low and moderate income areas. So I saw on the finance side, we have capital, but where can we place this capital in order for it to be effective? And now I'm on the development side as far as trying to implement that. So that gives you some context to my comments, which as we talk about really saying, how do we look at social justice in whatever form that you want to take it, right? For me, it's addressing real estate. To me, it's really thinking about this as a long-term journey, right? Like this is a 20 to 30 to 40 year lifelong journey, right? And so for many of you that are, still in school, you're trying to see, okay, well, how do I make the impact tomorrow? When you're trying to change systems, when you're trying to reimagine what neighborhoods look like, when you are trying to combat things that are hundreds of years of systematic racism or other concerns that you see in this community, it's not something that's going to change tomorrow. And I think that's better to take that approach is not only better for your mental health, like you have to realize that it takes time. And so you can't be upset when things don't move as fastly as you want, but it's also from this perspective of thinking about how you can be most effective. And so for me, I've decided and I've seen where, so let's take communities of colors that have been historically, disinvested in. That can be in infrastructure, so not enough sidewalks, not enough water, sewer components, not having equal access to transportation, to folks not putting grocery stores in those areas, right? Like those didn't happen overnight, and the solutions to address those take a lot of partnerships. It takes local government, it takes philanthropy, it takes the private sector to get involved. And so I think that in taking what has COVID, people kind of being reawoken, I would say, to the social issues in our country, realize that every conversation, everything that you're learning, everything that the way that you position yourself and think about these opportunities is a step forward in the right direction. And it allows you to kind of reimagine things in a new way. And so I'll give you just some quick examples from the real estate perspective so that you kind of see what that looks like. So for me, there's definitely not a lot of folks that are doing this work, but there's a lot of people that are interested, right? And so what that means is that I have had to commit myself again to the 20, 30, 40 year journey of saying things that I don't necessarily understand today or partnerships that I need to make tomorrow, you know, they will come, right? And so that has now positioned me to, you know, build affordable housing in neighborhoods that I went to church in, or, you know, have, you know, 16-acre deals where we're looking at 300 units of affordable housing, right? Like these are things that come over time. And so I think as we think about what it looks like for the long-term journey, I would just encourage everyone that's watching this and who's on the call is that take your time, but be intentional about taking your time, and value every experience as something that will get you to the next goal. But when you're trying to change systems, it's never a short-term journey. And once you realize that, you will rethink about what your journey looks like to making the change that you want to see.
Awesome. I'm excited to jump off that a little bit more. But first would love for Deacon David Rojas Martinez to have a chance to share a little bit about his experiences.
Thank you so much, Deaconess Kristen and Pam and Maggie, for your words. I'm really resonating with that intentionality on a long-term journey that you spoke about, Maggie. So thank you for that. Thank you for joining all of us in speaking about and imagining of a world that is possible and the work that goes into that. There was a bit mentioned in my bio as Deaconess Kristen introduced me that mentioned my location and my context. So to speak a little bit about that in regards to the topic at hand, I wanted to mention that I am first and foremost grateful for the work that it takes in before I arrive and before you arrive in a context, in a specific place. And because of the work that is done prior to my arrival or your arrival, as you're imagining where you're going into as you imagine your future work, it is of great importance to make mention of the hard work that elders and youth have done prior to the arrival of one's own presence into those spaces. So first and foremost, I'm grateful for those who have been leading in this neighborhood prior to my arrival. I was finishing up my Master's of Divinity studies at Luther Seminary last year, and I was scheduled to start working here at Holy Trinity on May 18th of 2020. So I am very brand new to this congregation, but not brand new to the neighborhood. But prior to my arrival, there was already a deep trust that was developed by those who were already on site with the neighborhood and with the neighborhood organizations that were already doing good work. So I showed up into a space where there was already trust built. A week after my arrival, a week after I started working here, I began a time of responding to needs that arose. So a week after I started my job, George Floyd was murdered only 3 miles away. And a week after I started my job, there was righteous anger that took to the streets, and Holy Trinity, where I am working, was called on to open up its doors that had been shut since the beginning of the pandemic, to open its doors as a place of refuge and healing. And this was done not because I was here, it was done because of the hard work that had been going on into community relationships and to the trust that was being built. So I want to make, I really want to make a point of saying there is good hard work that has already been done in so many contexts into which we go and into which we are invited, and that is really important for us to pay attention to. So I was brought into this because of the trust that had already been built in this community by Holy Trinity members into what was needed at that time. So the work done by my predecessors was of great importance. And the work being done now is a reflection of that trust that was being built. And I can talk more about it here in the coming moments. But the work that is being done now by people in my context is of great importance. And the work that is being imagined is being allowed to, again, because of the trust that has been built prior to my arrival and into which I've been invited to. So that intentionality in a long-term journey about which Maggie spoke is really important, because it really is such a long-term journey that we're invited into, and we are a part of it, an important part of it, but it's so important to notice all that has gone into it already and our place in it as we are being pulled into this work.
Thank you, Deacon David. And I want to echo that, because I think even when we think of, right, those impactful moments, oftentimes there's been much happening prior to that, right? Even in our description for this panel, we mentioned Rosa Parks. And I remember being baffled just a few years ago at the lack of history, which not fully, but that there were women that sat, 15-year-old that sat 9 months prior to Rosa Parks choosing to sit, right? That we are oftentimes just a glimpse into the story, and that even those big moments we think of are oftentimes only possible because of the long and tedious work that's been being done for years prior. So thank you for highlighting that history. And thinking of the way that many of you guys talked about the fact that this work is slow, and it's also that there's multiple layers to it. So I have a quote that I want to bring up from Martin Luther King Jr., as well as then a question that has come in already that I think relates to some of this conversation. In King's speech of where do we go from here, he says, "I want to say to you, as I move to my conclusion, as we talk about where do we go from here, that we must honestly face the fact that the movement must address itself to the question of restructuring the whole of American society. There are 40 million people here, and one day we must ask the question, why are there 40 million people in America? And when we begin to ask that question, we are raising a question about the economic system, about a broader distribution of wealth. When you ask that question, you begin to question the capitalistic economy. And I'm simply saying that more and more we've got to begin to ask questions about the whole society. We are called upon to help the discouraged beggars in life's marketplace. But one day, we must come to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. It means that questions must be raised. And you see, my friends, when you deal with this, you begin to ask the question, who owns the oil? You begin to ask the question, who owns the iron ore? You begin to ask the question, why is it that people have to pay water bills in a world that's 2/3 water? These are words that must be said. And the question that came in from one of our attendees is, how can a country be ran flawlessly when there is racism at every level of governance within our system? The issue of economic sustainability, coupled with the capitalistic, individualistic liberalism, has set us apart from the concerns of the poor. How do we fix that? So I have a feeling it's not going to be a one word, how do we fix that answer? We may not even solve it. But from your experience, how do we engage kind of asking those bigger questions in thinking about the long term? But how do we then not, I think, sometimes get overwhelmed by the system that seems like at every level is broken?
I can start, I guess. So and this is just kind of my personal thought process, right? Of like how I've had to address this, in saying that America was not built for me, but was built by me, right? And so as a Black person, right, and by my ancestors coming to this country. So what that means, and I'm sure other people of color can have that same perspective, even though their journey can be different. And so with that thought in mind, I think, and I'm getting back to the original part of the question was, I don't ever see America I don't see America ever running flawlessly, right? Like, it is inherently flawed in how it came to be in the first place. So with that, like as a baseline, I take this thought of like, okay, we are in a capitalist society. I don't see that changing anytime soon either, right? And so from that notion, how do I then position myself in a capitalist society for it to be advantageous for the things that I am passionate about? And so in some cases, that means that there are things that I am willfully ignorant about. I decide not to watch certain videos. I decide to not engage certain conversations because my mental capacity and my own happiness means that I just can't take that on. Can I support other folks that are willing to take that on? For sure. I will donate. I will, give my time in ways that they ask, but there's some things that I know personally I can't necessarily indulge in because it's too heart-wrenching. At the same time, are there things that I'm willing to take on personally that, again, is for the long-term journey? Yes, right? And I found my niche of being in community-based real estate where I know it takes a long time. Everyone's not going to want to do it, but I'm super passionate about it. And I'm willing to go through the hard conversations and the costs and money and resources that it takes to do that work. So as we think about, how we situate and really, how we situate ourselves in this context of the United States, it's finding what you personally are positioned to do that is and for me, I see it as a gift from God. Where has God positioned me to actually be a resource? And I'm not meant to be a resource in every vantage point. So where, as you all, as others are looking for where their space is, you have to hone in on, where is God positioning you? How are you seeking to be a resource to other people and addressing some of those issues? But at the same time, you're not going to be able to fix everything because America is what it is in many respects. And so that's kind of the thought process I've decided to take along this journey.
Well, and I want to highlight, Maggie, one, I completely agree. And I think that idea of realizing we can't do it all actually helps us not be that individual, counterbalances that individualistic nature, right? When we recognize that we have to figure out where our passion fits or where that lies. One of the things that really intrigues me about the work that you do is the fact that in some ways you are fully engaged in one aspect of our capitalistic society, right? When it comes to real estate and how to not just bemoan it, but actually understand it enough to engage it fully to try to make it more just.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for me, if we don't have someone that's thinking along these lines at every single table, then those processes continue to move forward, right? And so, we have to figure out, again, what table we want to sit at, where we want to be effective, and hone in on that, because we need people in every room that's thinking about someone outside of themselves. And I want to get to Gregory's question, which says, my own happiness is not going to help those left out of the plutocratic pursuit. What can we do? Let me say this, Gregory, if you are not happy, right? If we as individuals are not happy, we will get burnt out. We've seen that through so many other people where they cannot continue to do the work because they themselves are not positioned to mentally carry on. And so our personal, taking care of self is a part of being along the social justice journey, because we have to be able to maneuver in this space that is continually attacking the things that we value. So when we talk about the we only comes as a result of somebody personally being okay, but then willing to put themselves in the line of fire with other people, imagining a new reality that they can bring other people along. But if they are not personally okay to do the work, then it's not going to happen, right? It becomes this idea that fades off. And we all want to be here and to be a part of a long-term movement. And we personally have to be okay in order to move that work forward. I'll stop talking now. Y'all go ahead.
Pam or David?
Yeah, well, and I just want to say, in my role as an educator, having that place where students can talk about racism and you can have that honest and transparent conversation discussion with students. I think 2020 brought awareness to the Black Lives Matter movement and the injustices that we face as people of color. And so to have that discussion with our young people, to have people vote for those we want to work, and I'm thinking, at the regional level, state level, and the national level, how important that is to vote for those people that we want leading our country is really, really important. And I do think it is a process. I think we are, the last, in our previous administration, there were so many changes that we're just, we're kind of like digging ourselves out of the hole right now. And so, there is change, but really giving our young people that space to have that dialogue to talk about what they can do, I think is really important. And I think young people are interested in this, and they do want to see that change. And to have that conversation, that honest, transparent conversation, is so important, as you are all our leaders for the future. So, for me, that's really important in my role as an educator.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you so much. There's so much there. I have been recently re-liberated by the reminder that symptoms of white supremacy include urgency and perfectionism. The idea that we can urgently, perfectly come up with solutions is a symptom of white supremacy. And I gift that to you. I gift that for you to sit with and ponder on. What I hear in this question that was raised about how can a country be run, whether flawlessly or not, there's a deeper sense that I get there, and I may be projecting here, but I hear, how can I live with this dissonance of a world that I can imagine that is more just, and this reality where we see that there is very little justice in regards to issues that affect BIPOC folks. So that's what I am hearing. And again, I regift the symptoms of white supremacy being that urgency and that perfectionism. And I'm really gravitating towards some thoughts that are rising up from what Maggie shared, in that I, at the moment, am thinking in the work that we are doing here in South Minneapolis, is we are centering and decentering. Right? So centering the voices of those who are most impacted. And this idea that I hear behind this question of how can we run this country, and that deeper level of how can I live with this dissonance, I invite my white-skinned neighbors and siblings to think that this isn't anything new, especially for those who are my Black-skinned siblings in this society. This is not new. This dissonance that they have to, that folks with a phenotype have had to live with for centuries of oppression. The dissonance of figuring out, how do I live wholly myself in this unjust system? So to center Black voices, and to know that there has been beauty and wonderful things created within the Black communities, despite the unjust system in which we live, and to learn that we are not going to change things overnight. And even in that, there are voices that tell us there is beauty that we can create. There is excellence that we can create, and to center those voices and to learn from them. So to address, I think, some of the questions that I read and am projecting into, a piece of the work that we do now to imagine this other world is to center and decenter, to empower BIPOC voices in the dialogue, and to empower white-skinned siblings to step back and to hear the wisdom that is shared by those who are going to tell us this has been the reality for centuries. For centuries, our people have had to figure out, how do we live with this dissonance, and how we've created beauty and excellence within the system. But for my white-skinned siblings to step back and to be able to sit with that knowledge, that reality, that discomfort of not being able to urgently create a perfect place, and to hear the voices that tell us another world is possible in the moment and as we work towards that just society.
And I think of some of what you're saying answers or begins to engage a question that came in that says, Dr. King said the process is flawed. We need to talk about something other than working inside a flawed work. You and I know it's not just, and yet we agree to work inside it, right? How does that help? Anyone have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to my original thought process, which is America is flawed, point blank, period. Right. So it's almost like if we want to go to a non-flawed like state, not state like physical, but place, we have to leave the United States, right? Like there's nothing within this country that is not flawed. It is the system of which it is created is not flawed. So, or is flawed, let me say. So with that, does that mean that you can go in any direction within this country and have that same question and have those same issues? So from that standpoint, we then have to make a decision about at what component of this flawed system are we deciding to address? And I think in my thought process is we take whatever thing that we want to have an impact in, right? Like for some people, it will be criminal justice issues. For me, it's a real estate play. For some people, it may be the banking sector. For other people, it may be how do you provide, systems where people can get fresh food, right? Everyone has their area. But if you are in the United States, something about whatever that process that you're going to be in is flawed. And so I don't ever see that changing. We literally would have to go somewhere else for it to not have the same systematic issues, right? But as has been stated before, we can do our part, right, to address and move the needle in our own way. And as we kind of collectively work towards a community and a nation that looks like and acts like the way that we want it to be, then that's the process. That's the journey that we're on. But to think that we're going to be in a system where it's not flawed and we don't have to work within that system means that we're not working in any component of a place that we live. And that's just, to me, that's just the reality and how I've had to view it.
And one of the things I just want to say, David, that you were saying, right, is that idea of centering BIPOC voices and inviting white siblings to step back and thinking through where we are in those kind of flawed systems, how we choose to operate, or the realities or the different way of being can begin to at least raise other options. And I think even the dualistic nature that we try to frame everything in our society is problematic, right? It's either right or wrong, it's either black or white, and the fact that you're either working in the system or you're not, and that it's messier than that. And I think this work is oftentimes a messy system to be a part of.
Yes, thanks for that. I go back to Amanda Gorman's amazing poem that's become a mantra for me in many ways from the inauguration, where she says, being American is more than a pride we inherit, it's a past we step into and how we repair it. So it's that work of intentionally repairing pieces that we know that it's flawed. It's a flawed system, and the work that needs to be done is to repair it. And that is so important. There are questions that are indicating that there is urgent need for specific actions, and I don't want to come across as not saying that isn't also important, but I think we're also talking about not only the needs that are urgent and there, but also addressing systemic issues that are that long-term journey with intentionality that we address. Again, my context is South Minneapolis, and after the unrest from the righteous anger that took over folks this summer, there was a 10-mile radius where there was nothing open for people to do any kind of grocery shopping. Places weren't burnt down, and public transportation was not running in this neighborhood for a long while. So we recognized that there was that immediate need for folks to have access to groceries, to diapers, to formula, to all sorts of things. So there was that immediate need that needed to be addressed. And there are immediate needs, as have been mentioned, homelessness, pieces that are affecting that need urgent need. And now that public transportation is once again running, and now that stores have just now reopened, some just a month ago from the unrest, right, our distribution of goods is no longer that emergency of a need, but there is still needs systemically that need to be addressed. And so that work shifts back and forth. When we have to address issues like homelessness, like hunger, and it comes up, and then there's that whole those systemic issues that we need to address. And it's all a part of that. What do we choose to take on as we inherit this broken system, and how do we choose to repair it?
Absolutely. And you know, in my class, we talk about first order change and second order change, right? And that they're both important, that those immediate needs are important, but also the systemic, and they best are in dialogue with each other, where you're asking the question of why are they homeless? Why are they're hungry? There's so much I want to get to. So I'm going to kind of jump to another piece that is around kind of the role of collaboration, and how have you seen that as important in the work of making a lasting movement? How does collaboration play into that? And I'm also interested in that space of, if you have had experience of having to build relationship or collaboration with those that maybe ideologically are struggling with the work that you are at kind of the foundation of the justice that you're seeking.
I was gonna let someone else go first, but I guess if you want me to kick off again. Okay, so, and sorry, say the last part of your question again so I make sure I catch it.
Right. So it's about the collaboration in general, but then I also am curious if there's times, right, where, especially for you, Maggie, right, that you might be working with economic developers that think that affordable housing doesn't help them in any way, shape, or form and is problematic, and you have to still create some sort of collaborative relationship with them. And how does that play a role in the work you do?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Thank you. So in order to really be effective in the work that I'm doing, collaboration is 1000% the only way that it works, right? And I think Deacon Rojas talking about trust and relationships in his early remarks were like spot on. Anytime that you're trying to, and for me, anytime that I'm trying to work across systems, right? Because I'm bringing the perspective of, I have to work with local governments. I have to work with, and they're either, helping to provide financing. I have to work with banks and equity investors. I have to work with neighborhood associations. I'm working with contractors. I mean, so the breadth of perspectives that I'm having to bring together means that I have to have trusting, like keyword, right? Trusting relationships with all of those folks. And especially with community members, because so many times either people have promised things and have not delivered, or they've said that, people feel like any sort of new development or revitalization of their neighborhood is going to be a negative impact to them. And so unless they trust and understand the intentions and the work behind what I'm doing and who I partner with and the end goal, then I'm going to be just another random developer partner that they, don't need to trust, right? And so, or they don't need to work with. And so when we talk about collaborations, it is truly key. And I think, and for me, what also makes that work is being able to explain the goal of the work in different terms and understanding people's perspective on that lens. And so I'll give you an example, right? So, you know, if I'm talking to a local government about doing a project, I'm going to talk about, you know, this is going to increase your tax base. You are going to have, you know, more people that are living in an underserved area. And now you can start to get a grocery store because there's more rooftops in the area. Versus when I go to a community meeting, I may say it in a different way, which is you now have an opportunity for affordable housing in your community. You now, all the amenities that you've been saying you have wanted in that area, you know, you can now command that because there's more people here that demonstrate, you know, the business requirements in order to get a project done, right? So we have to, leaning into different perspectives of trying to get the same goal is really crucial in order to even build kind of a collaborative system to move that work forward. And so that's kind of the approach that I take it in a lot of the work that I've done. But it's absolutely required collaborations, partnerships, and a baseline trust is really key to moving any of this work forward.
And yeah, Maggie, I wanna, you know, talk about that too. I am working with the Northwest Indiana Anti-Trafficking Coalition, and that is Northern Indiana in this particular region. And we're working with community partners across the region. And so, you know, when you think about that different perspective, that's really important to hear, you know, as we're developing these standards and best practices, because that helps you in creating those really good best practices for, you know, our service providers in the community. And once again, we get back to survivor focus. You know, who are we working? What are we doing together as a collaborative community effort to provide these services? I mean, this is it's really grassroots. When you're doing that much like what you do, when you're doing that grassroots work, you're working together for, you know, for this particular program or individual, or in this case, you know, victims of human trafficking in Northern Indiana. So I think sometimes it's hard because, you know, when you listen to their perspective, like, oh, that's like a little bit awkward. But then if, you know, it's great to have those different perspectives, because I think what you're creating can be richer. It's fuller. It's looking at, you know, it's going to become more well-rounded in what you're doing. And so to me I think too, I love that collaborative effort to work with people with those different perspectives. And then when we work together and create something, it's like, oh my gosh, that to me is like so cool. But yeah, I totally agree on that collaborative work and those different perspectives and how it creates something that is richer and fuller and more comprehensive in what we want to do for our community as we're moving forward. You know, what do we do? And I you know, I just think that honest, transparent dialogue is, once again, that's so important as we are part of that lasting movement.
Thanks so much, Matt. I can't add a lot more to what Maggie and Pam have already shared about the importance of collaborative work and just how much richer and fuller, as Pam says, it becomes when you have people with whom you are, and organizations with whom you are collaborating in this work. The one piece I do want to say is that part of being a good collaborator is also knowing where you're coming from. So to add on to what Pam and Maggie have said, in my context, we were serving through the months of June, July, August, more than 3,000 individuals per week in getting their groceries needs met. And so we needed a lot. We needed a lot of collaboration in that effort. And we needed to know where we were coming from in order to be good collaborators. Part of that, what I want to mention today, is also knowing what to stick to. So part of our spiel every time we would gather is, here at Holy Trinity, we believe that Black lives matter. Black lives matter to us and Black lives matter to God. And that was where we were coming from. And I will say that we did get pushback from folks, from people we were trying to collaborate with at that moment. And we would say, this is where we're coming from. So to know where you're coming from, to be able to be fully and wholly present. I will say some people, when we said we are here because Black Lives Matter, and we had some groups with whom I share a faith tradition who would say, no, we are here because buildings were burnt down and because bus stations were burnt down. And we would say, no, we are here because Black Lives Matter, point, just period there. And I will say, we had groups who said, then we are not a part of this collaborative effort. But when we knew where we were coming from, we could speak our whole selves into it and gain collaborative efforts from so many other groups. I will say there was a group of Wiccans who came to join us on the church lawn who said, we don't share a faith tradition, we're Wiccans, but we believe Black Lives Matter as well. And so to know where we're coming from, to add on to what Pam and Maggie have said, collaborative efforts give us a more fuller, a rounder way of approaching systemic injustice, and to know where we come from, and that sometimes collaborative efforts have to be points where some won't want to collaborate, and we need to know where we're coming from.
And then, yeah, and I just want to add, that cultural humility and intersectionality as we're working in these collaborative efforts is also real important as we're doing that work as well.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you highlighting those things. And I'm struggling with how to form my thought, but I am aware that oftentimes in collaborative relationships, that those like myself that are white come from a privileged stance, and that it's oftentimes those that are already unprivileged that are being asked to make the compromise in order for the collaboration to occur. And so how to make sure that when we are entering into those just collaborations, that they're just, if that makes any sense. And I think that Deacon, that's what you were very much highlighting, right? That we're not going to move away from our stance in order to somehow woo you into collaboration with us, because first and foremost, what's most important in this moment is that Black Lives Matter, and that's why we're gathered. So thank you for highlighting that. I wonder if I am an idealist, and I, want to be in that space. And I think the way that I'm able to be a person of hope is to, though, be honest that it's not always easy, and that there are challenges that we face. And so as I can think of some of these fabulous young adults, that want to change the world, they want to go out there and make an impact. But the reality is it's not always easy. And so I want a moment of kind of truth telling. Where have you in your work or in your own personal journey of growing in this type of work truly faced a challenge that you had to figure out how to navigate in order to continue on in this work, if that makes sense? I'm asking for vulnerability, and I know that's a hard thing, especially when we're recording live, right?
So yeah, this is my transparent moment. Goodness. I think for me, I was, I talk about the wonderful work I do, but my journey to going back to school as a non-traditional student was kind of a sad journey, right? And so that, that was a moment of truth, what my journey was to going back to school, going to Valpo, being in the social work program and finding, oh my gosh, making that connection and finding what I love to do. But that journey to saying, I think I want to go back to school as a non-traditional student at Valparaiso University. There were those moments. And I was embraced by the students at Valpo. There were certain, that was probably my vulnerability. I didn't want to share my story. And I waited probably like a year to share my story with my my cohort friends. But that, I think being uncomfortable, that's that catalyst for change, right? And that's where your growth comes from. And as I look back at that, I think, oh my goodness, my journey from that moment of deciding to go to school and going to Valpo and meeting with my professors and mentors, that was my catalyst for change, to just jump right in, just jump in the water and flail around a little bit. But, as I look back, and even, being on this panel, I thought, what have I done? I don't know what I've done. But looking back, I think, oh my gosh, I had such a sad story. And here I am now, and I get to, I get to call you my colleagues, and I get to guide our students into those paths that they want to do. And I'm seeing those leaders, and I'm seeing our young people addressing these issues of social injustice. I'm thinking, wow, I get to be a part of that. And so, I don't really talk about that story, but it is, we all have our journeys, and we all have those moments that are catalysts for change. And I think catalysts for change, but I love what I do. I'm just happy to be here. That was a little,
I'm glad you did it. Because I appreciate that you are not only that you pushed through that moment, right? But now that you've continued in realizing the power of what that education was for you. And now you're passing that forward to so many. And like you said, you work with a lot of first generation.
Yeah. Yes.
That
Thank
continued
you.
impact.
Thanks.
Thanks for that invitation, Deaconess Kristen. Those words, Pam. My context is a person of faith, in a faith context, and part of the reason why I remain in this is because the story of Jesus is that even when things seem hopeless, even when it appears to be the end, that is not the end, that the story is resurrection, the story is newness of life. So I invite you all to find your context and what it is that sort of encourages you into that space. For me, it is the story of Jesus, and that reminder that the end is not the end, that resurrection and new life is what is God's will for me. So I will say that I've struggled with that, especially, again, my context being the Christian calendar, especially during the uprising. I have a hard time remembering specific dates and nights, but Pentecost Vigil was the night that we closed our doors because of the threat of white supremacists in our neighborhood. And as buildings were burning around us and we were staying inside the church building, I'd asked for prayers for my diaconal community. And I was sitting in that space, in that sanctuary, as fires burned around us, and as the police was responding in bellicose ways. And I wondered, when will this end? How long? This is a story that's repeated and repeated. Black bodies murdered, and the story is not ending. And I despaired, and I thought, how can we ever move beyond this? It's a story that doesn't change. And I will say that it's been my faith community that's been able to continue to lift me up, and to recognize that, again, I'm a part of that long-term journey that Maggie talked about at the beginning, and that my intentionality is for this moment and this space, and what I do has to be a faithful response to what I see around me, and that the story goes on. It's gone before me, and it will go on beyond me. And despite all of the things that happen around me, that there is hope. So that's what I cling to. And that's what sort of, when I despair, and what keeps me going. So that's where I'm coming from.
Those are all really good insights. So for me, I guess, in thinking about where I struggled in the process, right? Like, I am honestly currently in this space. And starting this company, it was probably like the 20-year journey to do what I'm doing now. And to have the opportunity to do it now is a blessing. And it's also acknowledging that there's so much that I do not know. And I have to be in rooms and project confidence enough for people to believe that they should invest in me and invest in the projects and come alongside and partner and collaborate. So I am very much reliant on past work, relationships from other projects, folks that are validating, their experience in working with me in order to make this company work. But if you ask me like, oh, or is it successful, or do we have XYZ, right? Like, to me, the stamp of success is, have I built something and is somebody living in it and they're okay, right? Like, I haven't got there yet, right? But from other people's perspective, yeah, it's going well. It looks great, So I have a lot of like internal, and I mean, it could be categorized imposter syndrome and that kind of line of thinking, but it's something that I am continuously having to fight against, because I can't go into these rooms and not have confidence in what I'm doing. And so whether that, there was some quote I saw and it was like, do this work even if your voice trembles, right? So it's one of those things where I'm like, well, I guess my voice is going to sound a little off today, but y'all are going to hear the message, right? And so whether it sounds off to me or to other people, it sounds fine. As long as I press forward beyond some of the kind of mental, thought processes that I have, then that's how this work continues to get done. But that's how I get the experience, right? Like, I have to get experience one way or the other. And so I have surrounded myself with folks that are allowing me to get this experience, but with a really strong safety net, right? Like, so I can go out a little bit, but I'm not going to go too far. And I think that is kind of how I've decided to address and work out some of the struggles in the journey.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg is that quote. So I think you're following in good shoes, right? That or her shadow. I just want to lift up the fact that, each of you kind of named the fact that oftentimes what pushes us through is the kind of fear, but the desire that this has to happen, right? That it's scary, but yet it needs to happen. And that call is sometimes so deep and rooted, but it's not about feeling like you have it all together, or that you have all the answers or all the experience or all the education. And the other thing that I really noticed is the way that each and every one of you talked about the role of community and other people that walked with you or that continue to walk with you, that when we try to do it on our own, that it's not sustainable, that what makes something a lasting movement is when we are doing it in community, in collaboration with other people, that the act alone of knowing that we can't do it as an individual is an act of kind of being countercultural and speaking against that which in the culture tells us is about pulling us up by our own bootstraps. But it's actually, let's show us how much more powerful and strong the entire community is when we join together. And so I thank you for joining together today, for being community today, and bringing your voices. I wish we had hours and hours and minutes more. We've already technically gone a minute over, and we didn't even get to some of the questions, and I apologize for that. But if you will give me the indulgence, I'm going to close our time out similar to the way we began with continuing to read From Where Do We Go From Here from Martin Luther King Jr., where he says, "I must confess, my friends, that the road ahead will not always be smooth. There will still be rocky places of frustration and meandering points of bewilderment. There will be inevitable setbacks here and there. There will be those moments when the buoyancy of hope will be transformed into the fatigue of despair. Our dreams will sometimes be shattered and our ethereal hopes blasted. We may again, with tear-drenched eyes, have to stand before the bier of some courageous civil rights worker whose life will be snuffed out by the dastardly acts of bloodthirsty mobs. But difficult and painful as it is, we must walk on in the days ahead with an audacious faith in the future. When our days become dreary with low hovering clouds of despair, and when our nights become darker than 1,000 midnights, let us remember that there is a creative force in this universe working to pull down the gigantic mountains of evil, a power that is able to make a way out of no way and transform dark yesterdays into bright tomorrows. Let us realize that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And thank you for helping that continue to bend in the work that you do and in the lives that you impact. And again, thank you, each and every one of you, for your time and the sharing of your story with us today. And with that, I will pass it off to our courageous leader of Dr. Martin.
Thank you so much, Kristen, and to the panelists, thank you so much. What a powerful panel, really digging into the need to say, what does it take to have a movement and not just a moment? To so many wonderful nuggets that just, I think, help us consider and realign ourselves with what is there and needs to happen. And so thank you so much for your work in doing that. Kristen, Pam, Maggie, David, thank you for that powerful time. Well, as we said, we're going to have meditations each time, because I think it's important to meditate, not just to let that go by the wayside, but really to think about how that's supposed to be informing us and how that's supposed to be shaping our lives. The meditations today actually come from a book called Stay Woke, a meditation guide for the rest of us by Justin Michael Williams. And so Justin poses this piece for us in this moment. The first step to radical change. The first step, meditate on that. What is the first step to radical change? And then maybe as your mantra for some time today and in the future, I am ready to change. Show me the way. I am ready to change. Show me the way. We'll give you a couple of minutes to dwell on that and to think through that meditation. We'll encourage you to keep meditating on that as we move throughout the day. But one of the things that was mentioned earlier, one of the things that was mentioned earlier during President Padilla's welcome is the diversity, equity, inclusion statement for the university. Just want to give us a little more insight about this diversity, equity, inclusion statement for the university. This wasn't something that just came about. This was something that has been in the works for a while. For years, the university has had a statement that's been encouraged for faculty to use on their syllabi and as a guiding phrase in those areas. But as we kept moving to understand this, and through the work of Civic, the Presidential Commission for Inclusive Valparaiso Community, one of the things that came about was the need to ensure that we had a statement that could serve as our North Star, a statement that was going to really set the groundwork for the work that needed to be done. So about a year and a half, 2 years ago, a subcommittee of Civic started working on this diversity, equity, inclusion statement. It was prepared. It was shown to the administration then, and then we went on a tour through different communities of the university. We talked to faculty senate, and then it was leveraged towards university council, and then also through SEAC, and then also through the student senate to get feedback, to get some underpinnings of this statement. And so after workshopping that and working through it, this statement was developed and it was taken to the board, and the board championed this statement after some brief edits, championed this statement as being part of our North Star along with our mission and vision. And so we're so excited that President Padilla rolled it out on today, and we want to share this statement with our community and with those that are watching. And we want to share it not only in our words, but we want to share it with the words of our president, with President Padilla actually reading it to us. And so we're actually going to do that right now and share this diversity, equity, inclusion statement because we want it to resonate not only on paper, but we want it to resonate in the work that we do.
Valparaiso University is a welcoming community grounded in the Lutheran tradition, built on the values of mutual respect, positive regard, freedom, and reliant on grace. We strive to boldly include all individuals and groups who contribute to the life of our campus in a mutually beneficial way. Difference is a strength and reason for celebration, and we affirm that we are most inclusive when we bring groups together to make decisions in collaborative, equitable ways. Our values do not support language or behavior that demeans members of our campus based on age, appearance, ethnicity, race, color, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, biological sex, disabilities, visible and invisible, ideological or political positions, intellectual perspective, socioeconomic status, immigration status, veteran status, and national or regional origin. Actions and behaviors based on positions or perspectives that inherently marginalize, oppress, or deny full dignity to all are not tolerated. As such, we will consistently and vigilantly assess our academic and co-curricular offerings and our admissions, hiring, and promotion policies in reflection of these values.
Wow, what a powerful statement. We will continue to dwell on that and continue to use that as we move forward as a community. Coming up the rest of today, we have 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., we will have Lessons on Listening, celebrating 10 years of the Welcome Project. And we're excited about that. And we're going to do some clips to really intro to that. After that, we have Lessons from Experience, and we'll talk about BIPOC professionals navigating the workplace. And then we want to make sure you're aware, 4 p.m., Lessons on Character and Integrity, Leadership from the Movement. And then 5:30, we are so excited about our convocation featuring Dr. Malefi Asante. And so we want to make sure that you're aware of that. Make sure you tell your friends about the schedule coming up. Also, make sure your friends know that tomorrow, April the 8th, at 7:30 p.m., the Institute for Leadership and Service will be hosting their Pathway to Purpose speaker, Finding Your Calling and Character. Ekameni Uwan will be here with us virtually to do a lecture on I Didn't Choose This Life. So look out for that Pathways to Purpose speaker. And then we definitely want to make sure you're aware that tonight, Celebrate will be featuring Lessons from the Movement, Pastor Lawrence Rogers from the Second Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan will be the guest speaker tonight at Celebrate. So tune in for Celebrate. It'll be virtual. You can do that on the website via YouTube. So you want to definitely hear from Pastor Rogers on this evening.
From 1929 to 1939, the United States and communities across the United States engaged in a repatriation movement of Mexican nationals. And this varies from locale to locale. In the Calumet region, there's two great examples of completely different processes between the Indiana Harbor region in East Chicago and Gary. The Indiana Harbor repatriation campaign begins really in earnest in 1934 under the guidance of the American Legion and Paul Kelly, who establishes an emergency relief association. So the American Legion in the Depression at the national level asked all their chapters to combat the Depression as well as they can at the local level. And Paul Kelly really takes this, very patriotic nationalist message to heart. And he organizes with a lot of other World War I veterans in the region to go about creating this commission, this association to repatriate the Mexicans. We are doing the Mexican nationals a favor. The region is too cold and they are not built for it. They're going back well educated in the United States system, and they will be outstanding Mexican citizens now that they've had, this time in the United States. Paul Kelly wrote everyone who was anyone about possibly finding funding or legal avenues to repatriate the roughly 3,000, 4,000 Mexicans and Mexican Americans living in the harbor, all the way up to the Secretary of Labor, William Doak, who sort of had to tell them, no, the Department of Labor has found that a lot of these people are actually U.S. citizens, and Paul Kelly still perseveres. He writes members such as Joseph Block, who is very well known as a steel magnate. The Block family ran Inland Steel for funding, and Block agrees to this. However, Block sets his own terms. Okay, if we're going to repatriate them, we're using railroad lines that Inland Steel already uses. Paul Kelly and his American Legion friends have gone door to door, figured out who's living where, how old the children are, how many days a week the fathers are working at Atlas Cement, at Inland Steel, in the railroad yard. And they tell them essentially, hey, you're only working 2 days a week maybe. You're not making enough to support you, your wife, and your several children. We're taking you off relief. And then that essentially put the father and the parents in general between a rock and a hard place, where they then either had to struggle by off the working 2 days a week in the mill or at the rail yard, or return to Mexico. And that forces a lot of these families to then take up the Emergency Relief Association's offer and take these trains to Mexico. And Paul Kelly goes so far as to write the Mexican consulate in Chicago, and he coordinates with the Mexican consulate on these trains and the timetables of when they're going to get to Chicago, when that train's going to be in El Paso, and when Mexican Army, Mexican National Guard should be ready at the border to intercept that train and take the repatriates. Whereas we see in neighborhoods like Gary, maybe not as well thought out. There's instances in the old Gary Tribune of just loading up a pickup truck of a couple of dozen people and then driving it to the border and leaving them. And they load up the pickup truck while they have a band playing Adios Gary, according to the newspaper article. And the Mexican consulate is really aggravated at this because they have no idea who's being sent back, when they're going to get there, if they're even going to make it. And they sort of really
We're excited now to move on to our 2 o'clock lessons on listening, celebrating 10 years of the Welcome Project. We're so excited to have both Liz Warfel and Allison Schutte with us today, who are the co-directors of the Welcome Project, which is a first-person story collection used to foster conversations about community life and civic engagement. They've received 2 national endowment for the humanity grants related to their work on the Welcome Project, in addition to state and local grants. Their Welcome Project work led to co-authoring with Megan Tillingman, mobilizing digital stories, collaborating to educate and engage a local public in realities of homelessness in digital community engagement, an open access book that won National Council on Public History's 2021 Best Book of the Year Award. Liz Warfel has a MFA from Columbia College Chicago, Interdisciplinary Arts and Media, is an interdisciplinary artist whose work has been shown near and far, from Chicago's Woman Made Gallery to Java Arts in Folfan. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I hope so. Warfel produced and directed the short documentary about Syrian refugees in the Kurdish region of Iraq. Karagash, Homemade of Cloth, and directed a short film, The Four Hijabs. Shooty, MFA from Penn State, creative nonfiction, is a writer interested in documenting lives through text and audio in a variety of genres. Her written work has appeared in Michigan Quarterly Review, Gulf Coast Review, Mid-American Review, and other journals. Shooty has received a Ragdale residency and additional NEH grant. Wow. Along with them today, they will have members of the Civic Reflection student org and Civic Reflection group working with them in their time today. Without any further ado, I'll give it over to Liz and Allison.
Thanks, Byron. It's good to be with you all today in this virtual space. We want to especially thank the MLK Day Committee for this opportunity to present. Because of the pandemic, we've not had the chance to celebrate 10 years of this project. And we can't imagine a more auspicious occasion to actually do that than an MLK Day celebration. So much of the work that we do here is benefits from the work of the civil rights movement, and we hope very much to be extending the legacy of those who've gone before, including MLK himself. So we're grateful to be here. Today we're going to be sharing 3 stories from the Welcome Project archive. We want to reflect specifically on the practice of listening closely, a practice that can, in addition, illuminate gaps in access, whose story gets told, gaps in treatment, how are storytellers' experiences received, and gaps in equity. That happens across individual stories. It happens even within our project and in society, which we'll see when we talk about Northwest Indiana in particular. This is an interactive session as well, so we're really excited to have the student facilitators from the Civic Reflection Initiative with us. They'll be making sure that you have a chance to interact with 2 of our stories today.
Our story project, the Welcome Project, grew organically. After teaching in China for the university, when I returned to Valparaiso, I worked with Chinese international students to document their experiences of belonging, or in many cases not belonging, on campus and in the community. Their stories were largely rooted in individual incidents like walking downtown, although there are also cultural pieces at play, for example, Western or American classroom dynamics and methods like open conversation, group work, and group presentations. The Diversity Concerns Committee at the time, that was chaired by Renu Juneja, supported this initial effort. DCC routinely listened to stories such as these as problems popped up, brought to DCC by individuals or the administration itself. DCC would then do what it could to resolve these individual instances of bias. We saw collecting and listening to these stories more broadly as a way then to gauge campus climate. This is right around the time that campus climate surveys and assessments were gaining traction. So here at Valpo, we would have our own Valpo grown qualitative version of that. In-depth interviews through audio or video that could be edited down into a shareable length. In fact, I think the first time we shared the story we're about to hear, it was at an MLK Day session about a decade ago. So I'll now share that story with you. Sorry, 1 second.
歧视问题还是存在在美国，就是在我看来，因为它不仅发生在我身上，它发生在很多我所知的中国人身上。就是他对你的歧视有很多种，他有可能是对你很不友善，这是最低的一种歧视，就是他看不起你。他更深一层次，他可能就是 会说你一些不好，或者是种族主义这个 racist， 它会有这种情况发生。就是在我身上发生的就是有一天，就是因为我刚来没有车嘛，就是我在这个路上走，就有一辆车呢就突然就停在我面前，就打开窗户之后，就是对我说这个 stupid Chinese， 就大概是这种情况吧。因为我在出国之前会做很多就是调查呀，我知道美国有这种情况，因为美国是一个移民国家嘛，它各种各样的人都有，肯定会有这种情况存在，所以我还是不是很在乎这种情况的。当然我会觉得很危险，就是因为美国有一个这个枪械自由的这个权利嘛，因为他说你一些脏话，这个我不是太在乎，因为那天是发生在晚上了，因为还是会刚来嘛，会有一些害怕，会觉得他会不会把我怎么样什么的，就是这种情况会有。
这上面觉得好像有点跟不上，就是老师讲话能听懂，但是同学们讲话好像有点听不懂，可能还是和同学交流上。感觉跟他们做小组讨论的时候好像有点吃力，而且有时候觉得有些同学不太愿意和国际学生打交道。我觉得他们是冷漠，但是可能他们觉得很正常，因为跟你没得聊。就是跟他们说的时候能看出来他们当时脸上那个反应，就感觉很职业的微笑在跟你说话，然后就觉得你不可能跟他做很近的朋友。
还有一件事情是发生在最近的，是今年8月份，是几个好朋友，几个新生，8月份第一次来到美国，刚刚开始他们在 VU 的生活。然后为了让他们适应环境呢，我们带他们去downtown，一辆车从路口驶过来，就好像一切都像有准备一样。车上坐着4个人，2个男孩，2个女孩。他们摇下车窗来，拿出了一个很大的喇叭，对大家喊说 "Go back, Chinese dog"。就这么一句话，把几个新来的同学的那种心中的那种热情呀，还有那种期望，就一下打到0点。
So as over these last 10 years, as we began to understand what our practice was to interview, to edit those interviews and share those stories, we started to understand that we had a methodology about listening. And we recognize there's different forms of listening that are happening. So in interviews, we felt like we were listening to learn and to establish trust with the storyteller that was with us. When we were editing or others were editing, we were listening to identify what is it that this storyteller really thinks is important, and to interpret how does that connect to the mission of the Welcome Project. And then in facilitation, we realized that facilitators are listening to prepare questions and to guide participants. And then within a facilitation, they're listening to connect participants to each other and to the storyteller. And these are all very familiar ways of listening, and they're very active ways of listening. What we have also come to learn is that you can actually listen for gaps. And it's a little bit paradoxical. How do you listen for what you can't hear because you can't hear it? So even in the very beginning, with the very first class of students, it was an introduction to creative nonfiction class I was teaching. Liz and I recognized that as the students interviewed people, collected those stories, that there was a certain certain topics that were collected fairly easily. International students, friends who'd had experiences with faith and sexuality or Greek life, friends who had particular aspiration for diversity and inclusion or were specifically critical of our institution for not achieving its goals. And there were stories that were not being brought into the collection, stories around race in particular, storytellers from the Black and Latinx community. So we began to think about why are there these gaps here in that first year, and then over the course of the project, we've had reason to ask ourselves that again. Why do gaps happen? So you might just take a minute or a few seconds to think about, like, why in a story collection would gaps appear?
So our whys were, as we're thinking about this question, is why is the gap appearing, is thinking about friends circles. And in 2016, research found that about 75% of white Americans report that the network of people with whom they discuss important matters is entirely white. We also were curious about the way in which domestic students might be curious or engage with or have a lens of exoticism with international students, such that they might first reach out to international students. There's a kind of eagerness also on the part of the international student, as we just heard from that one storyteller, to connect with Americans. So it's a little bit less of a risk to do that. And then we've also been thinking about the weight of history in the United States as it relates to race as another barrier for white students to overcome.
So we intentionally made sure that we grew the collection. In those initial days, we partnered with a Spanish class to conduct bilingual interviews with Latinx students, members of the Welcome Project, whether that was Liz and I or other students that were working with us, volunteers, began to interview Black students and staff. And we worked in partnership with like bodies across the university, including the Office of Multicultural Programs, to interview, for example, Black alumni when they came back for a homecoming event sponsored by the OMP.
Once we had a sizable collection of stories, we thought about, well, how do we share this, and how do we share the practice of listening that we've learned with others? Luckily, we had a great mentor and friend, Elizabeth Lynn, who started the Center on Civic Reflection, and she encouraged us to take their facilitation training program, which we did, and then began facilitating conversations using the stories as the focal point. We really quickly noticed how people responded differently, often along lines of difference, and whether or not you identify with the storyteller or have a shared experience along the lines of the storyteller. Sometimes that benefited the group that was participating in the conversation. By listening, you were able to step into the shoes of the storyteller and better understand the individual circumstances, and in some cases, even the bigger systemic issues at work. On other occasions, though, we wondered if it could be harmful in the sense that some people dismiss stories, like the one you're about to hear. In this case, on several occasions, white participants outright rejected listening to the storyteller, and by way of it, the Welcome Project work itself, claiming that having such a story in our collection reflected poorly on the project and made the project less credible. So I'll now share that story with you.
I came here by chance, actually. I was supposed to be going to, I'd gotten into Northwestern, and I was thinking about going there, but money had changed a lot of things. And I was also supposed to go to University of Wisconsin on a full scholarship for my poetry and music, but my dad had gotten a little ill, so I wanted to stay closer to him. So I chose this school. I chose Valpo without even coming to visit. I came here for like 5 minutes at an orientation, but I had to leave really quick for a show, so like, first time I experienced Valpo was the first day I moved in, and I tell you, it was a culture shock to see all of this. I never grew up in a city like this, and I've never been in a, in a place that's, it's not like faces. You don't have like faces around you. I grew up in a predominantly African-American environment and predominantly Hispanic environment, so not having like faces and not having people you could relate to was very difficult. And then just the things that you considered norms, you realize aren't norms for other people. I understand what it means to be poor, and I understand what it means to struggle, and I understand what it means, like, $5 is all you have for 2 weeks. I understand like those things. And this one girl was in Social 100 class, Social 101 class, and she said, poor people are just lazy in my eyes because, they don't, they're just not working hard enough. There's opportunities around. That opened my eyes to say, wow, I'm in the wrong freaking place, because like, and I have a long way to go with a lot of people around me because they don't even understand anything. So what I'm sitting here chatting, and it made me not trust a lot of people. So I'm sitting here chatting with you, and you probably think, don't understand why I'm poor and don't understand why I don't have, many things, or understand my culture. When the police pulled me over my freshman year, officer, and it was on campus, and I was on my way to the gym to play ball. It was probably like 8 o'clock at night, and I didn't have my ID on me. I left it in my room. And you know, first he didn't think I went to the university, and like he didn't really have a reason for pulling me over. He just you know, looked around the car and then eventually tried to find something. I think he said like there was a exposed light underneath my car or something like that. Some BS light, didn't make sense. And but yeah, he started talking to me. He was like, you know, do you go here? Doesn't look like you go here, blah, blah, blah. And he said, you know, he was asking about my vehicle and like, you know, how I got such a nice car, you know what I mean? And surprised about it in a lot of ways. It really just bothered me and didn't give me a ticket or anything, and never really, you know, gave me a concrete reason why I was pulled over. Getting pulled over by the police and, you know, them telling me how nice of a car I had. The reason why I bought such a nice car, even I had worked really hard throughout high school, and I got a car because I needed something to get around. Public transportation isn't reliable. But then there are certain things like that you take pride of, like from Hispanics' point of view, you take pride in like the vehicle that you drive. For the African American point of view, you take pride in the clothes that you wear. So when people question, you know, the priorities that people have and why you buy certain things, that's something that people didn't understand. So when the cop pulled me over, he's like, you know, why you have such a nice car, blah, blah, blah. If you're from here and from here, I'm like, you know, maybe you don't understand, you know, this is part of just how I value, like, you know, success and how I value different things. So it was interesting because my freshman year, I got pulled over probably over 20 times my freshman year and never got a ticket for anything. I just kept getting pulled over within the city of Valparaiso and also on campus as well. So that was a different experience. It stopped happening after I started working in the marketing department, and I started, you know, shaking people's hands, and people started to get to know me and know who I was, know my background, know my success and, you know, my performance things, and found out that I wasn't just, you know, I guess their perception of what a mixed kid from the south side of Chicago is. After that, then people started being really nice to me. I can go shake the police chief's hand here, and they know me, and, you know, anything I need, I can call them right away, and they'll help me out. But that's when it started to happen, is when I started to show ways, I guess, that I can help them, and show ways that and show them that I'm not, you know, I don't know, whatever they want to perceive me as. I'm not mad about it because I know it's a part of life, and I know that there's certain obstacles and there are certain faces that you have to put on and certain roles that you have to play, and there are certain things that you have to do that may not make sense and not be, you know, not even be right, but in order to progress, you have to do it. I know that, and I learned that at a very early age, so it doesn't really bother me as much. I think I've become really desensitized to it over the years.
Okay, and now we're going to get some help reflecting on this video from our volunteers from the Civic Reflection Initiative. So Sarah and Alice, hand it over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Brazzi. I'm a freshman music education major, and we're just gonna, Alice, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Alice. I'm a freshman biology and criminology major.
We're just going to, I'm going to share my screen with you, and we're going to do some interactive things. So let's see. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Beautiful. Okay. So if people in the audience would like to participate and go to slido.com and plug in this QR code, I'll wait for a couple seconds. Some things that you should know is that this is completely anonymous. So no one will know what you say. But I would also like to ask that you be respectful and watch your language. This is a professional and formal event, and we should all treat each other with the same respect that we would treat anyone else. Okay, so let's move on to our next poll. So what are the norms for this speaker that aren't norms for others? Resonate on what does this speaker experience on a daily basis that's different than what other people experience. taking pride in a nice car. Yes. Rejection, getting pulled over. Yes, these are all great points. It's something he usually deals with. He doesn't usually deal with because where he grew up is different than where Valpo is. Bias, being pulled over, constantly pulled over. Yes. Yes, very good. Being stereotyped and being put in a box in the Valpo community is not something that we want to share with people. We want to be an open community and be friendly with everyone, not treat people differently. Yes.
I like the understanding poverty and the racial bias.
Yes. Understanding poverty is a really big one. Because like you said, the one girl in his Social 101 class, she didn't understand what it was like to be poor. She assumed that they were just lazy and they couldn't do it. But that's not the case. All right. This is really great, guys. This is amazing. Okay. So I'm going to stop this poll and we're going to go on to the next one. Okay, just kidding. This one. Here we go. What do we gain when we leave behind what's familiar? Take a second to just think. There we go. Perspective. Yes. That perspective is a great one. He was able to see this perspective of other people who hadn't experienced poverty. And he was able to widen his box of understanding. Growth. Comfort zones. Yes, comfort zones. You go to a new place, go do something new. Yes, very nice. Empathy. I saw empathy in there. Very nice for core students from first semester.
Yes, I know. I can relate in culture and feeling, you know.
Yeah, this is all great. He was able to experience something, his new perspective of things opened up. Okay, and
next one.
Yes. Let's see. Okay. So, if the speaker were your roommate, what's one thing you could do to ease the culture shock? This is tough because no one wants to imagine being put in that position, but if you were, what would you do? Ask questions. Yes.
Communication, yeah.
Yes. Talking about it.
That's a big go to lunch and understand each other. I love that. Oh.
Yes, talk openly and honestly about our lives and differences. Don't try to sweep it under the rug. That's beautiful. Yeah. In order to help someone with their experience here at Valpo or anywhere for that matter, just being able to talk about it and communicate on a personal level can help people so much. Campus. Yes. Yes. Tell him some people are just ignorant. I suppose, yes. That is true, people are ignorant. But what should we do to open them up so they're not as ignorant? Sometimes you can't make people be not ignorant. But
people got to change on their own.
Yeah. It's we want to try to change the Valpo community and the world for the better. And so if we just say, oh, just ignore them, they're being ignorant, then we're not facing the problem, we're sweeping it under the rug. Show Q&A. Yes. Thank you, Anonymous. All right. Okay, well, that was our first one. We'll give it back to Liz and Allison so they can continue on with our next topic.
Thanks, Sarah and Alice, and thank you all for participating in that facilitation. So before we went to that story, we were talking about gaps in the Welcome Project, who had access to being included in the collection as a storyteller, and then in facilitated conversations, gaps that might happen between participants' experience and the storyteller's experience, and that might lead in some cases to a dismissal of someone's story outright.
Other gaps emerged as we began to look outside the campus community. Several nonprofits working in homelessness and transitional housing approached us because they saw a gap in understanding. The stereotypical vision of homelessness is, as they put it, a man in Chicago on the street corner asking for change. Here, they said, it's a woman in front of you at the grocery store checkout. In other words, it's largely invisible. Thus, in partnership with the 4 nonprofits, Professor On's graphic design class, and the Porter County Museum, the Invisible Project was born. Through that work, we interviewed about 15 people who had experienced homelessness and created a mobile exhibit that's still used as an educational piece by Housing Opportunities. It helps residents of Porter County listen more deeply to the experiences of homelessness and housing insecurity.
So through interviews in the last 10 years, we also stumbled onto a public narrative, one about Gary, Indiana. We were hearing stories of people who said, oh, my family grew up in Gary, and then moved to fill in like the city in the region. Other times we were hearing about families stories from people whose families had stayed. And it was often, but not always, on race lines. So it was white families who were leaving Gary to move to Maryville, Chesterton, Crown Point, and Black families who were staying in Gary. Those stories were initially reinforcing a public perception of Gary as Scary Gary, which is a very recent actual perception of Gary, and it doesn't capture in any sort of depth or nuance the life of that city. So we quickly learned we were going to have to do some work filling in those gaps.
So over the course of about the last 6 years or so, we've interviewed close to 100 people who lived or still live in Gary. And this has grown into an initiative called Flight Paths. It's centered on the changing racial and economic demographics of Gary and Northwest Indiana. And it begins with migration to the region for steelwork about a century ago, the rise of Black political power and opportunity in the 1960s, the flight of white residents and businesses to the suburbs, and the automation and consequent underemployment of the steel mills. It tracks not only individual families, but also some of the policies and practices that often underpinned these individual decision-making. Like, for example, the state's legislation decision to allow Maryville to incorporate rather than be annexed by Gary.
So you may already notice a little bit how this initiative sounds different, because we're no longer only talking about individual storytellers. We're actually talking about a collective story, even a national story, because Gary was not alone in experiencing this phenomenon of the disinvestment of cities during the 70s and 80s across America. So providing historical context to capture that public collective story became essential in filling another gap that was brought to our attention by one of our humanities scholars, Dr. Heath Carter, whom some of you know, the gap created by memory. And that may sound counterintuitive at first, because we often think of memory as filling in the gaps. And I think there was a point at which Liz and I in the project thought if we just collected enough stories, like the stories taken together would tell the collective story. But it turns out that memory does not record experience like an objective video camera. Memory actually interprets, or I should say the mind actually interprets experiences as it lays down the memory. So for particularly contested events where there's disagreement on what happened or why things are happening, individual memories often contain in them stories that we learn from our culture, not that we directly experience in any given moment. So stories shaped by racism, classism, and sexism. And it turns out that with public memory, especially when it's related to race for Americans, that our memories are not always reliable. So for Flight Paths then, it wasn't enough to just present individual storytellers and wait for this fuller collective picture to emerge. Dr. Carter, as a historian, urged us to help our listeners by providing the context of history, like holding up the memories in the light of scholarly sources that could help us and our listeners make sense of and possibly even critique our own memories. So in doing that, we could begin to correct the gap at work in that dominant narrative about Gary as a failed city.
We felt pretty confident through feedback from our colleagues and Northwest Indiana residents that we were succeeding with Flight Paths in important ways. We were complicating regional history and complicating that dominant public narrative and public memory. But we soon came to recognize another gap that in large part had to do with our own racialized identities as co-directors who are white. It won't surprise some of you that Black women were our teachers. Community scholars like Michelle McGill-Vargas, Cassandra Cannon, and Dina Holland-Neal, just to name a few, helped us see that in our focus on the costs and consequences of Gary's disinvestment to the Black community, we did not often enough highlight aspects of Black joy, self-determination, and the ongoing culture making that's thriving in Gary and the region today. So we wanted to share a story from our Flight Paths collection that begins to address this gap, and I'll share my screen now.
'67 is when Mayor Hatcher won. And I was at Bailey then. That was an exciting time for me because on the weekends, we would go out and go door to door. There was a guy named Lou Drinkard, and Lou took the young people and he would take us in his car over to Operation Push in Chicago, and he would take us going door to door for Mayor Hatcher. And I remember my little project that I thought up. There were these little charm suckers. They were about this round, and they had little stickers that said Hatcher about that big, and I put them on there and I pass them out on the bus. So I said, now go home and tell your parents they have to vote for Mayor Hatcher. But I was very excited about it. My dad and my mom worked very hard, especially my dad worked really hard in the campaign. And that night was one that I'll never forget, when he did win. And I remember my mom and I were at home trying to listen to the radio. My dad was down there, and he came and got us. And 21st and Broadway was closed off completely. And people were just there, just excited and happy. But I do remember on that bus that next morning, everybody was excited. Even the people whose parents probably weren't for the mayor, at this point, everybody was for Mayor Hatcher, okay? And we were all excited, and especially to being bused to Glen Park and Bailey School, because there was tension. I think our energy, our positive and excited energy, was making them uncomfortable, and I don't think they were. And they showed on their face that they weren't happy about it. And to be honest, as I think about it now, and today I would say this would be surprising to me, that there weren't some children whose parents had supported Mayor Hatcher. But then we're in Glen Park. And in Miller, there were a lot of whites who supported him. And maybe not so much in Glen Park, because I can't remember like someone coming and saying, oh, I'm really happy about this, or, you know, I'm with you, or my parents voted for him. I don't remember any of that. It was strictly on racial lines with us. But we were obviously very happy on that day when we got back to school. You know, a lot of people talk a lot about Mayor Hatcher winning for mayor, and of course, that was spectacular, and he was the first elected of a major city, but before him was Mayor Katz. who was Jewish, and they were equally, people in this community were equally not happy about there being a Jewish mayor. So there was a time, just a feeling going on during that time, in 66, 67, before the mayor, when he won in 67, but going, that whole time frame right there was not, it was just a time of transition, but not everybody was happy about the transition. That period of time, growing up in Gary, Indiana, I would not want to be anywhere else in the world. Because as a result of him becoming the mayor, it became like literally the black Mecca for this country. And everybody wanted to come to Gary, no matter who they were, if they were an entertainer of some sort, if they were involved in politics, you name it, they came. And so I was able to, you know, be up and close with these people. I don't think I would have that opportunity anywhere else. Whenever, I don't care where I went, if I went somewhere and they say, well, where are you from? And I said, Gary, their eyes lit up and they were like, you're from Gary? Do you know, of course, the Jackson 5? Do you know Richard Hatcher? And people were just excited. Well, tell me about how, you know, growing up in Gary, what was it like? Did you ever see the Jacksons? Was Mayor Hatcher, was he like this or that? And so it was exciting.
Okay, and once more, we're going to turn you over into the hands of Sarah and Alice.
Okay, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go back to Slido. They said we were supposed to do a breakout room, but I can't see the link, so I guess we'll just talk it out on Slido. So what I'm gonna do is share my screen with you guys. Right here. And so this is the new type, what would I say, code or whatever that we're gonna use. I don't know, can you guys see it?
Yes, it's
okay. So I guess since everyone has joined now, our first question is, what effect did Mayor Hatcher have on the community? What I'm gonna do now. It's now open. I guess now you guys can type your answers. Please tell me if you can't, because. Okay, yes, we can change. Okay. Is that positive or negative? What do you think? Positive, okay, I agree. Hope, I like that. People overjoyed, yes. Any more? Feeling of togetherness, I really like that one. But also some division, yes, I did find that out, but there was also tension, there was. Welcoming.
And why did he have this effect on the community? Was it because of who he was?
I was told that. Oh, I forgot these were anonymous. I was like, who told you that? I really wish I knew, but. Connotation of the name of the community. Yeah. Good job. Yeah, I like all of these. I guess we're pretty much all in the same direction with like the positive growth, but also some negatives that came with it and everything. So yeah. Okay. So I love this. I don't know. Some of it was the first black mayor. Yeah, that was also really good. So what I'm gonna do now, guys, is I'm gonna move on because I know we don't have a lot of time. I don't know if other people have to be somewhere else. So we're just gonna go to the next slide real quick, or the next question. Okay, so.
You guys are all making great points.
Yeah, they are. So our next question is, what does the speaker mean by Black Mecca? What does this mean for Gary community members? So now, since it is a 2-question part, I guess we could do like the first question real quick and then we can move on to the second question. Or you guys could just write long paragraphs. I don't really care, just do whatever. It's an open, safe place. POC to move on. Yeah. Come on, guys, don't be shy. Remember, it's anonymous. I don't know who is saying what. Mecca is an important place with deep significance, just like Gary has become. Yes, it is. Yeah, I like this, guys, because I've never really heard myself like about Black Mecca. And these are all really good points. A place of Black culture to be expressed. Yes, I love that. People came from all over Gary and pilgrims to do and interact with the journey of Mecca in the Middle East. Yes, we love diversion and people coming together.
I think this is such an interesting contrast from what Gary is portrayed as now.
Mm-hmm.
I think
It is really different when you think about Gary now and I guess how it was back then. Music, life, and culture. Yes, I love different music. Music is one language that we all know. Like, I love it.
Yes.
Voices were heard then, not been heard in the past. Okay. So I guess these were all really good, guys. Okay. So now we're going to move on to our last question. Wait. There was one more. Safe and positive community for growth and have Black culture shared with others. Yes, for sure. Positive. We need that now a lot. Positive community. Okay, so now our last question for this part is, in what ways have you or could you rejuvenate our Valparaiso community, similarly to how the speaker experienced life in Gary? So Valparaiso community could be campus community, campus life, outside of campus. We all know Valpo is a little small, but anywhere else. And how is it similar? Again, this is pretty long. You could just answer one small part. Just do whatever, you know? Open space. Because I know that's how I am. It takes me a while. Participating, encouraging, yes, diversity. We don't have much of that, but I guess we're working on it, okay? We're going to try and get our diversity together. Lift up the voices of those who may not be typically heard, yes. Creating space for expression, mm-hmm. Affordable housing, yes. We really do need that. Yes, right, we need it, and jobs and everything for people. Okay, give out suckers with your political goals. Yes. Oh my goodness, I love this. We can be in the alley and have a drive to become educated and educate other Black communities. Yes, education is one thing. Making sure white culture isn't always the dominant culture. Yes, I really do like that because I feel like ever since America was built or everywhere else, we've stuck to this one culture. Branching out. Oh my goodness, branching out experiences of other types of cities. Yes. Exploring the world. People, Gary, just like that, are proud of their. Yeah, I like that. People are proud of Gary. I feel like, yeah, in developers, we should all be proud of our cities and our communities and our religion, you know, because I feel like nowadays, they kind of make us feel bad about, you know, speaking our truth and being proud of where we come from.
Yeah, Alice, I totally agree. I think if we are not in a community or a city that we're proud of, then we should do something so that we are proud of it.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do in Valpo, make us community that we're proud to be in, and that's what we want to do everywhere.
Yeah. If you're not proud, I like that one too. Yeah, to build off of that. If you're not, then there has to be a change, you know? Yes, the organized, build active community around your goals. Yes. Any more, guys? Any more? We only got 10. Come on, guys. It's like 80 of us in here. We only got 10 if I'm reading it right. Okay, this is my first day using this, so I don't know if I'm reading it right, but
No,
hey.
you're reading it right. Come on, guys.
Come on, guys. Let me give y'all, what, 2 more minutes maybe?
Yeah. So besides opening up the community in ways to support what we believe and rejuvenating the Valpo community, what would you guys personally do like we talked about, obviously affordable house care and like that kind of stuff. But what would make you proud to be in a community like Valpo? What would make you happy to be here? Are you already happy? Does nothing need to change? Or does something need to change?
Yes, education is great. Yes, they're coming in. Listen to the lows and highs of those around you. Yes, for sure. Yeah, I would say Valpo's education really is promote diversity and culture through art. Yes, I do love that. I'm watching a documentary about that. You guys should watch it too. It's in my criminology class, but that's a whole different subject. But for sure, we should all come together for just one thing. If it's art, music, religion, just promote the diversity, you know, and the culture. Affordability and transportation and access is so important. It really is. Oh my goodness, I love it. It's coming in, but I can't read so fast. Okay, hold on. The university could do a better job working with the city on events and welcome everyone to enjoy our differences. Yes. Got to bring that up.
Oh, these are great, you guys.
Yeah. Okay, wait, let's read this one more. While I'm proud to be a VAFO student, we could all work together to stand up against hate that we see in our everyday life. Yes, I love that. It's been so much. You guys know what's happening now.
Very nice.
Asians, you know, Black people. We do.
Thank you guys so much for your input. Sadly, we are out of time, so we'll
No.
switch it back over to Liz and Allison so they can continue. But thank you guys so much for your responses.
Yes, thank you guys. Okay, let me stop real quick. Sharing my screen.
Thank you all for contributing to those questions so we could get a little informal conversation that it's not a typical civic reflection facilitation method, but it is the best we can do given the technology that we have right now. So thanks for participating in that. I just dropped into the chat a request from one of our torch writers. If you are interested, please go ahead and email Nathan if you're a student. But as we wrap up, I just want to say that just because we've gotten good at listening to gaps doesn't mean that they don't still occur. In flight paths, for example, we've been focused on a black-white binary that feels like the dominant story coming out of Gary in Northwest Indiana. But thanks to our friends and scholars, Emiliano Aguilar and Nicole Martinez-Legrand, we're growing the flight paths collection to include Latinx and Hispanic stories and other stories too, hoping to do this big story more justice and troubling that dominant narrative, a narrative that shapes our region in more ways than many people would care to admit.
Yeah, so while we don't have time to share all those stories today, we're gonna drop them into the chat for you. And actually before our session started, one of them was playing. That was Emiliano. So there might be opportunities between sessions to hear some of these stories too. But in addition to clicking on the links that are in the chat, you can also find our stories as a weekly podcast. So anywhere you get your podcast, you can find Welcome Project Valpo. And then we're online at welcomeproject.valpo.edu, and all our stories are housed there.
We want to, as the end of our session, thank the many people who have shared their stories with us. It's close to 400 now, so that's 400 people who had this active generosity and trust on their part. And we've learned so much from listening to them, and we hope you do too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful session on listening. I feel like we probably should have made that one 2 hours. You know, I remember my dad saying a long time ago, he says, son, remember this, the good Lord gave you one mouth and 2 ears, so you listen twice as much as you talk. And I think he said that because he knew I was a talker, but I do think there is some power in being able to listen and heed and understand the stories that are being shared. And it's not until we can go to that level of listening that we can actually produce the change that is going to be most effective for everyone. Too many times we're so quick to talk and say what we want to see. We never take time to see how we can have a shared vision, a shared goal, a shared reality inside of the work that we're doing. And so thank you all so much, Allison and Liz. Thank you so much, Sarah and Alice. Thank you for your facilitation, new age facilitation. So excited. We have the freshmen, so we have 3 more years with y'all here, shaping our community, and y'all are going to do some excellent work in that. So we're definitely excited for that. We want to keep moving. We have our next section coming up at 3 o'clock. And so we want to make sure that you are logged on and make sure your friends are logged on for that session as well. We don't want your friends to be left out of the next sessions that we have coming up. All right. Along with that, we want to take time for meditation. As we said, we're going to be spending time in meditation after all of these. We need that time for reflection so that what we've talked about actually sinks in. And so meditations that I want you to concentrate on right now in this moment is this: the prison of perfectionism. The prison of perfectionism. What does that mean for you? What does that highlight for you in this moment and after hearing the last section? And then as a mantra for yourself, I am worthy as I am right now. I am worthy as I am right now. So we'll give you a minute just to think through that.
From 19
So as we get ready to keep moving forward, here's what we have coming up. So at 3 o'clock, lessons from experience, BIPOC professionals navigating the workplace. Then right after that, we're going to have lessons on character and integrity. That's going to be a really, really powerful one. That one's going to be sponsored by the Gozen University chair. And we look forward to that. And then at 5:30, you want to make sure that all your friends and loved ones are tuned in, whether tuned into the Zoom or tuned in via the YouTube simulcast to hear from Dr. Malefia Santi, our keynote speaker for this year. We're super excited to have him on board. And then at 7 p.m., we have a really strong offering. We're going to be offered up the documentary From Sundown to Sunrise. That's an important story that really links to our local community and gives some history in a really powerful way as it traces one man's journey from sundown, which Valparaiso used to be a sundown town, to sunrise, as he and his family integrate an all-white Indiana town. That was back in 1968. By breaking the color barrier, they also helped transform the town and place it on a trajectory for inclusion. So that's going to be from sundown to sunrise. That's a story about Valparaiso and our first African-American city councilman, Robert Cotton. And so that's really huge. That's going to be a great viewing at 7 p.m. And then don't forget tonight at 10 p.m. I know that's late for some of you, but it's worth it. Go on and stay up. We have Celebrate. That happens every Wednesday night, but tonight is going to be a special edition of Celebrate featuring Pastor Lawrence Rogers, who's the minister of the historic Second Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan, which is just a powerful church, and he'll have a powerful message for us this evening. So we want to go ahead and move it along. I know we're going to start a little bit early, but I want to make sure we can give enough time to these panels, as they're really, really powerful and coming with a lot of great information. So we're going to move right along to lessons from experience, BIPOC professionals navigating the workplace, okay? And a great group of panelists that we'll have. And this is actually going to be moderated by Deandra Devitt, who is our Assistant Director of Human Resources, as well as our Title IX Director. And then also Dr. Greg Johnson, who, I know Greg automatically started laughing because I really just wanted to call him Bagel Johnson, but Dr. Greg Johnson, who is in our poli-sci department. And so they're gonna be taking us on from here with this great panel, talking about the experiences of BIPOC professionals navigating the workplace. What does that mean? What does it mean to be in a workspace that always doesn't reflect your identities? And how do you move in those spaces while you're protecting your identity and growing your identity, but while also navigating sometimes spaces that may be perceived as being hostile? Looking forward to this panel. Without any further ado, I'll toss it over to Deandra and Greg. Thank you.
Thank you, Byron. Go ahead, Greg. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to note that on the cover panel, unfortunately, the photos for Dr. Ramey and Jamie K. Walters are backwards. So if you're looking at the Zoom link and then you're looking at the photos on the cover and you're noticing that they're backwards, that is a mistake on our part, and we apologize. Sorry about that. So Deandra, would you like to go ahead and start off?
Yes, so thank you everyone for joining us this afternoon. As Byron gave us that great introduction, this panel is about navigating any workspace as a BIPOC professional. As Byron mentioned, my name is Deandra Devitt. I am the Assistant Director here at Valparaiso University and also the Title IX Coordinator. And I'll let Greg introduce himself once again.
And they're going to be like, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Greg Bagel Johnson. I'm the Chair of Political Science and International Relations here at Valparaiso University. And I'm also Vice Chair of Faculty Senate and do a bunch of other stuff. So thank you all for joining us. We were really excited to be able to put together such a great panel. And I just wanted to make sure that we thank our panelists both before and hopefully I remember at the end as well. But I think we've got a really great panel and I'm looking forward to having them share their experiences and advice with our student, particularly with our student population.
Yes, thank you all for joining us. So without further ado, I'm going to start with introductions of our panel. First, we have, and some of you all may recognize, Zebediah Hall, who is the current director of the Student Disability Services program at Cornell University. His pronouns are he and him. Zebediah has worked in higher education in various departments such as admissions, academic support, men's basketball, disability support services. He served as the president of the State of Indiana's Association on Higher Education and Disabilities chapter for 2013 to 2014. He is currently serving as a 3-year term as a board member as the equity officer. Before being the director at Cornell, Zebediah Hall was our director here at Valparaiso University as the director of Access and Accommodations Resource Center. And prior to that, the director at Calumet College of St. Joseph Disability Support Services as well. At Valparaiso, he also served as the chair of the Staff Employee Advocacy Council and also the chair of the Minority Employee Support Group. At Cornell, he currently sits on the Diversity Working Group for Cornell Health. And he is a regular speaker and facilitator on topics around access and opportunity for disabled students, as well as other oppressed populations. So again, thank you, Zeb, for being with us today.
No problem, and glad to be in space and time with everybody.
Our next panelist is Chris Chung. Chris Chung is a former member of the Indiana House of Representatives. He was elected at the old age of 25. He served on the Veterans Affairs and Public Safety, Roads and Transportation, and Financial Institutions Committees, and as the ranking minority member of the Local Government Committee. During his tenure, he traveled to and met with leaders in South Korea, Japan, and Mexico, as well as with members of the Consular Corps. With experience as a real estate professional, he has spearheaded legislation on topics including security, deposit insurance, banning source of income discrimination, expanding housing choice and affordability, and land banking. He holds a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Engineering from Columbia University and sits on the board of directors of Habitat for Humanity of Northwest Indiana.
And also on our panel today, we have Dr. Norma Yvonne Ramey, who is a pulmonary critical care and internal medicine physician who serves as a critical care doctor at Northwest Health Porter Hospital. She earned her medical degree at the University of San Marcos in Peru and trained for her specialties at the University of Illinois at Chicago. She cares for the sickest patients at the hospital's intensive care unit, particularly critically ill patients with COVID-19. Dr. Ramey is bilingual and speaks English and Spanish, and we want to make sure we give a special thank you to Dr. Ramey for caring for our ill throughout this pandemic. So thank you for your services, Dr. Ramey.
Thank you for having me.
And our final panelist for the day is Jamie K. Walters. Jamie K. Walters is a dot connector, communication leader, video content producer, and marketing professional. Currently, she is the Creative Services and Program Director at WDIV Local Channel 4, the Graham Media-owned NBC affiliate in Detroit, where she's responsible for branding, community engagement, public relations, programming, and local production initiatives. She oversees lifestyle and political programs and many of the big live entertainment events, which has been particularly impacted by the pandemic. Jamie K was voted as 40 under 40 by Crain's Detroit Business. Jamie is a University of Michigan graduate and co-founder of the boutique video content company Velocity Cow. Thank you all for joining us. And without further ado, I think we're going to have Deandra jump right into our questions.
We are. And so with the first question, I will start off, and it will be for everyone to answer, but Zeb, I'll throw it first to you. Considering the events that have taken place over the last year, have you had conversations in the workplace about any events, and how have those conversations changed the work environment?
I would definitely say we've been having the conversations. I would just say in the spaces that I'm currently in or have been in from a work standpoint, we were having some of the same conversations pre-COVID, some of the things that have been going on with some of the events. I think the events have changed things to give people that were not understanding or maybe didn't realize some of the things that were going on a better appetite, as I will call it, for them to be able to digest some of the things that are going on. I think it gives other people the ability to have aha moments, which then gives us the ability to have the conversation in different ways. But I wouldn't say for me personally, the events started the conversation as much as I think it gave some of our counterparts the ability to have a better appetite to digest some of the information.
Chris?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. I would say similarly, being in politics, it's been especially at the forefront, everything from the pandemic started a year ago and the George Floyd racial justice movement and the subsequent election that happened at the end of last year. All of these things got definitely wrapped up, and we, of course, had to address them as a member of the political sphere, I guess, here in Indiana. We are continuing to have those conversations, whether with those in elected office or outside elected office. I think if there's one that it really highlighted for me is that we have such a far way to go in terms of educating our fellow citizens on the history of America, on where we're going, why we should care, on how we can be really patient with one another. And I hope that we can have those conversations.
Dr. Rainey.
Yeah, thank you for having me again. Basically because of the pandemics, I don't think we really honestly haven't had a conversation about what happened last year, very significant events, but for our hospital, the problem was accommodating the infrastructure of the hospital to take care of these patients, trying to deal with staffing, as we had many medical personnel, nurses, doctors who had to leave because of quarantines or just because of fear of the pandemic, pregnancy or families. So honestly, we haven't had that conversation yet currently in our workplace.
Jamie.
Hi, yeah. So I work in TV and I work in a newsroom. And so we couldn't avoid it, right? So our station is downtown Detroit. The protests were happening right outside our door, and our journalists had to go and cover it. And we had journalists who, Black journalists and non-Black journalists, who were feeling things in different ways, right? And so for me, as someone who has had a relationship with the station off and on for 23 years, it was a very powerful moment, because a lot of the conversations that I'd been having with my coworkers and my leadership, sort of started to resonate in kind of important ways. And so, yes, we have had that conversation. And I know that you guys probably read how much newsrooms and journalism has, had a little bit of a racial reckoning, because although like for TV, you see, diversity on the screen in most major cities, you do not have that same sort of diversity in the newsrooms, and especially at a leadership level. So yes, this past year has provided a lot of conversation for us as a media organization, but also for, I think, our whole industry.
Thank you all. We are going to slightly change topic. Obviously, we're at a university and our primary audience are college students. So I was wondering if you have any advice for our BIPOC college students. Just to be clear, for people not familiar with the term, BIPOC simply means Black, Indigenous, and people of color. I know some people are not familiar with that, and I had to explain this to some folks recently. So if you're unfamiliar, that's what it means. But do you have any advice on how BIPOC college students, when they enter the professional workforce, how to deal with some of the difficulties or challenges that they may face? Oh, I should probably, why don't we start off with Chris, and then we'll move on to Yvonne, and then Jamie K and Zeb. So we'll just rotate the order. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Doctor. And apologize if my audio is bad. One signal to me, I've got other stuff airplane mode, and hopefully that takes care of it. Yeah, I would say that as someone who did graduate not too long ago in 2016 and entered the workforce subsequently, you can expect that there's some degree of catching up that we have to, like I mentioned in my introductory remarks, that we have a long way to go as Americans in terms of reckoning with past and reckoning with these work dynamics that we didn't really hear about until the George Floyd racial justice movement, and even I would say Me Too before that kind of light on how people were treated in the workplace and how they could be really set just based on their gender or their skin or all kinds of things that didn't matter in the workplace. So I would say for the folks going into the workforce now, it's something to expect. At the same time, be really collaborative about figuring out those problems. I think I've seen a lot too much kind of shouting down and intolerance in terms of correction when addressing those kinds of scenarios. Like you'd be able to say in a really calm and collaborative, this is how we're solve this problem. It's not okay to treat someone like that because of X, Y, or Z. It's not okay to hold them back for promotional potential, whether X, Y, or color of their skin. Obviously, we show that by now, but there's so much more that needs to be done. And I think if we collaboratively, we get more done ultimately, in my experience.
Thank you. Dr. Ramey, can you take that up, please?
Sure, absolutely. So I think for the students at the university to navigate in the workplace, I would recommend you, whatever you do, just try to do the best of your ability, what you know what to do. Work hard always, that always pays off. Your actions will always speak for you, whatever you do. And the work that I do is very important to have compassion and empathy. And communication is also very important. Communicate with everybody. In the hospital, of course, is multidisciplinary. We speak with multiple specialists and nurses and pharmacists and therapists, social workers. So we have a multidisciplinary team to try to do the best care as possible. So I would recommend you to work on your social skills and communication. Communicating is always important. If you have anything in mind, if you have any doubt, always speak with your coworkers. When people knows what's going on your mind, that makes your work easy anywhere you are. And I think as anything in health, in the family, even in political scenarios, I think if we work together, we can always do a better job. No matter of how you look like, no matter of your gender or your height, the color of your skin. I think if we work together to accomplish a specific goal, we always will do a better job. So that would be my recommendation to anybody to navigate in the workplace.
Thank you very much. Jamie K. Walters, you are up next.
I would say for students or BIPOC students, I think it's been said by both the other panelists is be good at what you do, or at least strive to be very good at what you do. It helps to give you a little bit more power in any sort of workplace. The other thing is that believe that you belong there, and that you have a right to be there and to use your voice in ways that are helpful to your coworkers, helpful to what your goal is in your job. The other thing I would say is learn as much as you can. Just because you might know your experience doesn't mean that you understand everyone's experience. And I often see people who know what it's like, might be, I know what it's like to be an African-American in America, but you may not know or completely understand what it's like to be other people of color or people in other folks. So I say, be curious and find every way that you can to learn more about other communities. So that will play into being successful in whatever sort of job you're in. And the other thing is, if you feel like an environment just isn't an environment where you feel like you can be successful, then keep your eyes open for other environments, because life is too short and your talent is too valuable to waste it in environments that are not open to change. So I guess that's.
Thank you very much. And now on to Zeb. I'm sorry, Dr. Hall.
Not yet. I had to finish the dissertation, honestly, but I'm getting there.
Almost, Dr. Hall.
Yeah. What I would say as we navigate these situations is if somebody was to ask currently, where do I work? I work in America. So I'm clear on those kind of things. And so I don't work at Cornell University, I work in America, and Cornell University is a microcosm of America. And so I want to go into this situation truly understanding what I'm stepping into, and I don't want to be surprised by the facade of the name. I don't want to be have the facade of the entity. I work at an elite Ivy League institution, right? I don't want to be fooled by that, to not understand it's still a microcosm of America. And then when I'm very honest into those situations, for me personally, there's nothing that Cornell can give me that keeps me motivated, because my motivation comes outside of work. And so what personally motivates me is the fact that my grandparents didn't know how to read. And so there's nothing that I'm going to face in Cornell that's going to bring my morale down, because that's not where I get it from. I think I'm also there to do the work at a really high level. So I'm clear that I'm in it and not of it, because I want to be really, really critical so I can do the work at a high level. I think the other people I mentioned, you got to be really, really talented, get into spaces where you can showcase your talents, and you have to be willing to learn. And I think you have to be willing to show up for other oppressed groups. I think sometimes we can get so caught up into our identities that we forget about others. And I think one of the things that we need to do is always show up for all people. And I think it doesn't matter then how you engage in other spaces, because then they know that you're showing up for the right reasons. That's kind of what I would say to that question.
Thank you for those responses. Changing it up a little bit again, do you feel your employer is doing enough to actively diversify your workspace? And what could they do differently? And we can keep the same order we had for the last question. So starting off with Chris.
So it's a complicated question because I'm no longer in the House and I'm employed. So, but no, in seriousness, addressing experience in politics can be illuminating for some people, because I remember trying to seek out other Asian Americans when I was in state legislature, and I was really proud that we hired the first Marie's intern in the legislative branch, and she wanted to work for me, and she was like, "Oh my God, I read about you," and I was like, "Oh wow, I feel like a lot to live up to." But she was great, and she learned so much, and I learned from her, quite frankly, well. And then there was one other staff attorney, and one other young Asian woman who was staff attorney. All the 1,000+ people in the legislative branch of Indiana, those were 3, including myself, that I could find. So is there a need for more different voices at the level? Absolutely, there always is going to be. At the same time, I would say it's an iterative process. We can't expect overnight that things will change, that there's a really fine line between good and evil, doing a great job and doing a terrible job. We have to just keep taking the long view, in my perspective. So what does that mean? In politics, it's getting other people up the ramp and bringing them, me climbing the ladder, me bringing someone up behind me to help them through build their own careers as well. So I said I made an effort to reach out to Asian American interns, hire Asian American in our campaigns, and plug them into different networks where even if they could get a specific role, or they were not the right fit for a certain job or another, they'd be able to start their own organizations. They would bring up their own table. They would ask for a seat table. They would build their own, kind of set it up there. And we have so much grassroots activism, especially in the wake of what's happened which has been ongoing actually, and has recently gotten media coverage, all the hatred against the Asian American community, violence that we saw in Georgia. This has been going on for the past several months, and I have like a list of many dozens of instances that went unreported by mainstream media. And now that we saw this really unfortunate circumstance unfold in this really heinous crime, and all the activism around it, I think we're finally starting to see progress on that front. Like I said, it's a journey. It's not going to be a sprint.
Dr. Ramey?
Regarding my work, the last year on the pandemics, we need a lot of medical health personnel, nurses, doctors. We have a shortage of women and manpower, starting from doctors and nurses. So I think at my workplace, I see people from different backgrounds, honestly. As you can see, I train at University of Illinois in Chicago, and it's very diverse over there, the training, and they do try to balance over there, of course, gender, and I think there is something that they do. I'm not involved about how the employers, hire their healthcare workers, but if you are in any kind of healthcare occupation, or you're training in to be a nurse or a physician assistant, a nurse practitioner, there are jobs everywhere, and I don't see any problem in my work with them trying to discriminate anybody because of their color of their skin or their gender. We just need people to do the job, and sometimes at work we see somebody to do their job with their actions, with their quality of work, and we hear a lot from patients and families. And probably in healthcare, honestly, I haven't seen too much disparities that you may see in other fields. And I think that our work environment is to be friendly, because what I do is a very stressful job where people can lose their life. And there is a team to take care of the situation, and it doesn't matter who you are, it's how good you do your job. And I would say that at my work, I haven't seen there is discrimination. We just need more women and manpower. It doesn't matter, I don't think that it matters, the color of the skin or the gender. Is they need a lot of women and manpower in healthcare currently. And I think the pandemics are going to get going for many years to come. And if you are in the healthcare field, get going, hurry up, because you're definitely going to have a job when you finish. We need you.
Jamie?
So about 2 years ago, I was sitting in a meeting and we were talking about our audience, right? So local TV is changing, right? I imagine a lot of the Valparaiso students don't watch local TV. Because it's becoming an older and older sort of demographic that watches it. But it is also becoming a demographic that is more Black and more Latinx and more blue collar. So I'm sitting around this meeting, and it is mostly white people. It was all white people and myself. And I had gotten to the point where I got a little frustrated, because we're trying to figure out how to reach a certain audience, but we don't have enough of the people who represent that audience in that meeting. And, I can say what I want to say, but if there's no one there to sort of validate that this is the thing, then it doesn't become a thing. And so fast forward 2 years, where we're dealing with this reckoning in media. And, I remember one thing going back. I remember what I said in that original meeting 2 years ago. I said, diversity and inclusion and everything that's sort of wrapped up in that has to be a commitment that a company makes every single day, because you're not going to reap the benefits of some of it for 10 years down the road. It can't be something that you have something like George Floyd happen and you're just like, okay, I'm going to commit to it now, right? Because you still have a long way to sort of build leadership and build what you kind of stand for, and working out how do you cover stories for communities and just not about communities. So I would say that my company is doing a pretty good job of sort of looking at themselves and seeing where they could do better. But it really is going to, I think someone else said it, it's a marathon, not a sprint, or something like that. And I firmly believe it. It's very interesting, because I've people have tried to recruit me 10 times more in the last 8 months than they ever did beforehand, right? So we're seeing the sort of snap reaction to this moment in time. It's going to be very interesting to see how companies really sort of integrate this into who they are and what they are, and how do they communicate that to the people that work for them, the people who might want to work for them. So it's very interesting. So I think we're just at the beginning of sort of understanding how, especially big corporations and even smaller corporations are going to deal with this.
So
Yeah, I would mimic some of the things some of the other panelists said, especially as we allude and segueing off with Jamie about how corporations and how entities are going to start to make changes based off that thing. I see we see a little bit in some of the corporate spaces where they're giving 15% of their shelf space to members that are people of color and things of that nature. To be specific with the question about do I think the place that I work is doing enough? I would say yes. For white people, no, for me as a Black male. I don't know what my entity would be able to do for me as a Black male that wouldn't be whitewashed. I think that's part of being clear in the spaces that we're in. I think that's okay to actually say, because I'm not going into a space that I know is very elitist and very good at what they do, that they're going to be able to provide for me what I need. As it relates to what's going on in the spaces, whether it's the pandemic, whether it's the George Floyd stuff, whether it's what's going on with the Asian community, all those things are at play right now. I think we can be honest and navigate those spaces in a way that we can speak truth to power. When I talked a little bit about people having aha moments and this being different time, I think if we're a little afraid to speak the truth now, we're never going to be able to push the envelope in the ways that bring to bear some of the things that are going on. I think when we think about some of these things, somebody made a statement about something about if the culture or the environment is not available for you or not right for you, you should then leave that space. I think that's so appropriate. And I think what we also got to focus on is me being a male, a Black male, I got to focus on where's the pipeline coming from. I know that I sit as the director at this Ivy League school, but how many directors look like me at the Ivy League school? What does the pipeline look like? Because I'm the director of student disability services, which is a social science by trade, which means that's a white profession by trade. And so even if my entity is doing things that I don't necessarily see what's going on within my profession, where is that pipeline and what does that pipeline look like for a more diverse individuals to come through that pipeline?
Thank you very much to all of our panelists. I'm going to again, change back a little bit since, again, our panels or our listeners are largely college students and our student body is majority white. So if you're a college student who is not from the BIPOC population and you're going to be entering the professional workforce and you want to be an ally of your BIPOC coworkers, what advice do you have for our white students or our non-BIPOC students that are entering the workforce to be good allies? Let's go ahead and we can go, I guess we'll stick with the order and start off with Chris and then Yvonne and Zeb and Jamie K.
Sure, thanks. I'll take a stab at it. So I guess I kind of hinted at that before in one of the answers, and I think Zeb also made a great point about whitewashing in his last answer, and kind of like a misappropriation of certain things. I've seen examples, and I think relevant to what we're talking about with Martin Luther King, I've seen his message really misappropriated by both the political left and the right. Like, for example, I saw during the election and during the riots as a response to the George Floyd's murder, I saw quotes out from his letter from a Birmingham jail talk about the disappointment in white moderates. I saw his quote about how a riot language of the unheard, and those were being wielded as weapons to justify violent actions and destruction of property, bad activity, and like something that was totally antithetical to Dr. King's message, and larger context of those singular quotes was not. He was advocating for peaceful protest. At the same time, on the political right, you were seeing NRA talking about how he applied for concealed carry permit, but then he got denied. That he's one of ours, a pro-gun guy, and then completely doing the facts around his assassination and a felon got a snipe, and they actually shouldn't have strong regulations of firearms. But at any rate, the point I'm trying to make is that I think as a if you're not familiar with that space, even if you are bipartisan and you are not that familiar with issues, and there are many of them out there, and I would count myself as one of those consistently learning about the issues around the community, listen and don't jump to conclusions. Don't immediately latch into these little sound bites about what certain messages are or what the needs of the community are. Take a larger context and forge a path together. And definitely don't do what I saw at your election and misappropriate some of Dr. King's quote. And keep an open mind as well.
Thank you very much, Chris. Dr. Ramey?
Just to piggyback what Chris said, I think the most important is to listen always, work together. At Porter Health, our patient population is mostly white. It's probably 90% white population. Our nurse population is probably as well 90% or more. So the people I work the most is with white people. My patients, rarely we have minorities like me. I'm Spanish or African American, but we get along pretty well with everybody. I get along pretty well with the nurses and the other doctors. And I think the most important is that to listen and to understand each other. And if there is any issue that you feel that somebody didn't understood you, you can pull them aside and tell them, listen, I want to have a conversation with you. What's going on? Do you have any problem? Is there anything that I said to make you uncomfortable? Just have that talk, and do not never hold anything, on your heart, on your mind. It's always to communicate. And, I think that there is always good on everybody, no matter, in every human being, there is something good. And sometimes it's about communication. I think that's the most important thing. And again, where I work, I get along pretty well with everybody. And, we are friends. Besides that, we are coworkers, we're friends. And so I would probably advise to the students to be tolerant, to listen, and to kind of see beyond, and do not make any assumption, to get to know the other person and to get to know what's the role and the current situation you are with them, and, understand, so be understanding.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, I was just going to transition to you.
No, that's good. So I would say that a great thing is knowledge is power, right? So it's like learn as much as you can about as much as you can. And like when Professor Johnson and I were in college, we didn't have the internet in the way that you guys have the internet because we're old. And and so we weren't able to sign up for a newsletter that talked about a very specific thing, or to have access to all this different content for people with all different sort of viewpoints. So take advantage of that. Learn as much as you can. The other thing I'd say is put yourself in environments where you are the minority. I grew up in a mostly white environment. I was a minority for most of my life until I got to a certain, well, still to this day in many ways. Is put yourself in environments that maybe make you a little uncomfortable. Put yourself into social environments where you have the opportunity to meet people that look different than you, that have different, upbringings than you, that have different experiences than you, but you might have a lot of other stuff that are in common. You might love Real Housewives of Potomac, who cares? But you know what I mean? You can find things that you have in common, but I would just say be intentional about it. I mean, the term anti-racist has been around for a while, but I'd say in the last 18 months, it's become something that people have heard. And that means being very intentional about putting your life behind making the world a less racist place, and not just being, just letting things sort of happen. And even though you're not maybe making things worse, you're not necessarily making things better. I would say if you're really interested, you can change your environment. You can change, your experiences by just being really intentional about it. Because, when you have friends and you have relationships and you have a rich sort of group of people that you work with, or that you are your mentors or are your friends or whatever, it can become a very safe place to be able to ask questions that you don't know, you're not sure if it's appropriate or not or whatever, because you've already laid down a foundation of friendship and trust, and you've shown that you are curious about other things beyond, you know, the world that you were born into. So that would be my advice.
I would just transition and say, know who you are first and know how you show up in that space. I think sometimes we're so quick to run to help others. And I think we got to be careful, especially if you're identifying the white community, not to be the great white savior. And the only way you can be mindful of that is understanding how your identity shows up in that space. If you're a white male, you might be the elephant in the room, even if though you're a really good white male. And what does that actually mean when you're in that space, and how do you navigate it? What does that mean to be a white woman in that space as you navigate it, because you still might be oppressed by the white maleness in the space. And then once you start to understand how you show up in that space, then start to pay attention how others show up in that space, because once again, we're a microcosm of society. And we are in America, and all of those isms that are at play, ableism, sexism, racism, and all those things are to be true. And then secondly, even if you did have struggle as a white person, understand that there's still privilege that comes with that. And how do you still navigate that without diminishing others? And I think if I really want to be truthful, when people that look like me or in marginalized groups turn you away and you really want to do the work, keep showing up.
Word.
Thank you. Okay, so switching up a little bit, or I would say a little bit on that same note. In the workspace, do you find yourself having to educate your coworkers or colleagues on issues surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion, or even on some of the current events going on right now, and your thoughts on this and how that makes you feel? I'm sorry, keeping the same order. So starting with Chris, then Dr. Ramey, and then Jamie, and Zip.
I don't always need to go first, everybody, in case you don't. No, it's, yeah, I think all of us, to some extent, have had to go through that education and educate our colleagues. I think all in our previous answers kind of mentioned or hinted at the need to do that, the times that we might have already been doing that. Especially in policy, I mean, it's of the archetypal examples of an institution that was not set up for America of today by means. Just looking at history, that's just the facts. But now today, hopefully, piece by piece, seat by seat, state house by state house, Congress by Congress, we can make it a little bit more represented, make it a little bit more matched up to the will of the American people, and make it look like and lived experience of the American people. So yeah, I'm just trying to make sure in my own little capacity that the people I've met and the actions I've made and the wonderful things we can deploy that to accomplish that and get other folk to elected office and running for school board, running for town council, all those kinds of things really do matter, and it's really possible. So for any of the students on the call, don't be intimidated. Just email me at any time, and I'd be happy to talk about my experience with you. And even if you're interested in going into public service, I could link you up with somebody and help you accomplish that goal as well.
Thank you for that, Dr. Ramey.
You know, when I used to work in Chicago, my Spanish was really handy. As an English and Spanish speaker, you know, they always will pull me aside because get a translator in the computer with a Zoom meeting. It will be very difficult, and even though they can translate the words, sometimes it can get lost, the message, you know, in the phrase. And also the cultural message that come with it, because it's not just about the language, there is a culture behind it, and somebody can interpret the same word in different ways, especially with cultural understanding. So here in Valparaiso, and I'm here because my daughter is from this, the family of my daughter is in this area. I do not have to get to use my Spanish as much, but you know, I do, every time we have a patient who speaks Spanish, of course, I help with the translation. And during COVID time, you know, minorities were affected more often, and we did have you know, patients that would be Spanish, African Americans, in the hospital. And we had last year where they have no visitation; they couldn't be with anybody because we didn't want to transmit the virus. And the only person that they would see would be us. And sometimes some of our patients didn't make it. And you know, the last person that they seen was our face and the nurse's face. And it was a very hard time. And but every time that it's a patient that is not white, and they assign it as my patient, and we have a multidisciplinary round, so I educate everybody about that. You know, we are all humans, it's the same thing. And I actually become really protective because as a woman, because the work that I do as a pulmonary and critical care in my job, I'm actually a minority too for what I do. On my field, we are 7 in what we do and the only woman in what I do. So when I have a female patient, I also become really protective. And I try to help. I try to help with everybody, with everything I can. So I think now that we are in a world that, you know, the internet is everywhere, I think people understand better the intercultural differences more. So I think with time, this is gonna get better. That's my thought, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation now with the students, so we can, you know, we can make this work a little bit better, because we do have to work a lot in you know, interracial conversations and relationships. But I think that I'm positive. I'm positive.
First of all, I want to say, Dr. Ramey, thank you for all that you've done for folks during this insane and horrific pandemic. So thank you for everything. In terms of whether or not I feel like I have to educate coworkers, yeah, but you know, I saw it as part of my job is to like contribute and to you know, try to help people through different situations. Now, what can become very frustrating is if you feel like you're saying something over and over and over and it's not being received in a way that trusts your opinion, because that can be very exhausting. And, you know, I think that if you are, we need to bring all different types of people to the table to have discussions. For instance, I was not brought up religious. I'm not very religious. So there's a big hole that I don't understand. And so when I'm at an editorial table and I'm talking about an issue, a news story that has to do with religion in a way that I don't completely understand, but somebody else does, I'm super grateful for their experience. And I look to trust them in their experience. Where it becomes hard is when you're not trusted you're being asked to be the person that sort of educates, but then you're not being trusted in that space. You know, this last year has been very, you know, it's been very exhausting for all of us in very different ways. I would say last summer was a little bit that because of that reckoning, and it became like, okay, I want you to be a part of everything that we're doing on every single level when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion sort of not campaigns, but adding that as a major part of what our company is doing. So I guess I would say yes, and I'm happy to do it in some ways, but I also believe that it is very exhausting, and it becomes like an extra 30% of my job is doing that. So that's all I got. I don't know if that's all I got to say on that.
From an education standpoint, I would first lead with, I think every day I'm being educated about the differences of people. And so I don't want to act like I know it all from a diversity, equity, inclusion standpoint. I think that's important to say. I think as we navigate some of these times and the things that are going on, are we having the ability to educate some of our counterparts? Yes, but I won't, education is one thing, playing therapist as you have aha moments are another thing. I won't educate about things that you can go research on, but we can have abstract conversation that can bring meaning and speak truth to power to move us along. And I think how we engage with that is really important. Since we do have white counterparts in the space and those kind of things, I think it's also important to understand the taxation that Jamie talked about. When you are in these spaces, sometimes there's not a lot of individuals that look like you. So for one, you're dealing with isolation. And so not only are you dealing with isolation, then you have your white counterparts coming to you with all of their aha moments, want you to be the person that can educate them, which they can do some of those things on their own. So I think we have to be mindful of that. But I think as we talk about entities and institutions and organization, how do we start to write job descriptions that reflect the work that actually highlights the taxation that doesn't show up because of the isolation that there's so few of us in those spaces? And I think we got to speak those things and have those things come to fruition. But education is going to happen. I think sometimes the question on the table, do you get tired of educating? I never get tired of somebody telling my story. And I want to be mindful of that. And I think that's highly important if we try to stay in front of the ability to tell our story and understand that you need to protect your well-being when you're in that marginalized group that's always advocating for that underrepresented population. And I think I'll be the first to say, I think I'm always educating because I think people leave ableists out of the conversation a lot. And that's my job. And so I think we're always educating because ableist is not a conversation that makes the same category of racism or sexism or some of the other isms.
I see that we're almost out of time. So rather than ask the last question that we had prepared, I'm just going to ask if there is any last bit of advice that our panelists would like to give to our students, or perhaps a funny or a warm-hearted story about their professional life that they think that our students would benefit from. I'm going to start off with Zeb this time, just to change the order around, and then go to Dr. Ramey, then Jamie K, and then to Chris. It's because I'm going to be weird and change. I like diversity in the order as well.
I appreciate it. What I would say is advice is sometimes when you are underrepresented, you are always seeking sometimes others to be the experts or others to have the pathway forward. And you begin to see that it's not others that you're going to get that from because others might not operate like that. And so you have to be confident, comfortable in who you are as an individual so you can navigate those spaces. One of the things I think the question did talk about is like what changed and kind of what's consistent. What is consistent is no matter what space I'm in, I care about people more than I care about process, procedures, policies, and those kind of things. And that's never going to change. I think the advice that I would give to people is, because we're always working in systems, is to understand the systems that connect to the systems that you actually control. And so if the things that you do are connected to races or misogynistic systems, how do you make sure you create a system that doesn't infiltrate the work that you do? An example that I use is, for me, is in my work, I deal with the disabled community. And sometimes individuals don't have access to medical documentation or clinical providers. And if I require medical documentation to receive accommodations, I'm automatically saying there's a subset of my students that I don't want to receive accommodation. And so I need to understand that racism exists, the health disparities exist, and the other systems that the work that I do is connected with, and how that actually affects the work that I do. So I can try to create a process where I'm not oppressing people as well, because I understand my oppression as a Black male.
Thank you, Dr. Ramey.
Just want to tell the students the same thing I tell to my niece. She's currently going to pre-med school. And she has doubts of herself all the way around about if she can get into medical school and how is she going to do it, and on anything you're trying to accomplish. The only thing I can tell you is that you can do anything that you want to do. Anything that you want to do, everything is possible, but you have to put the time, the work, the dedication that you need to accomplish things, because things doesn't come along just because you want it and things are going to come from the sky. You have to work for it. You really have to work for it. And every time somebody asks me about, I was born in a very small town in Peru, 200 people. I had to go to Lima, which is the capital, to get education, go to the best medical school, and then come here for more education. So it's about what you have on your heart. What do you want for you, and what are you trying to accomplish? But there is nothing impossible for anything. And I think also we can work in, that's the reason that we're having our conversation today, the racism and the sexism and everything along with it. And just having that conversation, I think we can accomplish everything. And while we have this conversation, we have to focus on what is important for everybody. Be becoming better human beings in whatever you do. Just be good. Do your job, as best as you can. So you can sleep well, whatever you do. Just do your best every day in whatever you do. And the only thing I can tell you is work hard. The only thing that can limit you is yourself, because it's limitless what we can accomplish, especially together. If we work together, forget about if you're male, female, tall, short, yellow, white, black. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What it matters is what is inside of here and on your heart. So every time that you speak with somebody, with a human being, I would advise you to listen and to get to know the person. It can be a world of endless possibilities. You have no idea. When I meet somebody, I try to get to know them 100%, so I understand them and I can help them. And I not only get to know the person, I get to know their families, their beliefs, their cultures. So in that way, you can help and you can understand anybody. So spend the time, listen. It's a time that is invested that pays off very well, just to get to know a human being. That's very important. No matter what, learn to see beyond. So that would be my last words.
Thank you very much.
So I would second what almost Dr. Hall and Dr. Rainey said. I think that I would tell folks, I know that it's a really weird time to be in college right now during a pandemic. And I know that sucks in many, many ways. But, there's going to be new things that sort of come out of this. And I would say, if I was going to talk to the younger version of myself, I would say, I wish I had taken more risk in life. I mean, it's kind of what Dr. Rainey was saying in some ways, is that the options are kind of limitless. You just have to figure out how you want to approach it and work really hard to do it. My father used to say, when I first learned how to drive, he would say, if you have gas in your car, you're never lost. So if you're driving somewhere, you can keep driving your way out of it. And that turned into the same thing with life. Like if you fill up your gas tank, your humanity gas tank, your knowledge gas tank, your risk-taking gas, whatever it is, you can find your way in and out of any situation. So just don't overthink everything and don't, find ways to say no. There's a lot of great things about saying yes in this world. And I wish you all a really, really, really wonderful future in whatever it is that you decide to do.
I think that sums it up so perfectly, that I think now everybody is in a sense of heightened anxiety. At least I am. I mean, it's such a strange time, the political upheaval of the last several years, the pandemic that's killed so many people, the tough questions that we're all answering around race and around the history of this country, where we're going to go forward, technological upheaval. It's such a unique time to be alive. And there are so many sources of anxiety that didn't exist even when I was in college a few years ago. So I empathize with you all. I sympathize with you. And I think that the best way forward is to be risk takers and to not be so, I guess, nervous or anxious about these things, because we're all in, or we're all sharing those anxieties. If you're not anxious about some of these things that are happening, then there's something kind of strange about it. So regardless of your struggle, regardless of how you're having difficulties to move forward, whether it's in your careers or studies, like we've all been there. I would, maybe I could speak with other panelists as well. Like there are times when we had really difficult obstacles to overcome, and I never thought I'd be elected as a legislator, and I'm so excited the next things that I'd be able to do. I never thought I'd be able to get a degree from a good school. There were obviously times when I was really struggling at the college I too. It was really difficult to get good grades there. But it gets better as things go on. There's many resources out there and some ways to interconnect virtually nowadays. Like I said, my door's open. I get random emails from people, so even not campaign related, that I to answer, because everybody is living in the kind of weird shared psychosis, this weird shared social experiment with COVID going on. So I wish you all the best, and I wish you all success in your lives, whether it's material success or whether it's emotional success, or whether it's being chill and moving forward and being happy, because that's really going to be important. And so thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you again to all of our panelists. We really appreciate everyone taking the time out of your day to be a part of this panel and sharing your wealth of information with us and with our students. Greg, did you have any final thoughts?
I just wanted to reiterate what Deandra said, which is to thank the panelists. I thought it was a really fruitful discussion. I hope our students were able to gain a lot from it, and mostly I hope they were listening, as Dr. Ramey had suggested, and as all the panelists largely said, that they look at their limitless potential and work their best to have that fulfilled. So thank you so much to the panelists. I'm going to turn things over to Byron Martin, Dr. Martin. Sorry, earlier when they kept calling you Dr. Martin, it freaked me out a little bit. It's like, Byron? That's right, he's Dr. Martin now. But thank you so much to the panelists. And thank you so much to everyone for helping organize the events of the day.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you all so much. Wow. What an incredible panel, and what powerful messages that we need to tap into. So thankful, Chris, Zeb, Dr. Ramey, and Jamie. Thank you so much for sharing with our community today, and thank you, Deandra and Greg Bagel, for helping lead the cause on today. We're highly appreciated. You have blessed our community. We're going to keep moving. We have, it's 4 o'clock already, which means that we need to move right along to lessons on character and integrity, leadership from the movement. So excited for this panel. And remember, at 5:30, the next thing that's on our plate is going to be our convocation featuring Dr. Malefi Asante. So excited to have him. And right after that, we have viewing of a documentary From Sundown to Sunrise. And then don't forget, 10 p.m. tonight, we have Celebrate. Each week, our community does celebrate, and this week we have the joy of having Pastor Lawrence Rogers, the minister of the historic Second Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan. And so we're excited to have that here. But we're going to keep moving on, because guess what? We have a lot to get to, and our next panel is up and ready. Lessons on character and integrity, leadership from the movement. And we have some incredible panelists, but leading the way is going to be their moderator, Dr. Michael Chickalese, who's a leadership scholar, professional, and educator, has a distinguished background in teaching and developing partnerships and collaborating with broad audiences around the roles of leadership in education, and more specifically within higher education. He is the Gozen University chair, and golly, he's come into our community, just made a splash and done some incredible things. He said, Byron, hey, I want to do something with MLK. Just get out of the way and let me do it. I said, okay, Doc, I'm with you. Let's do it. And so he decided to do this, and the chair is sponsoring it. And we're just so thankful to the Gozens, and more specifically, thank you to Dr. Michael Chickalese for doing this panel and bringing this to our community as we kind of think about how character and integrity play a huge role in the movement and how it needs to continue to play a role in our experience moving forward. So without any further ado, I want to toss it over to Dr. Michael Chicalese.
Good evening, everyone. Is everyone, hopefully they can hear me and see me okay. Thank you so much for all those that have joined us today and for our entire community. Thanks to the President Padilla, for the support of the MLK celebration, our entire university community, as we reflect and engage today on the lessons of MLK and its impact on what we do today. Also, our community supporters and alumni, and a special thanks to Richard and Francila Gozin and their continued support of Valpo's leadership and support of today's events. It is my honor to join you today. I am Michael Chicalese. Thank you, Byron, for that introduction. And today I'm going to moderate a panel discussion on lessons for character and integrity, leadership from the movement. I'm privileged to join with you today with Dr. Robert Mock and Beverly White. As was mentioned, I am the Gozin University Chair in Values-Based Leadership. In this role, I focus on values-based leadership as I research, teach, and coordinate and oversight the overall leadership activities, both curriculum and co-curriculum, in support of our mission at Valpo of preparing students to lead and serve. My first panelist is Beverly White. She is the president of BKW Transformation Group. And prior to joining and starting that firm, she had a long career in the major consulting firms. Her company provides consultant solutions in strategy, process, technology, and organizational change in business operations in support of cost and redundancy on-time delivery. Obviously, very important stuff. Her firm clients include Fortune 500 companies, financial services, telecommunications, high-tech, nonprofits, life sciences. And so she brings a wealth of experience to our panel today. Also joining her is Dr. Robert Mock. He's the Executive Vice President and Chief of Staff at University of Maryland, Eastern Shore. In previous roles, he's been President of Johnson & Wales University, Charlotte. He's been a Vice President of Student Affairs at the University of Kentucky. But prior to that, he also had corporate experience in serving also in the Army National Guard. He also has a lot of experience on nonprofit boards, including major nonprofits such as the United Way, Urban League, and Goodwill. So on behalf of Valpo, I welcome you both to our panel today. I have about 4 or 5 questions that I would like to pose to each of you. And so I will start with Beverly. And before each question, I'm going to provide a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King to provide some context of what we're going to be talking about. And these questions really appeal to a wide variety of people who might be listening today: our students, our alumni, our faculty, our staff, and the general community. My first question to you, Beverly, is this. First of all, Dr. Martin Luther King said that the function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character is the goal of true education. So as you reflect on your education and on your career, and really the movement of what we're talking about today, how has your career, your education, how has the movement and your thought about these things influenced you on how you lead day to day with character and integrity? So start with you, Beverly.
Thank you, Dr. Chicalese, and thanks to the university for having me. I've pondered that, and it's interesting. If you ever looked at my website, integrity is one thing that I actually have had there for years. And here we are with being one of the topics. When I think about that particular questions, there's multiple answers I could have. However, I must go back to my upbringing. Similar to Dr. King, I have a Southern roots, even though I've been on the East Coast for over 20 years, and I'm going to date myself, but I grew up in the South. And when you start talking about character, that's part of that upbringing. And it's relevant in a sense, especially in education, because education is the foundation of who we are.
And education definitely is about, it can be both informal and informal. So I think a well-rounded, what makes us the best of who we are is having that well-rounded education, because you can have that education structured, but not necessarily if you're not grounded in the true meaning of education. It should be surrounded by character. And I think if you listen to, which I sometimes do, listen to some of the speeches from the past of Dr. King, he talked about morality, he talked about integrity and doing the right thing. And matter of fact, when a lot of the work he did about nonviolence, we don't think about that when we think of education, but when we make choices to be violent or not, it is rounded in education and character. And I must say, I have to say upbringing, and that's just part of my culture. And I can talk more about that later when we start to talk about integrity, which are two different things.
Great, Beverly, thank you so much. Robert, how would you answer that question?
So repose the question because it wasn't short.
Okay, it's short. My prelude to it was long, but it's short. Tell us about your education and career. How has the movement influenced how you lead with character and integrity?
So first of all, thank you for having me on this panel today. And it's an honor to be sitting next to, although virtually, Beverly White. So thank you so much for having me here today.
Nice to meet you.
It is an honor to serve in this capacity. So I think that it's difficult when one faces a crisis to continually to hold on to one's values when you're getting pressure external to where you are currently. And I've seen that happen throughout our careers, and not just mine and other individuals' careers. And I think that it's difficult to do when you're not financially independent. See, it's a lot easier to do the right thing when you can afford to walk away or to not be in that job. If you are financially dependent on having that job, where it makes a difference, where are you going to be able to have your car and your home and take care of your family and children? Sometimes that integrity can get pushed a little bit further than you would wish. But I can tell you, there are people that's paid an ultimate price for standing by their values and their integrity. Even though they've done the right thing, they have paid an ultimate price for that. So the advice I often give, and I know you didn't ask for advice, is to build a financial war chest so that if your integrity is ever pushed or your morals are ever pushed, that you have the flexibility and the money to do the right thing, even when people are pushing you toward the wrong thing. Circumstances can really have an impact on people's life. And I know there's people on this call who are thinking, they're bobbing their head like, yep, I remember this happened to such and such. It matters. It makes a big, big difference. And so particularly in this movement now, this Me Too movement, in the situation where we see time and time again, where young women have been put in compromising positions by their manager or boss who has some power over them. And they feel almost helpless. Like, first of all, who's going to believe me if I say something against this person who the organization holds in such high regard? Who's going to believe me? And oh, by the way, while they're thinking about believing me, I may lose my job. So I'm saying to the audience today, it's a lot easier to stand on moral and ethics and have values if you can afford to financially do that. And so one of the things I always give students advice to, and that is to at least try to put a savings away so you can manage a 6 or 9 month window of being unemployed, because you may have to make such a tough decision. And so throughout my life, I've been fortunate enough to have multiple streams of income. And that gave me the flexibility to stand on my morals and values in many instances while I watched other people who couldn't afford to do that. So unfortunately, I saw people look the other way. And so it broke my heart because I knew that they didn't want to look the other way, but they felt pressure because they were responsible for other people that are living in the house with them, whether it's wife, husband, children, or parents sometimes. Because now I'm in that sandwich generation where I'm trying to take care of my children and my parents, but not financially.
Yeah.
And so to follow up on that, Beverly, you started your own company. You left probably a lucrative practice and started your own. So did you deal with some of the things that Robert was talking about there in terms of taking that leap on your own?
Yeah, as he was speaking, especially when it's a hard choice, and I definitely want to share a bit about my work history. One of the things that I tell students, or when I'm speaking somewhere, is sometimes you're put in a position, you need to do what you have to do until you can do what you want to do, especially when you can't make that financial decision. But yeah, so my career, I was fortunate enough, one of the key jobs I had was working for a software development company for several years. And from there, I got recruited by Accenture, which is one of they used to say Big Five. I think we're down to Big Four with all of the mergers and acquisitions that have happened. And I recall 1 year into that thinking, oh my God, I can't do this, because I was literally on a plane every Monday, Friday. It was one of those great opportunities. And because I was in a worldwide practice, and obviously I have no doubt that I couldn't do what I'm doing now, at least through the breadth and depth of the blessings that I have in the competency areas that I work in, had I not done that. I was exposed to a lot. I was in a worldwide practice. That was the upside. The challenging side, I call it a blessing and a curse, is that I'd wake up sometimes wondering what state I was in, what country I was in. And 2 years in, I kept saying, oh, I can't do this. I've got to leave. I've got to leave. But I ended up staying there about 7 years, a little bit more than 7 years before I left. But I like the work. I like working and sitting with people and finding out what their challenges are in business and architecting a solution around a strategy, process, technology, and change management. And that's pretty much what I do in a nutshell, is sit with companies and to find out what their challenges are and architect, staff, and deliver those solutions. So that's the short version of my history. After leaving Accenture, and I decided to leave, and they let me stay as transition, not like get out the door now, but I was able to plan a bit to get out, and I started my boutique practice. And I've been in business for over 15 years. I'll try not to talk about too much this past year. Oh my God. Could we have planned for this? So, but what we've been trying to do is, and to your point, Robert, I hope you don't mind me calling you Robert. Oh, no. To your point though, one of the things, even though we're a small boutique company, you talked about financials and being able to make those decisions and have some flexibility in what you do or don't do. We're a year in. Oh my God, I shudder every time I think about that. But we had a really good sales year going into 20, and most of our projects, I'm some ungodly percent of them either got paused and or shut down. So much pain the past year, but luckily we've been able to hold on because we were able to, dip into the pot, so to speak, and keep ourselves going. And actually, we're taking this opportunity to invest in doing something different, and that's what we've been focused on.
Thank you so much. And so one thing I'm interested in is how we are influenced by decisions. So one thing is in that first question related to education and experience. Dr. Martin Luther King joined Alpha Phi Alpha in the 50s, which is one of the Divine Nine Black Greek letter organizations. And at the 50th year anniversary, he said, we need leaders, not in love with money, but in love with justice, not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. Leaders who can subject their particular egos to the pressing urgencies of the great cause of freedom. A time like this demands great leaders. I know that both of you have had some experience with organizations. So could you please share, I'll start with you, Robert, your experiences as a member of a Black Greek letter organization? What did you learn about leadership and service?
So first, I think I'd like to say that in 2008, I created a course called Intercultural Communications in Black Greek Letter Organizations. I created it at the University of Arkansas. And I have been teaching it ever since then. I see Beverly holding her thumbs up. She must be a Razorback graduate. And so I taught that course, even though I was an administrator, and I have taught it at every university since. I've taken it with me. And in that course, I teach about all of the Black Greek letter organizations, the Divine Nine, and the Greek-like organizations, the Masons, the Eastern Stars, the Boule, the Lynx, the Elks, teach about all of those as well. But what that organization training did for me is to teach me about leadership. I joined, like Dr. King, Alpha Phi Alpha, life member, dues paid, active. I want to be clear about that. Don't just wear the t-shirt, okay? And so it taught me about leadership and service. The motto is, first of all, servants of all, we shall transcend all. The idea there is that, like W.E.B. Du Bois, also a member, the idea is to help your community, is to use your education, your expertise, your training, your background, and how you can rise the socioeconomic status, the educational status, and therefore be the moral backbone for people who don't have a voice like you do, and to be a defender for those individuals. And so what that process has taught me is, how can I help each one teach one? And so the goal and aspirations is to help people become the better version of who they are. So one of my recent goals that I've acquired, and I teach this inside of that Greek course, I have a section called How to Become a Millionaire. And so I've been working very hard at teaching the financial management and the goal aspirations to how people can rise themselves out of their current financial position to where they can have that title at one day. And so that's how the organization has shaped me. And I emphasize active dues paid, because we have lots of people that are members of my organization and others that are in the organization, but it's like going to church. They're a member of a church, but they don't go except for Sunday and Christmas, right? And so in this case, I actually attend and participate. So that's how the organization has contributed to me. And I have to say this too. The best Greek letter organization is whichever one you are a member of. It's like religion. If you get a Baptist, a Seventh-day Adventist, and a Pentecostal in the room and say, okay, which one is the best faith to have? Each one is going to pick their own. So I think that people have to find the organization that best fits their character and who they are. And then that is the greatest organization in the world, the one that they belong to.
Great. Beverly, how would you answer that question? Thank you, Dr. Ma.
That was really well positioned. So to piggyback on that context of the best sorority in the that exists in the Divine Nine is Delta Sigma Theta, and which I am a member. And it's interesting, we're talking about Divine Nine because I am active, but I was not active for a while, but we are based on the premise of community service. And I think most of the Divine Nine, to be fair, most of the Divine Nine organizations do community service. And that's how we win. We win because even though I think and know that Delta is the best one for me, the best organization, we have to give credence to all of the organizations because we all serve the community together. Matter of fact, just recently we did a project with other sororities and fraternities, and that's how we do the best of what we do. And yes, I got my graduate degree. I am a graduate degree Razorback. I got my undergraduate degree at HBCU, formerly A&M, but University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff. And yes, went out to grad school in Fayetteville. So I am a Razorback, yay. But so I must say it allows you to sort of test and practice in your leadership abilities because you have, I mean, it's a community business within itself because you service the community wherever you are. Matter of fact, I was literally on a call recently where we're planning this major project, and it's community based. And so I think that given the fact that we celebrate MLK as we should, because we definitely stand on his shoulders, I think it's getting stronger in the sense that we are working better together rather than in opposition of each other, which moves a lot of the objectives forward. And I think that's where you get the power. No matter if you're running a business, you're thinking about starting a business, or it's a community-based idea you have, it comes from the grassroots of being engaged at the university level. Even though some people pledge out, once they graduate, it's still about service and realizing who you are as an individual, or a leader and a follower. I mean, some of the best leaders are leaders because they're good followers.
Mike, I would just like to say that, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, Kamala Harris, Vice President of these United States, is a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And so I think that is important, that her role now has been elevated to a place that she can influence lots of people throughout this country and be an aspiration to many young Black women and white women and Asian women and women, period. And the fact that she was a member of that organization is active, that means a lot. It means a lot.
It does. It does in a sense. And then, sorry, Michael, we're not going to take over on time.
No, you have time. You have time.
But I just wanted to mention too, that's so important because, I have a goddaughter that's AKA, so I had to support her no matter what, No, but no, I think it's a couple of things. It's several things, but just in the context of what we're talking about now, I think it's bringing a lot of people did not know what HBCU was. I mean, historically black colleges, unless you went there, a lot of people didn't know or understand that it's really the Harvards and the Yales of black, majority black schools. But you do have lots of ethnic groups who do attend, but now it's part of the conversation. And I think that is an awesome opportunity for people to start the conversation and understand. A lot of us, I mean, as a nation, as a country, and definitely as individuals, it's so much about education or miseducation. So when now with the opportunity for this dialogue to happen, I'm just really hoping that knowing and understanding what it is and what it isn't will bring us to a better place as a society.
Great, that's wonderful. So we're all shaped by, and I'm especially interested in the students that are listening to us today, because student experience is the curriculum, which we talked about, sort of the education and the importance of education and having that intelligence and those skills. And also the co-curricular, which we talked about in terms of being part of student organizations and those things. So now I want to talk a little bit about success. As you reflect on your career, because you both have very successful careers, as you reflect on your education, your background that you've gotten from your organizations that you were a part of, and where you are today, how has those experiences sort of guided your career in where you are today? So Robert, in terms of your success, how did you get to where you are today?
So I think I was fortunate and blessed to get opportunities that my education and experience afforded me. So I'm gonna talk to the students here for a moment. When I was a student, as an undergraduate, I earned an internship, paid internship, working for Pepsi-Cola Company. I then followed up that with a co-op experience with Illinois Department of Transportation. So my first degree is in engineering. And so prior to graduating college, I had 9 months of actual real world experience to accompany a high GPA and my student involvement on campus. I think that gave me an advantage when I went into the job market right after college. I remember I had 5 job offers prior to me leaving my undergraduate experience. And so I had a chance to pick and to choose which one I wanted to go to. Now, once that happened, I utilized my network inside of my organization to help me navigate each one of the moves that transferred me to different cities. And so I call it leaning on the shield. I will contact my local Alpha chapter, wherever it is I happen to be moving to, let them know I'm coming. And then they begin to lay out the red carpet to help my transition smoother, and my family as well. And I use that relationship along with my education to put me in a position where I can be competitive. I ultimately got a doctorate degree in higher education administration. And I did that because it gave me an opportunity in my mind to make me recession proof. My bachelor's degree is in engineering, my master's degree is in communications, and my doctorate degree is in higher education administration. So I always felt like if I get that level of education, that despite what the job market is doing, I can be flexible and find employment inside of the job market, regardless of what happens with the .com burst or manufacturing going down. And so I think it's important to try to make yourself recession proof. And the education and the experiences, which started in college, both internships and co-op opportunities, helped me. And then creating multiple streams of income for myself throughout gave me also some flexibility. And I think that those things together is what gave me an opportunity. And then lastly, I also had some mentors, people that were senior to me, that coached me and gave me some guidance. And I would ask them, how did you do that? You know, whatever that is. And so they gave me some guidance, and I took it with a grain of salt because they're not me. And I will listen to 10 things, but use 3 of them, and then listen to someone else give me 5 things and listen to 1 of them. So that's how I was able to be fortunate and be blessed.
Great. Beverly, what about your thoughts, especially as you embarked on your own project?
Yes.
Yeah, and
Right.
dealing with clients and all those things when it's the buck stops with you.
Yes, yes. So a couple of things leading up to that. While in college, I did work study. I didn't have an internship, but I had a scholarship, but needed extra money. So I worked. So I came out of college having work experience, and that was a big help. For what I do now, obviously my education is critical. And I think it's good to know, the students that are on the line, is that education and learning does not end. Even though I'm mature, and that's my secret. I literally, about a year ago, because of my background, and I work with clients around process and insight and data. Actually, I teach at one of the DC universities. I teach data modeling. But one of the things that I did about a year ago is I got certified in artificial intelligence. Now we can run from it. We can pretend it's not going to impact me or you or whatever you do. But even as we speak, you are impacted by it. And I'm not saying you have to run out and get a degree in it, but in the context of just understanding that no matter how smart you are today, that learning never ends. And I agree that listening to 10 things and you may only do 2, I agree with that too, because at some point in our lives, we go through this phase where we think we're the smartest person in the room. And that could be true at the time, but you can always learn from others, even if it's learning what not to do. So learning is got different dimensions of learning. Again, it's learning what to do and maybe learning what not to do. As far as what I do today, in the context of the conversation around credibility and having just belief in integrity, one of the things that I don't win every deal, obviously. So in some of the deals I lose because I don't over commit on things that I know that I cannot deliver. And so, and sometimes people will say, oh, well, you got to do it. I will stretch myself, believe me, because I have an architect mind And it doesn't have to, the widget doesn't have to exist for me to believe and know and be able to deliver, but it has to be within a certain percentage of expectation or understanding that I can will succeed on behalf of my clients. The people I do work with, most of them they know me. And sometimes I get to deal just because they know me. And they know that I'm going to say, I can't do that, or we can't do that. But they know that if I tell them we can do that, even if we haven't done it before, they know that I will deliver, because I may not get to the finish line first, but when we get there, it's a repetitive process with a particular client. And that leads into longevity. A lot of the things that I'm trying to do now in the new space, I have clients who are helping me to get there, because there's nothing like having, and this happened within the past 2 weeks, it's a major corporation. I won't call their names. I'm not sure it's appropriate, but let's just say they're in the top 10 companies in the world. And I got a call. We had a conversation about something, and I sort of pushed back on that. And they called and said, we really appreciate your honesty. In 2021, who's talking about honesty these days, right? So I was surprised, but in the context of planning your future, whether it's going to work for a corporation or starting your own business, for me, that still sticks with me, and it's still part of my winning portfolio of in the context of how I present myself, is to make sure that what I say, to the best of my knowledge, is true and accurate, and not just to say it because it is, and without integrity. Yeah.
Yeah, you bring up a very good point, and I want to sort of circle back a little bit to something that Dr. Mock said earlier. And you mentioned this phrase, pushback. And one of the things we're proud of at Valpo is that we hold values such as character, integrity, wisdom, and knowledge as attributes that we try to instill in our students. And so Dr. King said, the ultimate measure is not when you stand in moments of comfort and convenience, but where you stand at times of challenge and controversy. Values are often challenged when faced with difficult moral choices. That's not King, that's me. Can you then now describe a situation where, Dr. Mock, where you were faced with an ethical dilemma? And I know you said earlier about the financial piece, but part of this is, how do you develop that courage and fortitude to make the difficult decision when you're not in that situation? Is there an example when you were faced with an ethical dilemma? How did you go about resolving it, and how did you ultimately make that decision?
So this is a sad story. So I want to preface that. It's sad, but it is true. I was working for a university, and unfortunately, like this, and I'm gonna go back to this Me Too movement that we're in, because I think its time has long passed that we should have had this. There was a young lady who accused an athlete of a sexual assault against her. It's important to say that he was an athlete, because when you're an athlete, sometimes you get local fame associated with that. We went through the whole judicial process and hearing, and it came out that we found the student athlete was responsible. So I signed the paperwork to confirm that this student would be removed from our institution, therefore suspended, and no longer a student at our institution. The social media lit up, siding, because we live in a social media world now, siding with the athlete in attacking the young lady who was a victim. Okay. And I got lots of threats about lawsuits and, lawyers, and this is terrible, and how dare you sign off on such a innocent person. Now remember, we have already made this decision to suspend the student, so the student is no longer at the institution. But at the same time, the legal process is going. Okay, it takes a little longer. So we've suspended the student after about 35, 40 days throughout the process. But 6 months down the line, the legal process rules that there's not enough evidence to convict. When that happens, the father contacts me and the university. I told you my son was innocent. I'm going to sue you and the university for wrongly accusing my student. And 2 days later, after the social media furtherly attacked this young lady, she committed suicide. And it is such a sad situation that our organization did what I thought was the right thing, and it really felt like the right thing. And the community attacked this young lady as the victim. They attacked her. And then she ended up taking her own life because she didn't have enough support there. Even though the institution and myself supported her and made the decision based on the evidence, the preponderance of evidence, but I never heard from the father again after the young lady committed suicide. So that is a time when I thought it was very difficult to make that decision because, you know, when you have, you know, football is one of those revenue generating sports. Let me be clear. Men's basketball, another revenue generating sport. And so when you make those decisions, you don't make it in a vacuum. And of course, it was lots of uproar, lots of communication about it. But I felt like that was one of those Dr. King moments in time of challenge and controversy, where I feel like I did the right thing. And unfortunately, the community at large did not. So that's my story.
Thank you. Beverly?
Wow, that was an unfortunate incident. So I have had an experience that was very, very challenging, where I had a client that one of their employees had done something wrong in an attempt to, quote unquote, literally set me up because they felt that I was too close to their boss, and their boss trusted my decision more than theirs. And again, to protect the sanctity, integrity of the organization, I will intentionally be a little vague and ambiguous here in saying this. But a situation where I had paperwork that proved that this person had doctored, if you will, paperwork to try and give just a picture that I had done something wrong. I had all of that information. So when it really came to it, you know, it didn't go to court or anything like that, but when it came to me delivering that information versus taking a small hit on it, I took the hit. It was an organization that believed in both of these levels of leadership. And I did have the respect of the leader if I wanted to work for this organization again. I wasn't concerned about that, but to have revealed that this leader would do something of that nature, I literally had to do some soul searching here because you know, when you're between a rock and a hard place, the easy way out is to just burst through the door. I mean, to kick the door in, that's easy. The hard part is to not kick the door in because you know you can. So I chose to take the heat and not reveal. And to this day, it's a storage somewhere, in a storage box somewhere, I still have that information. It's like just a reminder of who I am as an individual. So if I'm in a reminiscing moment, I will literally go through that information and look at, you know, the documentation to prove that sometimes it's not about winning. I had a relative of mine that was in a conundrum, and I mentioned to them, sometimes the best win you could have in life, especially pertaining to character and integrity, is to lose. And I know if you're a student listening, that may not make sense, and you say, "Oh my God, she's crazy." No. But it is. I lived it. I survived it. A lot of my success came after that. A lot of work that I got was through that client who ultimately knew and found out what I did or didn't do just to save the organization, because I knew the challenges that the organization would have to know that this would have occurred. And I don't regret that at all. I don't regret it. And like I said, I lost the battle, but I won the war. And sometimes in life, as you grow in your career, again, whether it's going out in corporate America or building your own company, that is something that I would definitely leave with you, is that sometimes losing a battle is winning the war when you're making the right decision.
Thank you. I want to sort of have our last topic here in our last few minutes, this sense of the future. So this year has been very challenging for the world in many different respects. And Dr. King says, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. So as we all think about Dr. King today and the lessons from the civil rights movement that he was a part of that still continues to this day, what are sort of your thoughts or advice on furthering the movement, keeping things moving, progressing? How do we change things for the better? Because Dr. King also said change does not roll in on wheels of inevitability. It comes with constant and continuous struggle. So as we continue to struggle in our day-to-day, and as students in particular here who might be going on to their careers and being a part of the workforce and being a part of the professional world, what advice do you have for positive change? How do we impact the world in a positive way? And Robert, I'll come to you.
So I think it's two things. I think the first thing is we need to make certain maintain our ability to vote. Like that is being challenged, our ability to vote. And there's about 253 bills throughout this entire country that have come about recently to try to, in my view, to suppress our inalienable right for our democratic process is to vote. So I think we need to fight that. The second thing I think is that we need to continue to try to improve our voice. And that's beyond the voting booth. You need to make sure that you stay actively and engaged, because all politics and all change is local. So it's important that you get engaged in your community, whether that is your church, your civic group, or your club, whatever it is, you need to be involved in what's happening in your local community, because that's where the most of that change will occur, in the grassroots effort. And so I encourage students to take seriously when they go to the election booth. Take seriously to get involved in your local school board. Go attend those boring budget meetings when they're deciding on how are they going to spend those local tax dollars. And so therefore your voice can be heard when it's time to put up a new, whatever the new thing is, a bridge or a stop sign or what have you, so that your voice can be heard, and so that thereby your tax dollars can get spent appropriately. What oftentimes happens is we get too busy. We get too busy. Well, I don't have time for that. I got to go do this and that. In reality, that's where most of that thing needs to happen. And so that's what I would suggest, is to continue to fight for voters' rights and to exercise your right. But then it's not just enough to exercise your right. You have to then get involved and find something in your community where you can make a contribution.
And Robert, you have been in higher education at a number of different roles. So you have seen various students. I assume some of those have gone on to have extremely successful careers. As you think about that, what are some of the attributes of success, the things that really make for successful people? And Beverly, I'm going to ask you that more on the business side, but this is more of, as you have seen students, progress in your career?
So I think that, believe it or not, is perseverance, because, you know, rain falls on the just and the unjust. And there are going to be some rainy days throughout your career. And so those that have the ability to persevere and to push through and to get past that valley that's a dip in their career and to keep on striving toward their goals, those are the people that's been most successful. I know I'm in higher education, and I would love to tell you that all the 4.0 students do the best and all the 4.0 students have the best career. And I knew it because they were great students and they were motivated in the classroom. It doesn't always work out that way. I will tell you, those students that had that stick-to-itiveness, that perseverance, that when they got knocked down, found the ability to get back up, stand up again, and to live to fight another day, those are the individuals that have been most successful, because every time they got back up, they built muscle memory. And how do you get back up? And then the next time they got hit, maybe it didn't knock them down. It only staggered them a little bit, because they had the power and the strength to persevere. So that's what I would suggest. And I would like to piggyback on something Beverly said earlier, and that is to continue to educate yourself. I made some statements early on throughout this conversation about financial management. None of my degrees are in business or finance, but I made a point to educate myself on those things. Now, I know I'm not a certified financial planner, but I have grown a lot in that capacity. And that's what I suggest your students do, to continue to grow themselves outside of whatever their formal education is.
Okay, and Beverly, even those that are professionals in their workforce now who might be listening, you've had a very successful business career. What would be those attributes that you've seen in your career of taking those lessons from the movement and living day by day and incorporating those things into your daily work? What are some things that you've seen that has proven to be successful people that you've come across?
So I want to just say too that I agree wholeheartedly with what's been said about education. I mean, the stick-to-itiveness it's not just in education; it's definitely on the business side. One of my aha moments after leaving a Fortune 500, a big company, is that I had people jumping through hoops to do whatever I asked them to do, or estimating what I wanted. It was there. And one of my aha moments in starting a business is I didn't have that. Is that you don't start a business with people sitting around waiting to do what you tell them to do, and lawyers and accountants and all these people that you need. They're not just there for you. But I do want to say the discipline, one of the things that I've thought about, since we're in the MLK moment, we're in unprecedented times actually right now, way beyond the virus, which is, we can't even spend time talking about that. But I think morally, there's opportunity for us to look as a nation at our moral compass. And it gets to the point of each of us as an individual has a pulse, our hands on the pulse of what that moral compass looks like. And that's all about integrity. It's about our character. It's about education. It's about wisdom, because like Robert said, you could have the 4.0 best education, but there's a balance between how you use that and what you do with it. And one of the things that I've spent a lot of time thinking, since we're in this mode, we've been shut down, there's lots more time to think about it and trying to not do a pivot of the business, but I would say a re-architect of the business, is what has been a missed opportunity to the point of the voting and getting involved in community and regulation and understanding the dynamics of the structure of the nation, is that, for me, it's the business, reshaping the business to do something more meaningful. I mean, Fortune 500 companies are going to make millions and millions of dollars, whether BKW is there or not. So the one thing that I'm thinking right now is one of the things that we're looking at is what can we do as a business? Obviously, we do want to make money. And you will want to make money, whether you're working for a company or if you're starting your own business as students, you will want to make money. And that's not a bad thing. It's the how and why you do it that matters, because that gives you your stick-to-itiveness. But I am in the mindset now that I want to do something more purpose-driven to where I am touching more people's lives. I was talking to a friend of mine who our careers started out together. We went different ways, but we were talking, and she said to me that maybe I missed an opportunity to be a mayor or, in politics. And I'm thinking, well, I don't know. I don't know. That could be true. But I am more cautious given the morality of us as a nation around integrity, around character, and around shaping the future, especially in education. And I do teach. I teach 80% of the people that I teach, actually, they work for the government. They already have career. These are, there could be ex-military, they're technology people, et cetera, et cetera. So when you go in there, I'm learning and I'm excited. They're excited to get what I have to offer because I own a business, but I'm excited because I've got a different backgrounds of things that I'm going to hear and learn. So please, as you move forward and your success, whatever your success look like as students, and you go and do what you're going to do, don't ever take that learning hat off. It could be through formal classroom, it could be through your employees, your peers, or so many dynamics, but there's always an opportunity to learn and share your smartness. And that's where your wisdom comes in.
Thank you. Any closing thoughts, Dr. Mock, as we wrap up?
Oh, so I'm going to close on one thing. And as Dr. Susan Jeffers wrote a book called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. So what I'm telling you to think about, what she said in that book, is yes, it'll be uncomfortable when you do something different or go after your goals, but do it anyway. Don't wait for all of the circumstances to align perfectly, because it's never going to align perfectly. But you can start making a step on that journey to achieve your dreams. And then finally, be willing to adjust your goals and desires, because you yourself are going to change. The person you are today will not be the person you will be in 5 years. But you think in your mind 5 years from now, I want to do that. Well, on your way to doing that, you may discover a different that, and then be willing to be flexible to change that. Don't just stay stagnant. Feel the fear and do it anyway.
Well, thank you so much. We're just out of time. I'm going to hand this back to Dr. Martin. But I wanted to thank you both for taking time out of your busy schedule from Maryland and from where are you, in Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
Is it? Yes. Yes. To join us here in Indiana to be a part of this celebration. We're really excited here at Valpo on this day. And thank you again for being a part of this and for all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Okay, Dr. Martin.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Mock, Beverly White. Thank you so much for being on this panel. Dr. Chickalese, thank you so much for your leadership and guidance. Wow, there's some incredible nuggets that they dropped that we need to grab a hold of. And I think one of the most important things that we see is that character and integrity will resolve and win the day. They will shape the future that we're going to see. And we have to be a community that's dedicated to that and willing to hold each other accountable to that higher calling. The three of you, thank you so much for being a part of our day and bringing your gifts to us here.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was an honor.
Awesome. Well, as we get ready to move forward, everyone, we have to know that we need to take some time and reflect. Meditation is important. If we're not reflecting on what we just heard, then we're not going to be able to use it and understand what it means for us. And so meditations for this one, we saw this earlier in the day, but I think it's important to bring back up. Meditations for us to think about. The first step to radical change. What is the first step to radical change? And then as you ponder on that, remember our meditation for that is, I am ready to change, show me the way. I am ready to change, show me the way. And we want to give everyone about 5 good minutes to meditate on that and meditate on the things that you just heard from this incredible panel. And as we do that, we'll jump back in to hear some messages once that 5 minutes is over. Thank you. Thank you for taking time to meditate and to reflect on what we've heard today so far. It is highly important that we take that time to think deeply and critically. Uh, Same light, we want to remind you that coming up is Dr. or not Dr. but Mekamini Uwan, who is a public theologian, coming tomorrow to our Pathways to Purpose, Finding Your Calling and Character. She'll be delivering a lecture on I Didn't Choose This Life. That's tomorrow at 7:30. So we definitely want you to be a part of that on tomorrow. And coming up here in just a short while, we'll get to hear from Dr. Malefi Asante, 5:30 as our convocation. He talks about our theme for the year, from lessons from the movement. And so we look forward to hearing from Dr. Malefi Asante. And tonight, 10 p.m., Celebrate. Every Wednesday night, Celebrate is happening. But tonight we have a joy of having Pastor Lawrence Rogers that'll be here with us as the speaker for that tonight. Lessons from the movement has been our theme for today, and we've had a lot of engagement as we've gone throughout our time today. And so we're just so blessed and excited that you are here and that you've joined us. We've also been celebrating 10 years that the Welcome Project has been with our community, and have been telling the stories of important folks throughout the community. And so we want to keep doing that and keep pulling some of those pieces to the forefront as they work not only on Welcome Project pieces, but Flight Paths and other pieces that tell the story of the least of these in our communities and bring them to the forefront. And so we want to keep sharing some of those in this brief time before our 5:30 start convocation. And so we invite you to not only tell your friends to get ready and to sign on for the convocation, but we also want you to sit back and engage in some of these stories that are available to you and available for you to use in the classroom space or in other spaces if you go to the Welcome Project website. So we encourage you to just listen to some of these stories as we keep moving forward and gear up for our convocation at 5:30.
I have lived in Valparaiso since I left Valparaiso University in 1993. I got married in August of 1995. In the last 20 years, you see more people of color, whether that be Hispanic, African American. Now it used to be a casual exchange, maybe once a week. Now you go to Target, you go to Kmart, you go to Walmart, you actually see African Americans working in those places. You actually see African Americans shopping in those places. And on a rare occasions, when you're stopped at a traffic light, you might see an African American walking from one place to another, or actually in a car driving. You didn't used to see that back in 1988 when I came here as a freshman. Oh my goodness, Miller's Mart. The community has really changed, because back in the day, Miller's Mart was the only shopping. And I remember first coming on the campus, they would tell me, if you go to Miller's Mart, don't look like you're going to steal something, because people will watch you when you go in there. And sure enough, you go into Miller's Mart, people will be watching you and seeing, what are you doing in here? You're coming in here to steal. People are way too helpful. You go into a store, you notice someone saying, hi, can I help you? You say yes or no, most of the time they would go away. But in particular at Miller's Mart, you say no, they wouldn't necessarily go away. They would shuffle here, they would shuffle there. You can see, you can tell. The community has changed. Whether it's more receptive to people of color, I don't think so. Some of the problems that we used to have back then exist today. It has changed in that the campus now is more accessible to the community. A lot of times I see what I perceive as students walking, whether it be into Target or walking downtown. The campus it's more open to the community now. It's growing, it's developing. I think things are not as bad as they were in 1988. For instance, you don't walk down the street and be called the N-word as much as you used to back in the late 80s. At least my experience, I haven't. But I think the subtleties are still there. Not getting on the elevator with someone of color, clenching your purse as someone walks by you. You know, those are the implicit things that still exist today. There are a lot of people that think law enforcement stops people of color unnecessarily. There are a lot of people that think law enforcement unjustly does searches and seizures, or searches in general when they stop someone for a routine traffic stop. There are still no people of color on law enforcement in Porter County that I'm aware of. You don't see them in Portage, you don't see them in Valpo. And people ask the question, why is that? For some people, the experience is real. You could talk to 10 or 15 different people who say, yeah, I was stopped. There was no real reason for me to be stopped. And there are people that would say, well, yeah, I ran a red light and that's why I got stopped. It's never happened to me. I tend to be more of a data-driven person, so I want to see the facts behind how many stops have been made in the last year, how many of those were African American, how many of those were just routine, were they justified, was there something that they did illegally? So I don't want to invalidate it, but at the same time, when I say people think, it's hard to validate things like that, especially when implicit bias is still prevalent today.
From 1929 to 1939, the United States and communities across the United States engaged in a repatriation movement of Mexican nationals. And this varies from locale to locale. In the Calumet region, there's two great examples of completely different processes between the Indiana Harbor region in East Chicago and Gary. The Indiana Harbor repatriation campaign begins really in earnest in 1934 under the guidance of the American Legion and Paul Kelly, who establishes an emergency relief association. So the American Legion in the Depression at the national level asked all their chapters to combat the Depression as well as they can at the local level. And Paul Kelly really takes this, very patriotic nationalist message to heart. And he organizes with a lot of other World War I veterans in the region to go about creating this commission, this association to repatriate the Mexicans. We are doing the Mexican nationals a favor. The region is too cold and they are not built for it. They're going back well educated in the United States system, and they will be outstanding Mexican citizens now that they've had, this time in the United States. Paul Kelly wrote everyone who was anyone about possibly finding funding or legal avenues to repatriate the roughly 3,000, 4,000 Mexicans and Mexican Americans living in the harbor, all the way up to the Secretary of Labor, William Doak, who sort of had to tell them, no, the Department of Labor has found that a lot of these people are actually U.S. citizens, and Paul Kelly still perseveres. He writes members such as Joseph Block, who is very well known as a steel magnate. The Block family ran Inland Steel for funding, and Block agrees to this. However, Block sets his own terms. Okay, if we're going to repatriate them, we're using railroad lines that Inland Steel already uses. Paul Kelly and his American Legion friends have gone door to door, figured out who's living where, how old the children are, how many days a week the fathers are working at Atlas Cement, at Inland Steel, in the railroad yard. And they tell them essentially, hey, you're only working 2 days a week maybe. You're not making enough to support you, your wife, and your several children. We're taking you off relief. And then that essentially put the father and the parents in general between a rock and a hard place, where they then either had to struggle by off the working 2 days a week in the mill or at the rail yard, or return to Mexico. And that forces a lot of these families to then take up the Emergency Relief Association's offer and take these trains to Mexico. And Paul Kelly goes so far as to write the Mexican consulate in Chicago, and he coordinates with the Mexican consulate on these trains and the timetables of when they're going to get to Chicago, when that train's going to be in El Paso, and when Mexican Army, Mexican National Guard should be ready at the border to intercept that train and take the repatriates. Whereas we see in neighborhoods like Gary, maybe not as well thought out. There's instances in the old Gary Tribune of just loading up a pickup truck of a couple of dozen people and then driving it to the border and leaving them. And they load up the pickup truck while they have a band playing Adios Gary, according to the newspaper article. And the Mexican consulate is really aggravated at this because they have no idea who's being sent back, when they're going to get there, if they're even going to make it. And they sort of really admonish Gary. And in one of the letters, why aren't you doing things like East Chicago? Why are you not doing things like Paul Kelly and the ERA? From the Mexican state's perspective, they had just come off 2 decades of civil war, essentially, of revolution, violence, and the country's decimated. And Mexico is in itself also engaging in a repatriation movement. They're repatriating Chinese Mexicans, that there are now all these available agricultural opportunities, that if you return to Mexico, there will be a job for you here. And whether or not that was the case for me and these families, I cannot say. Chances are not really, if a lot of them still choose to then return to the region. In the Calumet region, these very formalistic measures really only last about 1932 to 1934, 35. Kelly stops eventually because the industrialists, they no longer want to pay for the train loads, or even in some cases the railroad companies no longer want to offer the special rate of $40 per car train load of Mexicans back to the border. And that sort of thing kills the local movement. But Kelly was still, in the case of Indiana Harbor, able to repatriate roughly half of the community.
Valparaiso University is a welcoming community grounded in the Lutheran tradition, built on the values of mutual respect, positive regard, freedom, and reliant on grace. We strive to boldly include all individuals and groups who contribute to the life of our campus in a mutually beneficial way. Difference is a strength and reason for celebration, and we affirm that we are most inclusive when we bring groups together to make decisions in collaborative, equitable ways. Our values do not support language or behavior that demeans members of our campus based on age, appearance, ethnicity, race, color, religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, biological sex, disabilities, visible and invisible, ideological or political positions, intellectual perspective, socioeconomic status, immigration status, veteran status, and national or regional origin. Actions and behaviors based on positions or perspectives that inherently marginalize, oppress, or deny full dignity to all are not tolerated. As such, we will consistently and vigilantly assess our academic and co-curricular offerings and our admissions, hiring, and promotion policies in reflection of these values.
that people knew that Negroes were being denied what was guaranteed to them by the Constitution, by the fact that they were citizens of this country. Then when they were given those rights, do you feel the white community said, well, we've given them all that we have, now it's up to them?
Well, I think the dilemma is much deeper, and I think one during this period of transition has to be very honest with America. And honesty impels me to admit that America has broad racist elements still alive. Racism is still existing in American society in many areas of the society, North and South. And the other thing is that there has never been a single, solid, determined commitment of large segments of white America on the whole question of racial equality. I think we have to see that vacillation has always existed, ambivalence has always existed, and this to me is the so-called white backlash. It's merely a new name for an old phenomenon. I see the white backlash as a continuation of the same ambivalence and vacillation of white America on the whole question of racial justice that has existed since the founding of our nation. I think the other thing that we must see at this time is that many of the people who supported us in Selma, in Birmingham, were really outraged about the extremist behavior toward Negroes. But they were not at that moment, and they are not now, committed to genuine equality for Negroes. It's much easier to integrate a lunch counter than it is to guarantee an annual income, for instance, to get rid of poverty for Negroes and all poor people. It's much easier to integrate a bus than it is to make genuine integration a reality and quality education a reality in our schools. It's much easier to integrate even a public park than it is to get rid of slums. And I think we are in a new era, a new phase of the struggle, where we have moved from a struggle for decency, which characterized our struggle for 10 or 12 years, to a struggle for genuine equality. And this is where we are getting the resistance, because there was never any intention to go this far. People were reacting to Bull Connor and to Jim Clark rather than acting in good faith for the realization of genuine equality.
Do you think white people in this country, and I'm talking about non-segregationists, people devoid or thinking they're devoid of racism, do you have any idea of what they want the Negro to be in America?
Well, it depends on the level that we are talking here, because I think you have to make a distinction between the people who are genuinely and absolutely committed in the white community on the question of racial equality. And I must confess that I think they're in a very small minority. I think the vast majority of white Americans will go but so far. It's a kind of installment plan for equality, and they are always looking for an excuse to go but so far.
Why are they looking for the excuse? What is it about the Negro? I mean, every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
That's a part of it, and that grows out of something else. You can't thingify anything without depersonalizing that something. If you use something as a means to an end, at that moment you make it a thing and you depersonalize it. The fact is that the Negro was a slave in this country for 244 years. That was a willful thing that was done. The Negro was brought here in chains, treated in very inhuman fashion, and this led to the thingification of the Negro. So he was not looked upon as a person. He was not looked upon as a human being with the same status and worth as other human beings. And the other thing is that human beings cannot continue to do wrong without eventually rationalizing that wrong. So slavery was justified morally, biologically, theoretically, scientifically, everything else. And it seems to me that white America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. That is one thing that other immigrant groups haven't had to face. The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma, and that can never be overlooked. So I think these things are absolutely necessary. The other thing is that America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. And yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa, who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years, any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps, but it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
Apart from wanting to live better, which all...
Well, welcome into the room, everybody, and welcome back to those that have been with us all day. Wow, what a day it has been. There has been some tremendous nuggets dropped during this day, and we've gotten a lot of knowledge, a lot of perspective, and that has really done some incredible work in terms of shaping us, not just shaping who we are, but shaping where we're going and what we need to think about in a diligent way. I want to remind you and just say to you that don't forget that at 7 p.m. we will be doing a showing of the documentary From Sundown to Sunrise. And that is a bit of the story of Councilman Robert Cotton and his mom and the work that they did in terms of integrating and the courage they had in terms of integrating Valparaiso. And so we want to make sure everybody comes out and logs in rather for that viewing. That'll be at 7 o'clock. And then don't forget at 10 p.m. We will, 10 p.m. I know it's late for some, but 10 p.m. we're going to have Celebrate. And we're going to be joined by Pastor Lawrence Rogers, who is the pastor of the historic Second Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan. And so that historic church has played a role in the Underground Railroad, to civil rights movement, done some incredible things. And so we definitely want to make sure that we stay connected to that. Last but not least, before we jump into our convocation time, I want to remind you that tomorrow, Pathways to Purpose speaker Ekameni Uwan will be virtually on campus with us tomorrow at 7:30. That's the Institute of Leadership and Service. They will be hosting her tomorrow, so you don't want to miss that. That's going to be a powerful piece tomorrow that's going to give you some more insight. And so we're excited to have everybody on and joining us, not just you here on the Zoom, but also all of you that are joining us via the simulcast on YouTube. And so we have two places where we are streaming live. Make sure your friends know we're getting ready to start convocation. We have an incredible speaker that'll be with us for that day. So it is 5:30, and we're going to go ahead and start right on time so that we can hasten on to our speaker. And we want to start with a welcome from our president, who is the 19th president of Valparaiso University, President Jose Padilla.
Thank you for joining us for the 32nd MLK celebration at Valparaiso University. It's an honor to join you in celebrating the life and legacy of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This year our theme is Lessons from the Movement. I can personally tell you Dr. King's legacy and teachings had a huge impact on my life and on my family. My mother, Jesucita, and her family were migrant workers, a group that Dr. King advocated for and organized with during his life. My father, Joe, did not attend high school, but later earned his GED. His last job was being a high school principal. The value of education was central in Dr. King's teaching and in my own family. I remember when Dr. King was assassinated. That Sunday I was an altar boy, and it was a mass I will never forget. We know the movements Dr. King advocated for were not complete at the end of his life and continue to this day. I remember the dirty looks my grandfather got when he entered a Texas restaurant in the 1960s because of his Mexican heritage. I myself am a beneficiary of affirmative action. I have no doubt my ethnicity was considered when I was accepted into the University of Michigan Law School, and I'm not ashamed of that fact. In my career, I went on to lobby on behalf of the University of Michigan and its affirmative action cases before the U.S. Supreme Court. I know the values of equality and democracy that Dr. King advocated for have changed my life. They've also allowed me to help pay it forward and make an impact on the lives of others throughout my career and now as president of Valparaiso University. Valpo has long been a leader in advancing social justice and the opportunities Dr. King fought for. Under President O.P. Cressman's leadership, Valpo admitted its first black student, Inez Parker. Activists here at the university fought the sundown laws that restricted the actions of black residents and visitors to the city. Valpo has long been a hotbed for folks who fight for social justice and civil rights. I hope that in the coming years we continue to grow that passion at the university. Now let me share another piece of Valpo's history with you. More than 50 years ago, the late Reverend Carl E. Lutzy, who was a theology professor, joined dozens of Valpo students and more than 25,000 people for the end of a march from Selma, Alabama to Montgomery. Our Lutheran tradition highlights the blessing of diversity in God's creation. Social justice is an extension of God's love and work to protect and advocate for every member of the body of Christ. Students come to Valpo to be part of something bigger than themselves. I hope each of you come away from MLK Day feeling inspired to make changes in your life that will leave the world better than you found it. Today we announce Valpo's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Statement. This statement is not a Band-Aid. This is our recommitment as an institution to promoting diversity, equity, inclusion at every level within the university. It is our North Star that will guide us as we implement the action agenda. Finally, I'd like to take a moment to thank the Urban League of Northwest Indiana for their continued partnership and support of MLK Day celebrations. I would also like to thank Richard and Francilia Gozin and Professor Michael Ciccolizzi, the Gozin Chair at Valpo, for supporting these virtual events. I'm also happy to virtually welcome Professor Molifi Giti Asante as our keynote speaker this evening. Before we go, I would like to especially thank Interim Assistant Provost for Inclusion and Retention, Byron Martin, for orchestrating all of our virtual events today and for his organization of the MLK Committee leading up to today's events. I think I speak for everyone when I say how grateful I am for his hard work. Please enjoy today's schedule of events. I hope to speak with many of you about how you are moved to make an impact here at Valpo and in the world as you live out Dr. King's vision for peace, equality, and social justice.
We are so thankful to President Padilla for his constant support of the MLK Day, as well as all of our other work towards inclusion. President Padilla is new to the university, but he definitely came in and made a splash as we are constantly working to make sure that our institution is welcoming and as inclusive as possible. On the screen, you see the MLK Celebration Committee. This day is not possible by the work that I do alone. It is with this group of incredible folks that made this day possible. Them not only helping get panels together and speakers and navigating logistics, just the constant support and prayer and everything. And they've been working tirelessly for the last couple of months to make sure this day goes off without a hitch, even though we're doing it in a different modality and had to shift days completely from when we typically would have done the day. And so I thank them so deeply for their commitment and the work that they've done to make this day possible. I'd also like to thank Dave Sokowski and his team, and especially Brett Visser for his work on today. Our tech would have failed a long time ago if Brett wasn't up at 7 a.m. working through some scenarios and some issues with us, and still here navigating the way. And so we thank our IT team for all that they do, and doing that sometimes not even being seen, just behind the scenes making things possible. We'd also like to thank our IMC, our Integrated Marketing Communications team, and their work in not only getting our website updated, but also making the nuanced changes that are needed and making sure everybody knows about the day as much as possible. And so we thank them. We thank the partnership with CORE and Lisa Jennings with her work with CORE, and definitely making sure that this is available to our CORE students. I know our CORE students are out there listening right now. We thank you for your participation in this day and making this a part of the curriculum that's going to shape your lives as we move forward. Last but not least, we want to thank all of the administration as well as all of the donors for today. We thank the Urban League of Northwest Indiana. We also want to take time to thank our counseling center that made a dedicated donation, as well as the Gozens and the Gozen Chair for their contribution to making today possible. Today also wouldn't be possible without foresight and insight. And that foresight and insight came from a group of folks that got together over 32 years ago and said it's important that we celebrate the work that Dr. King did in this community. It's important that we celebrate his call for justice, his call for peace, and as well as his call for equity and equality. Of those individuals, some of them have gone on, but several are still here and working tirelessly in the community. But we lost one of those that was near and dear to us earlier last month. Professor Lou Jean Walton passed away, who was a professor emeritus in social work department, but worked tirelessly to actually make MLK Day a possibility and was the first recipient of the MLK Award. We couldn't let this celebration go past without mentioning Professor Walton and her incredible contributions to this community. She has touched and shaped the lives of so many students that we can't even begin to count or quantify the effects of someone like Professor Walton in this community. And so today with us, Director Christina Hearn, Director of the Access and Accommodations Resource Center and Interim Director of the Office of Multicultural Programs, is going to read a tribute authored by Dorothy Warner. Going to read a tribute to Dr. Lou Jean Walton, and then we're going to observe a moment of silence to remember her work in this community. Christina.
Thank you, Byron. So Valparaiso University customarily awards the MLK Award at our annual celebration. And as Byron stated, this year we decided to forgo that award and pay tribute to a beloved and influential member of the Valpo family, Professor Lou Jean Walton, who went home to her creator in March. The value of one's life is often measured in accomplishments. Lou Jean's list of accomplishments is long. And so we weren't able actually to put all of the amazing things that she did, but we wanted to highlight a few of the amazing things that Professor Walton accomplished during her time at Valpo and just on Earth. And so Professor Walton arrived on campus in 1956 as one of the first Black students at Valpo. She returned to campus as a social work She returned to campus as a social work faculty. She returned to campus as a social work faculty, serving as chair of the social work department and becoming the first Black woman to receive tenure at Valpo. Then, after receiving tenure at Valpo, she advised the Black student organization and other student organizations, as well as countless students. She received the O.P. Kretzman Award for 35 years of exemplary service to the university, promoting the idea of celebrating MLK and receiving the inaugural MLK Award, as Dr. Martin just stated. She inspired the creation of the Professor Eugene Walton Scholarship to support underrepresented students majoring in the social sciences. I am so sorry. Part of working from home is that you have children. And unfortunately, my child just decided to come in. Give me one moment.
All right, Christina. We know that these are the days of Zoom. And so anything is...
I am so sorry.
Go ahead.
She also used her faith to guide her both here at the university and leadership and research in her leadership and research roles in Valparaiso, Gary, and Chicago. And as impressive as this list of accomplishments are, it pales in comparison to the impact Lugene had on people's lives and the inspiration and determination she imparted in her daily life. She was a champion for justice, diversity, inclusion, respect, and God. Lugene's influences ripples across generations. I had the opportunity to meet Lugene on a few occasions. And I will just say that she was an amazing woman. Typically, when we think about, as a kid growing up, there was always this saying that, you get your education because your ancestors paved the way. And for me as a social worker, Lugene truly paved that way. So to think about the accomplishments we just mentioned, her being one of the first Black students at Valpo, being a social worker, being instrumental in the Black student organization, all of those things, I continuously think about some of those roles I have today. And so much of that is because Lugene truly paved the way for students like me and other people as well. And so Lugene was just a force of nature, a force of God's love, forthright and determined. She was realistic and hopeful. She had a way of seeing the potential in everyone, even if, in fact, especially when they did not see it in themselves. Her light shines on and continuous in the countless lives she has touched. Her legacy lives on in the people of Valpo. And so for a moment, we ask that you just give a moment of silence to this amazing woman who has gone on to be with her Creator.
Thank you. One of the things that we're excited about is that we had an opportunity to commemorate and celebrate Dr. Walton, or Professor Walton, before she passed 2 years ago at the MLK Day celebration. And we also had an opportunity to name a scholarship after her. And that's one of the ways that she leaves a strong legacy here at our community. Another way is by having MLK Day. Not only is it celebrating and commemorating Dr. King, but it's commemorating those that joined in as yoke fellows in the work of making our community more free, more just, and more reflective of the inclusive ideals that we all long for. With that being said, I actually have the extreme honor of introducing our keynote speaker for this year. Our keynote speaker for this year is Dr. Molefi Asante, professor and chair of the Department of Africology at Temple University in Philadelphia. Dr. Asante is the president of the Molefi Asante Institute for Afrocentric Studies. Dr. Asante was a guest professor at the Zhejiang University, Hangzhou, China, and is professor extraordinarius at the University of South Africa. He is the founding and current editor of the Journal of Black Studies and first director of the UCLA's Center for Afro Studies back in 1969. Dr. Asante, often called the most prolific African-American scholar, has published 94 books. I'm struggling to still get one, 94. 94 incredible books. Among the most recent, The Perilous Center, or When Will the African Center Hold? Radical Insurgencies, The History of Africa, 3rd edition, The African American People, A Global History, Erasing Racism, The Survival of the American Nation, Revolutionary Pedagogy, African American History, A Journey of Liberation, African Pyramids of Knowledge, Facing South to Africa, and the memoir, As I Run Toward Africa. Dr. Asante has published more than 500 articles and is considered one of the most quoted living African authors, as well as one of the most distinguished thinkers in the African world. He has been recognized as one of the 10 most widely cited African scholars. Dr. Asante has been recognized as one of the most influential leaders in education. He has been named a history maker with an interview in the Library of Congress. And in 2019, the National Communication Association named him the NCA Distinguished Scholar, its highest honor, saying that his writings were spectacular and profound. He received his PhD from the University of California, Los Angeles at the age of 26 and was appointed a full professor at the age of 30 at the State University of New York at Buffalo. At Temple University, he created the first PhD program in African American Studies in 1988. He has directed more than 140 PhDs, dissertations, making him the top producer of doctorates among African American scholars. He is the founder of the theory of Afrocentricity. Dr. Asante was born in Valdosta, Georgia, of Sudanese, Nubian, and Nigerian Yoruba DNA heritage. He is one of 16 children. He is married to Anna Yaniga, an African Costa Rican and African ancestry via Jamaica. He is the father of the writer and filmmaker MK Jr. and Eka Asante and Mario Root. He has 6 grandchildren, Jamar Ramses, Anaya, Ayan, Nova, Akira, and Akila. He is a poet, novelist, dramatist, and a painter. His works on African language, African history, multiculturalism, and human communications and philosophy have been cited and reviewed by journals such as the Africological Perspectives, Quarterly Journal of Speech, Journal of Black Studies, Black Scholar, Journal of Communication, American Scholar, Daedalus, Western Journal of Black Studies, and International Journal of Pan-African Thought. To say the least, I could keep reading for another 15 minutes and keep reading of all the incredible things that Dr. Asante has done. I can say on a personal note, after having the opportunity to travel with Dr. Asante to Kemet about 2 years ago, he is a man that lives his words and tries and strives to make sure that everybody knows the truth, not only on an interpersonal level, but on a scholarly level. And that is going to have incredible ripples in the community long past his time. I'm so blessed and thankful to have Dr. Asante with us.
To Christina Hearns, to all of the people who have made the MLK celebration possible. This is a wonderful program, and it's a wonderful legacy. And I'm so happy to be a part of it at Valpo. I want to just have a conversation with you today about some things that I've been thinking about, which I think relate. They relate to much of what Martin Luther King Jr. Stood for and was about. And I want to talk about hierarchy, patriarchy, and race. Those are the main topics that I want to talk about in relationship to King's journey and to his struggles and to his philosophy. Let me start by telling you that it is true. I was born in South Georgia, and I grew up as a cotton picker in a family of 16. That is, I had 15 brothers and sisters. And of course, we were not all at home at the same time. People sometimes say, oh, wow, boy, it's a lot. Well, maybe 9 of us were at the home at the same time. But we grew up in South Georgia in what I always call a peasant family, in the sense that we were not very knowledgeable about economics in American society, except we knew that we had to work in the fields, whether it was cotton or tobacco, or sometimes people pick cucumbers and things like that. But that was my upbringing until I was able to go to a boarding school, one of the 5 or 6 African American boarding schools in the country at the time in Nashville, Tennessee. And it's out of that experience that I began to gain some consciousness about life. And actually, at the death of Emmett Till, I was, of course, very much traumatized by that. I was barely 11 or 12 years old. And it has been something that has haunted me for most of my life. I came out of that experience, and then, of course, my journey was heightened by having the experience of marching in the demonstrations with Diane Nash, who was one of the student leaders at Fisk University when I was in high school, and with William Barbee, who was one of the great champions alongside John Lewis on the marches and on the bus rides in the South. So in many ways, I am a child of the 1960s. And the 1960s, for me, catapulted African American students into major white universities for the first time. And it's there that I think we began to see that the educational experience in America was not an experience that taught white people very much about Black people. And of course, Black students in those major universities felt a great tension because we would sit in classes, and whether it was literature or whether it was a science class, and we would almost hear nothing about African scholars or writers. And this struck us as quite odd. And it was odd in many ways. In some ways, it was not odd. But the reason it was odd for us mostly was because in our segregated communities, in the South as well as in the North, we were going to Black schools, high schools, where we were trained and taught by Black teachers who were quite knowledgeable in many instances, such as my high school history teacher, Mr. Tharp. And they provided so much knowledge and information that when we got to the universities, we didn't have the same level of knowledge, particularly about Africa, about African things, and about African people. And it was out of that spirit that we developed the Black Studies movement, because the Black Studies movement said, yes, we are here and we are studying in the university, but the university is not set up for educating Black children. I mean, we knew Langston Hughes, for example, and we quoted his poetry because even if we didn't learn it in school, we learned it at church. And so we knew I've known rivers, ancient, dusky rivers, and my soul has grown deep like the rivers. So we had all of this culture, but we had nowhere to put it when we got to these major universities and these white institutions. And this was a problem. I was very happy to see the picture of the African-American woman who was the first African-American to go to Valpo in 1951, because she must have felt the same way we felt. She was, of course, in school a generation before me, but nevertheless, it just, in terms of university, but it was the same sense of this growth of trying to discover things. And for me, I think this was all crystallized in my graduate work when I sat in a class in Greek, studying Greek history and Greek culture, and then wondering what was going on in Africa. Had there been anything? There's nothing. I've been in school, nearly 7 years in college and graduate school, and 12 years in elementary and junior and high school, and I don't hear anything about Africa. There's not a word. I don't know anything. And how could this be that I'm now about to get a PhD and I don't know anything about Africa? Nothing about African history. I know that people said that African Americans came from Africa, but when we came from Africa, we were not African Americans, we were Africans. So where did we come from in Africa? Africa is a big continent. You could put the US inside Africa 4 times. So what part of Africa? Africa has 3,000 languages. Which languages did we speak? Who are our ancestors? What places? What did they create? What did they organize? What is the value of the African experience? So these were the questions that were at the heart of the matter of Black studies. And I think truly they are the questions that are still at the heart of education in America. And I want to really give Valpo thanks for inviting me here to discuss these issues with you. One of my students is a former student, Ibram Kendi, wrote a book on how to be an anti-racist. And one of the things he said, which I thought was very, very powerful, was to say I am not a racist is not the same thing as saying I am aggressively against racism. It's a very interesting twist here, because people will tell you I'm not a racist, but at the same time, they're not aggressively against it. They're not against racism in an aggressive way. They're just not a racist. So one of the things that I have tried to deal with lately is how do you handle this question of race and racism? But in the end of my reflection, I've come to the point to believe that we have to end the discourse around race itself to help solve the problem. Because social scientists now say, and they're correct, that race is a social construction. And sometimes people say it's a cultural construction or an economic construction, but race is a construction because biologically, there's only one race, the human race. We're 99.9 the same wherever we are, whether we're in Asia or Africa or Europe, we're the same biologically. And so this need to embrace the discourse on the different races, where did this come from? What's the practice of racism about anyway? Since Homo sapiens is the only race that we have. We are not Homo erectus in the world today. We are not Neanderthals for the most part in the world today. We're Homo sapiens. And Homo sapiens as one race, we have to ask ourselves, where did Homo sapiens come from? And Homo sapiens, we know, came from Africa. That's the origin of the Homo sapiens. 300,000 years ago, an African woman, a Black woman in East Africa, gave birth, and it's her lineage and her DNA that is found in all of the 7.5 billion people in the earth today. That one woman, her seed, her biology, her DNA continues, her mitochondrial DNA continues in the world to this day. That's what science teaches us. And that's what the scientists have discovered, that we all trace back to that African woman and an African man. Maybe 160,000 years ago, they say, the African man entered the picture as a continuation. Because people, lineages die out. But the lineages that keep going, they become a part of the larger process. And so 300,000 years ago, an African woman in East Africa, somewhere near the Omo River, gave birth. And it's her generations that have made all the humans on the earth today. Now, this is very powerful if we understand it, and that we all from the same source. This is then it leads us to a real deep question about race and racism. And we can understand that the problem probably lies in the deep trenches of religion and mythology, or conspiracies of the imagination, I should say, where we get this, because this is the birth of words like mulatto, Aryan, Nordic, Negro, half-breed, etc., and worse words. This is the way this emerges. So I've been very interested in this lately, and with a colleague, we have a book that's forthcoming from Temple University Press on this subject of being human beings, because there are people who cling to what I call the racial ladder for dear life. They couldn't think any way other than race or racism, because they're clinging to a racial ladder that is itself a social construct that really is an illusion, but was something that was really created by human beings and has no basis really in fact. Let me put it this way. If you think of the fact that when Africans on the continent of Africa were the only place in the world where there were Homo sapiens was Africa, because there is no polygenesis, there's only monogenesis, meaning that all Homo sapiens start from the same place. There are not, Homo sapiens popping up here and there and over there and over there and so on. No, all origin, the origin theories, the scientific origin theories point to monogenesis, one place of origin for all humanity. And that is that up until 70,000 years ago, I told you that the origin is about 300,000, but up until 70,000 years ago, all human beings were Black. There were no other human beings in the world. Not only were all human beings Black up until 70,000 years ago, all human beings were in Africa. There were no other places where human beings were. There were no human beings in North America. There were no human beings even in Australia, which probably is one of the oldest communities, because about 50,000 years ago, we get the Australians, the so-called Aboriginal people, you see, 50,000 years ago migrated from Africa. You see. But there are no people in Europe. There are no people in Asia. There are people in Africa 70,000 years ago. And that's when the migration starts. But everybody didn't leave Africa. People migrated from different regions in Africa to other regions in Africa. And then people also migrated outside of Africa. So all of us can trace our origin to Africa, and we spent almost 2/3 of the time of Homo sapiens inside Africa before we were outside of Africa. That's a powerful thought. That probably, let's put it this way. When you think of people, sometimes when I was in school years ago, we used to talk about hunters and gatherers, right? That there were people who were hunters and gatherers. Well, the hunters and gatherers may have been the greatest successful adaptation of human beings to the environment ever, because 90% of the 300,000 years that we have been on this earth, we were hunters and gatherers. We were not rocket scientists. We were not GPS creators or inventors. Most of our time on the earth, we were hunters and gatherers. That means we were scientists, because to be a hunter and a gatherer, you have to be a scientist. You have to be almost a meteorologist. You have to know something about when it's going to rain. You have to have some idea about the sunshine and the moon and what it means when the leaves are wet on trees, when the river seems to be rising. I mean, all those things we worked out in Africa before Homo sapiens ever left Africa. They were worked out on the continent of Africa itself, you see. So Africans then had to understand that there were differences in people. Africans knew that there were people who spoke different languages, because if you were isolated for a while, or 2 or 3 generations from another group, you would create your own language. Africans knew that there were people who were short, and there were people who were tall. There were people who had lighter complexion, and there were people who had darker complexion. There were people who had curly hair, and people who had straight hair, and people who had kinky hair. They knew differences. Africa right now has about 3,000 languages. It's the most diverse continent on the face of the earth, is Africa. Right now, it's still diverse. A massively diverse continent. From north to south, incredibly diverse. And I've traveled the whole continent, and I've seen this, and I know this. So now here's the question. Why was it that Africans did not come up with the notion of race? There's no notion of race like that in Africa. The earliest Africans that we know of, even who came up with notions of difference, and they recognized difference. They recognized religious differences even, but they didn't create race, and they didn't come up with an idea of what I call the racial ladder. In other words, they did not rank people according to physical traits. That was not an African idea. It never was. For more than 250,000 years, even more than that probably, never was an idea to look at people's physical traits, and then by looking at their physical traits, to then begin to give some descriptions of who those people were and to rank them like that. That is not an African idea. This is an idea that we see very strongly in Europe from the 15th, 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. This whole racial ladder where you have whites at the top, and then they would put different whites. They had like Nordic and Aryan whites, who would be Germans and Scandinavians, for example, different from the Mediterranean whites, the Greeks and the Italians and Portuguese, you see. And then further down, they have what they used to call Orientals, the Asians. And then maybe the native indigenous Americans, and then Blacks, Africans. And then they assign to each of these groups, what the white people did. They assigned to each of these groups descriptions and ranks. The whites are intelligent, they're beautiful, they're this and that. The Asians are inscrutable, you can't read their minds, this and that. Blacks are lazy, insolent, so and so and so. And the most unflattering characteristics went to Blacks. So Black people would never have created a racial ladder like that. In the first place, for thousands of years, we lived with differences, and we never created a ranking of people based on characteristics. But not only that, but the idea was that if Black people had created such a racial ladder, we would certainly be more flattering to ourselves. I mean, I could think of some qualities that you could put in there and maybe say, oh, wow, this gives us some credit. No, but it was not a human thing. There's one race. It's the human race. And whatever region we live in, we can speak of our cultures because cultures are something that grow up in the environment where people are, and people adjust to it. If you live in an island, there are certain characteristics to people who live in islands and who fish, for example, that's different from people who live deep in an interior of a country. And you grow up with different cookings, with different foods and different rituals and festivals on the basis of regions and on the basis of where people are located. So these are differences, but these differences don't suggest or could not or should not suggest differences in intelligence or difference in terms of how people should be ranked. That's the problem with what Europe did. That's the problem with the police shooting Black people because they're Black. That's the problem with people walking and moving to the other side of the sidewalk because they see a Black person. Because in their head, deep in the trenches of their brains, is a religion, a mythology of the racial ladder, which is itself false, an illusion, and a creation of a racist policy. That's our problem. So you begin to pit one group against another, and you minimize and you distort the histories of people, and then you have a situation where we talk about people now talking about the George Floyd murder and say, well, how did this happen? Why was it that just a few days ago I saw on TV, it was something very dramatic. I think it was Denver, where a man shot up a grocery store, and he walks out with the two police escorting him. No throwing on the ground and sitting on him, and just you say, so why is a white person treated that way, and a Black person you put your knee on his neck and you kill him? That's not. There's something wrong with that picture. And what's wrong with that picture is why we got Black Lives Matter. People are saying Black Lives Matter, and then other people say, well, yeah, all lives matter. Yes, of course. That's the point of Black Lives Matter. If you can deal with the idea that this notion, this perception of Black people as bad, as evil, as lazy or ruthless, or whatever you put in that pile of a description of Blackness, whatever is in there, it shouldn't be in there. And if it's in there, it's in your brain. It's in your brain because this racial ladder was socially constructed. It's like Charles Darwin's book in the 1860s called The Origin of Species. But people call it The Origin of Species and forget that there's a subtitle. And the subtitle to his book is The Preservation of the Favorite Races. And the preservation of the favorite races, he's getting right back to that notion that the favorite races are the white races for him. And he sees them as the white races, you see, at that time, because there was, people used to speak of the German race, for example, and so forth. We now normally say European, but the race problem is a problem of language, and it's a problem of the discourse that is created long after even the recognition of difference. And I don't want to say that this is tied only to Europe, because if you read the Rig Veda, the Hindu text, and the law and the laws of Manu, you see some of the same kind of creations. You see that this is a problem in as far back as the Hindu, because what the Hindu did, they gave us, for example, these notions that are found with the caste system, the Brahman idea, for example, and the different ones of the Kshatras and the Vaisyas and the Sudras and the Dalits, for example. And in fact, the Sudras are black, and then the Dalits, who are the untouchables, are also black. So this is before the Europeans. I want to make that clear. That's why I say I don't want to put all this on Europe. But the Hindus had this system of castes, you see, that was based also on color. And then you also had it with the Hebraic, the Greco-Hebraic Arabic culture, where you have the notion of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and then Ham's son, Canaan, you see. And all of these are assigned traits by virtue of, I call it the characteristics. If you're black, then you're Canaan, or you're Ham and Canaan, and that you're supposed to be treated different than Shem and Japheth and so forth. So that's why I say in the deep trenches of the mythology and a religion, you see. So these are our problems, that the cultural traits of hierarchy and patriarchy give us the seeds of racism and even anti-womanism. When we have discredited the old patriarchal ways that generate the ranking of human beings, we will no longer have the racial or social issues around complexion, gender, class, place, or origin that we find so prominently when we speak of race, class, and gender. And I would like to say that the acceptance of all of us as one species means that we don't have to even deal with intersectionality. That's the critical race theorists have come up with the idea of intersectionality, and it's a useful idea so long as you continue to be in the race paradigm. But what I'm trying to suggest is that we get out of the race paradigm. If we get out of the race paradigm, then you don't look at people by their sectionalities. You look at people not by their gender or by their race or by their class. You look at people as humans. They're Homo sapiens. If they're Homo sapiens, all Homo sapiens should be treated with justice and should be treated equally and should be respected. That's the power of interconnectivity instead of intersectionality. Differentiation of human beings began strongly in the West, even though it had implications in those other places that I told you about. I'm not going to be much longer. January 6th, the mob that attacked the Capitol building, when they were attacking it, they kept beating one white guy who screamed at them, "You're treating me like I'm a black person." Why would he say that? He would say it because as a white man, he knew how they treated black people. He said, they were beating him. They were beating him. He said, why are you treating me like a black person? I'm a white person. Because he knew that the racial ladder thing existed, you see. So this is part of our problem. And I think Martin Luther King Jr. would have understood this, that the Pan-European Academy had elevated race talk and race language to the point where people start seeing these differences. And I don't want to go through all the literature on this, but I have much of it. And in fact, in the book, which will come out later this year, you will be able to read it and you will be able to see it. Now, let me just talk about being human, and then I will finish. There is an expression in the Tree language. That's the language of the majority of the people in Ghana, which is onye oni pa pa. Oni pa pa means two things. It means to be human, but it also means to be good. To be good and to be human is almost the same expression. So that's an interesting term when you start talking about humanity. The aim of education ought to be to inquire with humility into the laws of nature and to understand as much as possible the construction of the universe, the commonality of humanity, the source of light, and the relationship of one part to all parts. That to me is the genuine meaning of education and, of course, of wisdom. There can be difference without othering. There can be difference without othering. There can be difference without ranking difference or describing difference in a way that gives credit to one as inferior and one as superior. To be human is to manifest difference in many dimensions. And in fact, difference is beautiful. Difference is powerful. It is not enough that we have examined the foundations of the race illusions. We must make concrete recommendations that will advance our common humanity. And that's why I say, I tell people, you want to be human? You want to do something to have people stop killing black people just because of race. Stop killing any people because of race. Stop killing people because of religion, because of gender. Stop divesting black people of economic power. Stop assuming that black people are criminal by color or by caste. Stop empowering people because of race and caste and gender or religion. Read D'Angelo's White Fragility, for example. Stop promoting white people who preach the spurious racial superiority doctrine. Stop advancing organizations that discriminate on the basis of race, and I put that in quotes. Embrace humanity. Embrace all children as teachable. Embrace the beauty of diversity. Embrace the African origin of humanity. Embrace the idea that you're an African too. Your humanity is from Africa. It's nowhere else. It's not from Mars. It's not from Asia, not from Europe. We all start in Africa. Embrace all colors and complexions of humans as equals. Embrace the union of a common human quest to protect the Earth's environment. Embrace a common quest for pluralism. Embrace cultural difference as the human rainbow. And I want to end with part of the Zulu Declaration of Humanity, which I think is one of the most profound philosophical treatises I've ever read. And I read it maybe 40 years ago, and I've used it in my book, the African intellectual heritage, and I will quote part of it tonight for you. This is when the Zulu, when a child arrived at the age of puberty, children were often asked to state basically a sort of a lineage or a consideration of who they are as a people. And you would have to say something like this: I am alive. I am conscious and aware. I am unique. I am who I say I am. I am the value of essence. I forever evolve inwardly and outwardly in response to the challenge of my nature. I am the face of humanity. The face of humanity is my face. I contemplate myself and I see everything in me. I perceive. That which I perceive is form. Form is unchanging value. Value is eternal consciousness. Consciousness is that in which all things have their origin. It does not change. It exists from eternity to eternity. It is an infinite cluster of clusters of itself. It is forever evolving in response to the challenge of its nature. It is ultimate value. It is essence. The value of metamorphosis into a phenomenon. Each phenomenon is a total of smaller forms. Phenomena form clusters to produce other phenomena. The cosmic order is an indefinite total of forms and phenomena. I am a phenomenon. I am a person. I am existence. I am consciousness. The infinity is a unity. It cannot be destroyed. I am a constituent of the unity. I cannot be destroyed. The infinity and I are inseparable. I cannot exist outside of the infinity, for there is no outside of it. Everything is inside the infinity. Essence is the infinity. It is a whole. It cannot be other than whole. Without me, it cannot be whole. Nothing can be added to or subtracted from the whole. The infinity is alive. There is no death within it. There is life and perpetual accumulation. That which is alive has purpose. Purpose is destiny. Perpetual evolution is the destiny of existence. Essence evolves in response to the challenge of its nature. The law regulates evolution. It is a constituent of existence. It is the will of the infinity. It is my will. It explains everything, for there are no mysteries. Mystery is the redoubt of the ignorant. Everything, everywhere, evolves according to the law. The law is knowable. I cannot violate the law no matter what I do. I incarnate the law. Everything I do translates into action, one section of the law or the other. The processes of the law are irreversible. Ultimate absurdity is the attempt to invert the law. The inversion of the law is a cosmic cataclysm. It is ultimate criminality. I am the reconciler of all contradictions. The essence, the law, and I are together, the definite agmenate. Nothing can separate us. I live now, and I shall live forever in existence. For I am essence, I am eternal. I am the secret that drives out all fear. Perpetual evolution is my destiny. I evolve forever in response to the challenge of being human. I have a mind to light my path in the mazes of the cosmic order. The mind has many sides. It comprehends all things. It establishes my right to latitude, to be heard. It makes me feel at home in the cosmic order. My neighbor has a mind. It also comprehends all things. My neighbor and I have the same origins. We have the same life experiences and a common destiny. We are the obverse and reverse sides of one entity. We are unchanging equals. We are faces which see themselves in each other. We are mutually fulfilling complements. We are simultaneously legitimate values. My neighbor's sorrow is my sorrow. His joy is my joy. He and I are mutually fulfilled when we stand side by side each other in moments of need. His survival is a precondition of my survival. That which is freely asked or freely given is love. Thank you very much.
Wow. I know everybody is clapping on their thing. We can't see them, but wow. Dr. Asante, thank you so much. Folks, if you have a question for Dr. Asante, please put in the Q&A function, and we're going to get to some of those questions now. I will say this, the depths that Dr. Asante can go, I've had an opportunity to spend some time with him in a Q&A before, and I learned my lesson. So I won't ask any of my questions today, but there are some that are already here in the Q&A function. If you're willing, Dr. Asante, the first one is,
sure.
Do you think color blindness, in quotes, is a useful concept, or is it harmful since it ignores people's varying experience?
Yeah, I think I would say for me, it is, I wouldn't necessarily say it's harmful, but it is not helpful. Here's the thing. Difference exists, and there's nothing wrong with difference. That's the point that I was making. Difference exists. What is wrong is when people sort of ascribe to difference certain kinds of characteristics and behaviors and values and rankings in terms of what they see as racial ordering. That is the problem. The problem is certainly not, I mean, if the color blindness is not a help, it's not a harm, but certainly I don't subscribe to pushing the idea that we should be colorblind. I mean, I think we should definitely see that people are human in all their characteristics. I mean, I say the same thing even for gender and for any other characteristics that people think that they should try to identify. To me, I mean, if they're human beings, and that's the key. You're a human being, and you don't have to tell me anything or show me anything. You don't have. I mean, as I see you coming, and I recognize you as a human being, I treat you as a human being. And our culture, the African culture, is always taught that you always respect people, and you see them when you come, you greet them. That's why we always greet people. This is a greeting behavior. I remember coming from the South and going to live in the North and wondering why it is that people don't say, if you say hello to them, they look at you like so you're crazy. I'm like, what's wrong? It's a greeting of human beings. That's the way it is. Africa is still like that all over the continent now. You walk on the road and people greet people. That's just, it's a human thing, you see.
Yeah. Same experience moving from Texas to the North. I said, they don't just wave just randomly.
There you go.
They was like, why is he just waving it randomly?
That's right. No, Dr. Martin, they asked, do I know you? Right, yeah. Do you know me? Right. No, I know you're a human being, right?
Yeah. Next question came in from Jenna. What can I do to diminish race construction in the world and the communities in the future? What practices should I do? Sometimes I feel like these race constructions are so entrenched in people's minds that I do not know where or how to start enacting change.
That is a good question. It's a very profound question. That's probably why Dr. Dove and I decided to write this book, because that's the question we asked. We said, now, since it's been 400 or 500 years of this doctrine of this racial ladder and this construction, how do you get it out of the minds of people? Here's what I believe, and I'll just say this this way. I think, because let me preface it though. At Temple University, we just created a Center for Anti-Racism Research. And it was something that I pushed, and our students and our president, Dr. Englert, said, boy, this is a great idea. We'll go ahead and do it. And they put some money behind it, and we're creating this center, right? So then we decided to what are the themes? And what we've come to is that one of the themes has to deal with how white children are acculturated. Because basically when you say you can create an anti-racism center, or you're going to create a course for anti-racism, people think you can concentrate only on Black people and Latinos and Asians, Native Americans, but we need to have some concentration on white people, and that, because that's where the problem is. The problem is not, well, the problem is everywhere. The problem is with Black people too, because we got Black people who also believe in the racial ladder, and they have accepted the arguments of the racial ladder. So we've got to deal with that, but we've got to deal with, I think, fundamentally, we've got to figure out what interventions can happen in the raising of white children so that they do not necessarily have that racial ladder in them. I have a very good friend, very dear friend of mine, who is a major publisher and CEO of a publishing company. And his son was just having his son is in a major university. And he wrote to me and he said, these are all white people. He said, what me say? I had this problem with this young Black student, and it really bothers me that I thought the way I thought about him, and I apologized to him afterwards, but I don't know why I did it. It's just like it erupted. They were playing some game or something, and he said the guy beat me to the ball or something, and I just erupted and said something, said something to him, not called him a negative name, but just said something that was negative, but it was not a name calling thing. And he said, but I don't even know why I thought like that. And it made me think, this is a wonderful young man. I mean, I know him, know his father well. And I'm saying, wow, he's asking a question that other white people ought to ask. Why do you even get that thought? When you see that Black person in a certain situation, why does that thought race into your mind? Why is it that you even consider that person less than? That's a big issue. And why is it that all of us have been affected by that same spirit sometimes, by living in a society where lives are less valuable if they are Asian or Black or Native American or Latino or women or transgender, I mean, whatever. I mean, to me, it's only because it's in our brain. We got this thing and we don't know how to get it out of us. But I think as far as our teaching of starting somewhere, let's start with ourselves. And every time we get that urge to assign some ranking to a person because we see them or hear them, back up and ask ourselves, where is this coming from? This is a human being, and there's an endless variety of human beings, endless variety, and none of them are better than any other.
Thank you. There's a couple people that asked if they can get the last passage that you quoted, the Zulu
Declaration. Yeah, the Zulu Declaration, I'm sure it's in your library. If you go to, you look at, the book is called Molefi Asante and Abu Abari, Abarry, and it's called African Intellectual Heritage. African Intellectual Heritage, and it's published by Temple University Press.
There you go, y'all. Got about a couple more questions, Doc. What are your thoughts on the issues of anti-racism or quote unquote racism against whites?
That's a good question too. That's why this question of anti-racism, I mean, I started off by mentioning Kendi because he was my student, and I wrote a book that he read years ago called Erasing Racism, because I was in the race paradigm myself at that time. When you're in the race paradigm, you want to figure out how to resolve issues of race. But then you discover after a while, as I did in reflection, that that's an elusive issue. That's not even the issue. We need to abandon that whole discussion about racism against this person, or that group or this group. And so the notion about anti-white racism, what we said under the race paradigm, which I still believe, if you're going to talk race, then you have to understand that race in America has been a system, an authoritative system of control that denied systematically African people any advantage in almost any sector in the society. That's a controlling factor. And what Black people have always said is that we don't have that kind of control, nor do we want it, over white people. In other words, so when you say that there is Black racism, we say, no, there may be Black prejudice against white people, but there is certainly not racism against white people, because to have racism, to affect racism, that means you got to control the police, the educational system, the university, the churches. You got to, racism is the entire system. The whole system is racist. So no, you can't, you can't do that. And that's why I think it's very good for people who are not familiar to read somebody like Fagan, Joe Fagan's book, A Racist America, which is Joe Fagan is probably one of the top sociologists in America on race. And the book is very, very useful. Also, Robin D'Angelo wrote the book White Fragility, is very powerful. And then the book by Valerie Harrison called Do Right By Me. Those are very powerful anti-racism books that basically try to go beyond the race paradigm.
How do you think white privilege can be used to eliminate the problem of racism?
Well, white privilege can. I don't think white privilege can be used to eliminate it. No, white privilege should not. There shouldn't be white privilege. There should just be human privilege. I don't think white privilege. I think the more you get white privilege, the more you get the distinctions where whites are given advantages over other people. What white privilege means is that white people are given privilege based on their complexion and their color. And that's not good. White privilege is not good. Black privilege is not good. What's good is human privilege, you see? And so that's the thing. And if you think, I don't know, maybe the person has some other angle here in terms of how white privilege can resolve racism. I don't see it. I think white privilege exacerbates it.
So even if someone has the privilege, using it to deconstruct the racist constructs. Would that be, is that a viable idea?
Well, that's a good, I mean, again, it's a complex issue here. I mean, to me, if you have white privilege, first recognize that you have white privilege and deny yourself white privilege. If you're white and you got white privilege, you know, you use it to your advantage. There's a beautiful, I can't remember her name. I was trying to ask one of my colleagues earlier. There's a beautiful YouTube video of a white woman who asked a white audience. She says, I got white privilege. In fact, my friend often tells me, you know, he says, I walk into a room, I'll tell you both of them. He says, I walk into a room and I never feel that I don't belong in that room. I never feel any tension about being in that room. I walk into that room and I know that I'm supposed to be there. There's no issue. And he says, when I talk sometimes to my Latino friends, Latinx friends, or Black friends, they tell me that, you know, sometimes they can feel tension and they can feel that. He said, I don't feel anything. He said, so I know that's privilege. He said, I know I'm walking. He said, but I said, then if you have that sense, if you feel that sense, then use that to deconstruct it. Yeah, you can use that. You can say, you know, you can tell people I have it. It's like the lady who I was going to give you the example of. She asked an audience full of hundreds of white people. She said, how many of you in this audience would like to be treated like we treat our Black people in America? Stand up. And nobody stood up. She said, no, you didn't understand me. I said, if you want to be treated like we treat Black people in America, stand up. Nobody stood up. She says, I know why you didn't stand up. Because you know how we treat Black people in America is wrong. And nobody wants to be treated like that, you see? But and she had white privilege, and she's saying that. So what we've got to do is figure out how to dismantle that privilege every time. We confront it every time. I confront it often. You know, because sometimes people don't realize they're exercising it or having it, you see? And you have to say, well, wait a minute. I mean, you wouldn't, if it were a Black woman or a Black man, you wouldn't treat that person the same way. And why are you doing this? What is this about? You see? I mean, you know, let me give you. I mean, this is a very self-serving example. I've written 94 books, right? So if you're a white person and you've written 94 books, what do you think they do for you? You just think about that. And then we just leave it there. You know, what happens if you're a scholar with 94 books? Think about that. Okay? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know anybody else with 94 books. Let's start there. I don't know how many counterparts have those.
You know, I'll tell you what James Baldwin once told me, though. The only thing is, James Baldwin said it this way, and maybe this is why the 94 books may not matter that much in a white supremacist world. He said, in America, this is when just before he died, he came to Philadelphia. I had written the playbill for his play, Amen Corner, which was being shown at University of Pennsylvania, Annenberg Theater. And we had dinner with him and 7 or 8 other people. And he said, in America, he said, I've never received any major award in America. Didn't receive the American Book Award, National Book Award, Pulitzer, never received any award. He says, everybody else in the world has given me an award. He said, he had just come from France. He said, the French have given me the Croix de Guerre. which is their top literary prize. And he says, in America, if you write about race and racism, they will never honor you. That's it. That's I rest my case. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Martin. And thank you, committee celebration of MLK, one of the greatest humans who ever lived. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank everybody for being here today. Dr. Asante, I do appreciate you so much. If I had an award, I'd give it to you.
You gave me this opportunity to speak, and that is greater than any. I don't need any more awards. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
If anybody ever gets a chance, I will say this, probably the most probably two impactful things. One of the most impactful things in my life was traveling to Kemet with Dr. Asante. You have not seen the world until you've gone there. And
that's right. That's right.
So I am humbled and blessed, and thank you so much for being here. And thank all of you for your willingness to come and be a part of our MLK Day celebration. One of the things that we want to make sure that we're clear on is that we don't do this day in vain. The purpose of our time together here this entire day is for us to invest critically in how we think about the world and how our minds are being shaped. And the point of doing that is so we can produce different behaviors that are in line with being inclusive, with being welcoming, but more importantly, with being just.
That's right.
I want to make sure we're very clear. There's a difference between being nice and being just.
That's right.
And
absolutely.
We conflate those two. Our goal is to be just, which is a reflection of what Dr. King called of us in this world. It's also a reflection of our Lutheran values. That's what we stated at the beginning of the work that we do as we prepare students to both lead in both church and society. We have to create individuals that are just.
That's right.
I want you to contemplate on that. Think on that. Think of all these things that we've talked about today. And I want to invite you. We still have two more events in the day. We're not done yet. Not yet. We have lessons from history in literally 7 minutes. We're going to look at the documentary From Sundown to Sunrise. Valparaiso used to be a sundown town, and now we're talking about its sunrise, how it's actually trying to reflect the values of being a more inclusive community. And so that documentary starts at 7. It'll go to about 7:30-ish. And then tonight at 10 p.m., we have Celebrate. Celebrates every Wednesday night, but tonight Celebrate is with Pastor Lawrence Rogers. He's the minister at the Second Baptist Church in Detroit, Michigan, and we're excited to have him on deck for us tonight at 10 p.m. And last but not least, Ekamini Owan is going to be here tomorrow. Pathways to Purpose, 7:30. You want to be there? Go to the Path Institute for Leadership and Service site for access to that. Thank you, everybody, for your work today and for your participation. Thank you, MLK Committee, for everything that you've done in making this day possible. And more importantly, thank the Valparaiso community for the continued work that we're going to do to live out the dream and the commemorate the work of Dr. Martin Luther King. We look forward to seeing the rest of the events of today, and God bless.
We have some firsts in our council. One of the firsts that we have and that we're celebrating today is the first African American elected to the city of Valparaiso, Robert Cotton.
I, Robert Cotton.
I, Robert Cotton.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support.
My mother, she said to me once that her ambition for me when I was born was that I not go to jail and that I graduate from high school. And I thought at that time when I heard that, I said, wow, what a low ambition, you know? But that was a high ambition, she explained, and the reality that was confronting us. For me, growing up in the 60s as a child, it was in a high, dense, inner-city, urban community in the Cabrini Green area, close to downtown Chicago. There's a certain grandeur about this, the childhood in the 60s. I mean, there was always, you know, laughing and gaiety, but there was also sort of an overwhelming, overarching sense of still this thing about being stuck because you're black, so to speak. That's my own words for saying how limited movement and mobility was for blacks during that time. You know, I began to become a lot more aware of who was black and who was white, and where someone who was white worked and where someone who was black worked. I do, even back into those times, remember seeing there always being people just hanging around on the streets, and a lot of black men, as a matter of fact, you know. And I did also notice, because we were so close to downtown Chicago, that the white guys had suits and carried briefcases, you know what I'm saying? So I did notice that, and I did notice that we didn't have a black president as well. But I know that my mom and my stepdad, they kind of laughed at the notion when I shared it with them, you know, that, well, why can't we have a black president? And so then there's that little tinge of resentment or anger that I think interjects, comes into my psyche when, in fact, I get that reaction from the adults around me that, ha, 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 a black president, you know? But that was kind of I think it was a pivotal point in time where I became aware of dynamics that were, you know, overarching me. In conjunction with that time, we're seeing this Vietnam War that was taking our boys at a rate that was atrocious, you know. Just about daily you'd hear about somebody's baby dying, you know, in that war. So there was this sense that, wow, you know, we don't wear the suits, we don't teach the kids, you know, we can't be president, and here we're dying like pawns. You know, so there was that introduced my psyche, so it didn't become militant or anything like that, but I do believe there was this real need for change. There was a real need to try to live up to what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was saying. Instead of becoming a militant, I became more of that religious soul that I think resides in me, and that's believing in the positive and the hope of God's love. We were members of the Holy Family Lutheran Church, which is the church that was right in our apartment complex. Pretty famous church in the Cabrini Green area. And my dear Pastor Downing, he introduces my mom to a Lutheran man who was heading up a Lutheran organization called, I think it was the Prince of Peace programs associated with Valparaiso University.
Head football coach for 17 years at Valparaiso University, Walt Reiner, director of the Prince of Peace volunteer program.
Lutheran Church Missouri said it had wanted to start a new sort of a Peace Corps type program that echoed Kennedy's Peace Corps. And it was called the Prince of Peace Volunteers.
Most of the POPVers are plain average people. Some are above average, most of them are scared. And I think they have a right to be scared. It's tough moving into new places, new situations.
So what happened was, over the next couple of years of having been acquainted with Walt, a great relationship was formed, and my mom was able to help Walt find places that some of these kids could stay in apartments. It was an indication of a mutual level of trust and confidence in somebody's nature.
I grew up surrounded by farms in Racine, Wisconsin. I never had a black classmate until I got to college. When I graduated from college, I started working for Prince of Peace Volunteers, Walt's thing. And what we did was we weren't painting portraits. We had the people who lived in the houses talk to us about what it was like to be them. And you just begin to understand that all the things you've learned aren't quite the way things are.
I felt really good about the nature of the kids that we met. They seemed to be the hang loose kind of guys and wanting to do right by right and put themselves in an uncomfortable situation to learn and grow.
When the Prince of Peace volunteers first came, they would be walking in groups of 6 down the street because they weren't, this is all foreign to them. But by the time they left, they were much more relaxed. They were seeing people as people. That's how their experience was broadened. They were no longer afraid of being in the city in Chicago.
Could you lower those signs, please? I have some very sad news for all of you, and that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort.
Assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Oh, Lord, that one hit me. Yes, I said that was bad. And I just felt so sad for the world. I said, wow, that marked something really, really tragic, in a manner that it was a dream dasher, And I know that as we left school, on that day that King was killed, people were just turning over anything white or, harassing the light-skinned kids, and a lot of them were Hispanic, but it didn't matter at that stage of rage and ignorance, But I remember, and I'll always be thankful for what my mom exhibited, and she alone challenged the crowd to get away from those kids, and she put them alongside of her and walked them over, up near to North Avenue.
1968 was such a volatile year, and I was all of 9 years of age. Learning about the assassination of MLK, I think April 4th, 1968. And then 2 months later, that of Robert Kennedy. And both times, those evenings, going up to the top of our apartment building, 28 floors from the 21st floor, with my 2 older sisters, and just looking across the city and just seeing the whole horizon lit up with fires. So against this backdrop, in 4th grade, I was told we're all moving back to Valparaiso.
Walt's preparing to move back to Valparaiso. And as part of that, his friend Barbara Cotton said, well, why can't I move to Valpo?
When Walt and his family were embarking on their trip back home, leaving Chicago, she lamented about how sad it was, or how unfortunate, that her children would not be able to escape or leave the type of circumstances that we were facing in the inner city.
I was feisty. I was very feisty. I wanted to have my fed. I said, all right, Walt Reiner, the coach, you've moved all of the lily white kids out of the neighborhood, but you left me and my kids. I want my kids to have green grass and trees.
And she said, look, you can go home. You could go home to your safe streets and your good schools. Why can't my kids have the same opportunity? So Walt said, if you're crazy, we'll work it out.
We also were made aware of what the circumstances might be to become the first black family to integrate Valparaiso, Indiana. Pretty reputable sundown town.
So a sundown town was either on the books or an understood rule that people of color could not be here after nightfall.
There's an interesting story about the attempt of the Klan to purchase Valparaiso University in 1923. When they did arrive to town by train, there was a small parade to take them to the university.
And the sale never went through. The Lutherans quickly bought it after that, but there was this period of time in which it was a real possibility that there would be this Klan-owned university here.
There were little details that we didn't quite get, but at the same time, you know, we trusted Walt with our lives, and with our hopes and with our ambitions.
Walt and a few others went to local realtors to see if they would sell. No, nobody would sell. This was 1968 when any talk of integration in this town was a no-no.
The circumstances were really kind of dubious, in as much as there wasn't a straight line to homeownership in Valparaiso.
So we had this side lot right on the other side of the pines from our house. And so we decided to build.
Many times we make it sound like all of Valpo was opposed. That wasn't the case by any stretch of the imagination. There were wonderful people all throughout this town that were very supportive and open to the idea of having more diversity in the community.
Walt found it within his means to convince volunteers to come down and rig up a house, but it was a nice house, and so we were able to, by virtue of the generosity of marvelous people who just break the mold. We didn't come with the construct that this was a racial thing. This was a relationship thing. But in the context of doing this, I think about the power of it. It was something that needed that ingredient to break a color barrier in Valparaiso.
Walt had a favorite person, and that was Soren Kierkegaard, who said, "To risk is to lose one's foothold for a while. Not to risk is to lose one's life forever." Barbara, thank you for helping me risk and gain my life. Oh, man. It was rough, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
There were times we hated each other. There were times when each one of us wished the other one would go away. But I'll tell you, my life would never have been as exciting, as rich, as full, nor my children's lives as rich and full. I thank you for your courage, and I thank you for giving me courage.
I thank you for your courage.
My parents probably understood that this was going to be controversial, but I don't think they thought it was going to be as dangerous as I think that it turned out to be.
So growing up in Valpo, you know, notwithstanding that in the daytime it's like, you know, a candy land for kids with all the parks and green space, night was pretty threatening. One night, I just heard a scream, and you know, I ran back by her door, and I saw her buckle to the ground. I mean, she was so afraid. She said there was somebody staring in her window. That marked a point in time in my life where I said, "Oh, that's fear." And I went and got this great big meat cleaver with my little skinny bare chest and sat in front of the window, which was a large picture window, and was vowing to take care of my family.
So the phone would ring, and of course this is before cell phones and caller ID, just landlines, and I would pick it up on occasion. I'd typically hear one of two messages, either nigger lover or we're gonna shoot you and your family, we're gonna kill your family. And of course I was disturbed at first, and my mother allayed those fears and said, basically return hate with humor. And so the next time I received a message like that, I would say either Jesus loves you, have a nice day, or Mom, it's for you, just pass it along. But I know that we had armed guard. I wasn't really unnerved by that. It was just, again, I was curious as to why does this have to be? It didn't make sense.
It was hard to imagine that anybody in the town that I called home would have to be protected against other people in my community. My father, among many others, had to stand guard duty outside the Cotton home at night for, I believe, the first year or two of their residency.
The negative or the hateful realm is strong, and it's not going to go somewhere just because you choose to be good. But I think if you continue to trust and believe in the promise of America, the promise of what we say we're about, and trust that there are good people out there that we can expand that message, I think that it's important to recognize that hope and being on the path of optimistic against the challenges is the only thing that makes sense.
To be in a space that not only in more than one way said that we don't care about your presence here and we don't want your presence here, and to have just a small group of people that say, hey, come on, we got your back, those are daunting odds to come and face, and then imagine to move children into this space, right? And so that's a huge haul, that's a huge thing for one family to begin and to start.
Barbara Cotton is a remarkable woman, somebody who wanted a better life for her kids and for herself. She chose to come to a place which was largely unknown, had its challenges, but she did it anyway for the benefit of her family.
My mom went to college and became a graduate. She inspired a whole different, I think, set of ambitions versus the one that was most common to her, as she expressed to me that when I was born, her ambition for me would be that I graduate from high school and not go to jail. So now the trajectory for everybody now wanting to go to college was an emboldening sort of a transformation that, again, by proxy, an extension of that dream that Martin Luther King Jr. set us on, that path. And it was a movement that was something that changed a city or began to at least work on the consciousness of that city.
Change is not something that happens overnight. We all know that. But the fact that Robert and his family came to this town has enriched this community immensely.
We've become now a more functioning, well-rounded community. The once all-white city, the children there get to grow up with children who are, black, and not necessarily be cursed by or damned by the perpetuating nature of what segregation has meant to this country.
Just walking around town, riding my bike, driving, wherever, I have personally noticed a lot more diversity, and it just warms my heart, and it just makes me proud. I just wish there were much more than what I see.
It's been a slow process, but it's a process indeed that's happened in one of the most stringent segregationist cities in the country, and seeing the fact that from the deepest depths of what was construed as a sundown town, you can have maybe the sunrise of people awakening to do something that's really going to make a difference in this bigger and continuing construct of race and how it inhibits us all and makes us all complicit in the perpetuation of what I call an identity crisis. It takes us away from our commonness and accentuates to a point where we're more foreign to each other as blacks and whites than many people who come into this country speaking a different language. How do you move off the paradigm of the perpetuating sameness? Well, you kind of dig in and start treating your neighbors of a different color like real neighbors.
I'm not defined as black, and I'm not defined as white. I'm me, and I'm you, and I'm him, and we should all have that ability to relate to each other as one.
Incumbent upon each and every one of us to do our part in dealing with one of the most profound, pronounced problems in American society, and that is racial separation.
It's very easy to romanticize the good that has been done and to not remain critically conscious of what is yet to have happened. The Cotton's story, in my estimation, is not complete, but it's still ongoing. And the power of that is because that means we still have some work to do.
I would hope that the smallness of our story can echo large with respect to the loud things that have happened subsequent to it. Nothing perhaps more loud, but then to be recognized as a trusted public official and elected by the people who are largely white. And that I will faithfully, impartially, and diligently discharge
the duties of the office of City Council Member
the duties of the office of City Council Member
of the City of Valparaiso, Indiana,
of the City of Valparaiso, Indiana,
according to law,
and
to the best of my ability.
And to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God and all of you. It became apparent to me through my mother's eyes that Valparaiso, several months even before I stepped foot in the place, was a place that held promise. I think that Valparaiso was an absolute blessing and one that made an awful lot of difference right across the board for my entire family and, quite frankly, by extension, many others. For me personally, it was everything I could have ever hoped for, and I'm, as in that hope, I'm trying to make it everything that it possibly can be for anybody else, everybody else going forward.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today as we celebrate the Dr. Martin Luther King celebration today. It's been a full day. It's been a day full of wisdom and of information. And we're blessed because we now actually have an opportunity at 10:30 to join in and celebrate. So please go to valpo.edu/chapel, and it'll take you to where you can log in for Celebrate. It'll be on that YouTube site that they have set up there. Thank you for your participation today. Thank you for everybody that helped make this day possible. And most importantly, the joy is that this information is going to still stay available via the Valpo YouTube page. And so come back to it. Come back and engage with this information as we move throughout the rest of our time. Stay blessed, stay safe, and we'll see you soon.